too much. What's there left to say? Throw your stones the river. Like me, it drifts away. I would watch you stare. I would watch you stare. Oh, but there's no one there. We can figure this out. Put your feet down. We are the lucky ones. Follow your choice, it's done. Terrified of what's left remains unsaid until you break my mind. Until you break my mind. Until you break my thought. Until you break my thought. I'm throwing wishes in the wild in hopes that you will keep them for yourself. And know there was a time when we never let go, never
Run free and dive into the sky. Hear the wind crying out its prayer. Why are we so ashamed to be alive? Break the chains and our freedom's ours to take. Look behind your back. Chase a light when the world is getting darker. I have a dream where love's the only side. So take my hand, join the army of the shadows. Going harder, we are more than numbers. Standing in the shade. Going louder, we are all one color. Standing in the way. Join the army of the shadow. Join the army of the shadow. Join the army of the shadows. Shadows, shadows. Join the army of the shadows.
Every game matters for us making it to playoffs or not making it, so I just want to win every single match and get better every match.
CLG is going to find their way into a 2-0 victory.
They should be expecting to play like a different us almost overnight. We've literally changed our entire team atmosphere. We've got the goal of playoffs in mind, at least top 6. We're hungry for it, we're coming for it.
It was a long way getting there, but Dignitas will find their win in game number 2 and take this series 2-0.
앞으로는 이제 초강한 센 팀이 아니고 그냥 잘하는 팀 될 수 있을 것 같아.
Team Envy actually going to make it the 2-0 win over Echo Fox, only their second match win.
Damn, we lost, but everyone's motivated to do better.
I actually don't mind losing if we're gonna improve after that.
They're going to take down the Nexus. Echo Fox, they do the unthinkable and take down TSM.
To prove I'm the best, obviously I have to win.
TSM, they storm the throne room. Can they topple the Kings of the NA LCS? They will. And in Cloud9, their first loss of the spring.
Welcome back to Week 6 of the North American League Championship Series. We're coming to you live from Los Angeles here in LCS Studios of California. Everybody's setting up for the day. The crowd is absolutely pumped as we see Cloud9 stepping in. They will face off against Echo Fox, and really all teams coming in today looking to get some wins, having rough weeks before the break. Envy here to face off against FlyQuest as they seem ready and raring to go. Hello, everyone. I'm Ripping to Business III, and joining me on the desk today are Mark Zimmerman and William Scar Lee. Mark, I think we had NA Finals last. Scar, I think it was Lone Star Clash a long time
It was a
ago
long
where you
time
promised
ago.
to eat a hat. Did you ever eat that hat?
I ate a cake of a hat.
Well, there you
It's like
go.
the same
Close
thing.
enough. You did
Yeah.
something at least close. to what
Yes,
you
it
promised.
was
Bizarre
close
enough. Bizarre enough. Well, let's begin our day with a review of how the teams fall into the standings. Cloud9 holds first with TSM hot on their tail. FlyQuest sits in third with Phoenix 1. Placing fourth right now, Echo Fox and Team Dignitas are neck and neck at 7th and 8th. Then Team Envy round out the league at 10th. We'll see you can make moves within those rankings with our games today. Those are, first up, 2 teams trying to bounce back from a rough week. 5 in Echo Fox and versus Cloud9. Then NA LCS 1 plays host to El Clasico, TSM versus Counter Logic Gaming. And then over on NA LCS 2, FlyQuest hope to best Team Envy in the battle theater with Phoenix 1 taking on Team Dignitas just a bit later in the day. So we came into yesterday's games wondering if Piglet's bizarre move would kind of have an effect on things, and I guess we can say it kind of did.
Right, and I think the thing for me was the way that it did, because I think anyone who has watched Piglet play on his stream, he's obviously mechanically a good mid laner, but how does it translate to the environment of a competitive setting? And it's actually pretty good. He was roaming over the map, you see him picking people off in the jungle, and kind of following up on the map plays that Team Liquid wanted to make. So overall, I think it was very impressive, kind of the way that he performed in this first week.
And I want to highlight more the jungle matchup. Like, I think that maybe it might not have been so much that Ray never played super well, but Dardak was just in positions where he just died a lot. Look at game 2 where he face-checked the bush. He just ended up killing himself in multiple situations that game, and it kind of swung the game, I felt like, toward TL's favor.
Right, and I think you also have to look at the other side of the swap, because it wasn't just moving an 80 carry to mid, it was moving a mid to 80 carry, and unfortunately for Youngbin, really did not perform in his role that well at all, and it's a little scary moving forward looking at how that swap worked, because they got kind of destroyed in laning phase.
Piglet did say, the performance wasn't as great, but we're good friends. I can work with Youngbin. And, it's kind of too early to say the results are there, but Liquid is getting a very much needed boost here, confidence, and possibly some more wins this weekend. So looking at our matches today, we do have our classic matchup of TSM versus Counter Logic Gaming, which suddenly becomes much more exciting, given both teams are on an upwards trend at the moment.
Right, CLG is on a 4-match win streak. They're 5-2 since week 3, and at the same time, TSM is 5-1 since then. So it's actually very impressive, where if you kind of discount maybe a rough start for both of them, they could be arguably 2 of the top teams in the league. I think CLG's looked a little shakier during their kind of upswing than TSM has, but the fact that they have the results to back it up, that they're constantly winning, and this is something that we expected out of this team that has good coaching staff for both of them.
Yeah, and I really think that a lot of their rockiness has to do with like Smithy. He used to be their rock in the years before, but this year, this split, he hasn't been playing like, I think probably the worst he's played in a long time. And so hopefully CLG finds a way to streamline his consistency so he's able to step up and perform every single game.
Hopefully this settles. Obviously, it settles another bet, but CLG Hotshot will start to learn that these bets aren't going his way, maybe focus a little bit differently on what bets he's making, and we'll have to see how those continue to resolve. So before that match, we have Cloud9, whose undefeated season came to a screeching halt in week 5. A very unexpected thing to happen as well, given the current team they're playing against. Right,
and they're going to be playing against Echo Fox, who also had that 0-2 week. And I actually think this is a super interesting matchup, because their strengths and weaknesses don't match up directly at all, where, C9 has some of the slowest turret taking of the first turrets in the game, and at the flip side, Echo Fox has the best early game in the league. So obviously, a lot of people were struggling individually on these teams as well, but this is a great matchup, I think, for both teams to finally say, like, this weakness, we're shoring it up, and it won't be as bad moving forward.
Yeah, and you have to really pay attention to the KD and Echo Fox wins, because they say Echo Fox has one of the best early games in the league. A lot of that is because of the jungler. And so KDN's been popping off in every single week except for last week. This week is going to be the redemption. Like, can he bring it back to old form?
We will have to see. It has been kind of Acadian getting up, saying that he's going to do things, and then faltering. We saw weeks 1 through 4 very well for him. 5th week, kind of floundering about. So a reminder now that tickets are still available for Spring Finals, April 22nd and 23rd in Vancouver. Weekend bundles are available to save 20% off on tickets and catch all the action in the Pacific Coliseum. All that info and more is over at lolesports.com, so check it out. Now, with the matches about to start, let's hand it over to our casters to get underway.
Hello, everyone. I'm Julian Pastry Time Car, and getting cozy on the caster desk with me for all our matches in the Battle Arena today is Isaac Azael Cummings Bentley. Our first series of the day, of course, is Echo Fox versus Cloud9, and as the analyst just mentioned, both these teams are coming off unexpected losses in week 5.
It all depends on if you believe in the Echo Fox curse or not. They keep winning on the even weeks. They keep losing on the odd weeks. But seriously, Echo Fox has looked uncharacteristically weak in the early game in particular. You know, Acadian has been known for smashing early games, and last week he faced his first kind of disappointing performances. He was not able to live up to the hype.
Certainly was not, and thankfully he's going against the team who, despite their place in the standings, actually have some of the worst early game stats in the league, which is very strange for a #1 team.
Yeah, it is pretty surprising, but Cloud9 only gets 28% of the first turrets in their games, very low there, and the team typically has to rely on late game success, especially in the top half of the map. But Impact could not even deliver there. In both his matches last week, he was weak early game, weak late game, and you could see he was visibly frustrated about it. But Sneaky did mention the team needed to kind of get that loss, get a kick in the pants, and kind of put them in the right direction.
Well, we'll see if that has righted the ship there. But before we get into the game, let's take a look at the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Echo Fox. We'll see if they can find the early game again. In the top lane, there's Looper, rookie jungler Arcadian, mid laner Froggen, bot Keith, support Gate, and coach Tim Kiro.
And on the red side today, it's Cloud9. In the top lane, Impact. In the jungle, Contracts. Mid lane, Jensen. Bot and support, Sneaky and Smoothie with Coach Reaper here to help out.
And we did see that we had some changes with the patch moving on, but it feels like the metagame has kind of stayed in a spot we expected it to. The week break is a big reset for all these teams in a lot of different ways. Yesterday we saw that Liquid did almost everything they could in the time off they had to try and make changes, but this is the first time we're seeing these teams since the very small break, and be interesting to see how they perform now that we really are into what we've been calling kind of the business end of the season.
Yeah, and I think that one of the big things about 7.4 is there's been so many hits on the top S-tier champions now that to me, there's not as much of a requirement that you must pick or ban specific champions. It's more down to personal preference, to what you're comfortable on, to target banning your opponents. So I think that does offer more flexibility in the draft, and C9 is a team that has shown that they have their own opinion on the meta a little bit too.
I think both these teams actually, I mean, Echo Fox support Camille, you think about Anivia for Froggen and
Certainly.
Swin for
TF
Looper.
even.
Yeah, lots of different champions that they can play. So I think Echo Fox can take advantage of a more open metagame. Cloud9 on the other side feels like they've got good players and diverse players. Having deep pockets in champ select goes a long way to sculpting a strong draft.
Yeah, it certainly does. And I mean, we've seen the return of Gnar and EU LCS. We've seen Ari mid. We've seen some Talon popping up here and there, at least in bans in NA. So there's a lot of things that are kind of poking up, and I think that Fervor getting buffed along with the Warlord's nerf has opened up for more carry potential from the AD carries. Things like Ezreal, we saw 6A going off on. Caitlyn has been made stronger because of those changes too. So there certainly are some small changes, but they're kind of piling up, and I think they've made a pretty big difference.
Yeah, definitely curious to see kind of how these teams do take to their first games here on 7.4, and now that we're back. But I mean, the obvious question here for Echo Fox, it's going to remain Arcadian. Jungle is still in an excellent position to try and carry from, and sure, the overall pool of S-tier champions might have dropped a little bit, but he needs to find his groove. There's no other way to say it. So we're going to see what he gets here in Champ Select, but crucial to follow Echo Fox's early game as they continue their run this season.
Yeah, it really is. And this is the one ban I think that we will see more than any other. Varus. I think that Varus as a red side ban, that is to me the one champion that still sticks its head up above the rest and shows that it is the clear #1 AD carry. Jhin has more weaknesses. You cannot push your opponents in as well as something like a Varus. You have to hit around the people with your ultimate. You can't just shoot through everyone like Varus can. So there are certainly some weaknesses there. I think past Varus, it's a lot up to just personal preference and what you're comfortable with.
Well, we'll see Echo Fox have finished their bans actually. Cassiopeia, Malzahar, and Ryze. So 3 mages, 2 mid lanes, and a support. And there's a LeBlanc ban for Cloud9, so the pool's already going to get shorter. Now, granted, mid lane had some of the deepest available picks in the previous metagames, but we could see, some of these newer mid picks start to come out as well.
And you touched on it, the fact that Froggen, he has his own little meta, right? He loves the Anivia, he loves the TF, so banning out these more standard picks in the mid lane does not affect him as much as it might others. But Jensen too, he's played Echo, he's played Fizz, he can play a lot of Assassins, Zed. There's a lot of things that are still available for both of these teams, and Rengar is little interesting to me because it is still being prioritized quite highly. Acadian has been great on it, so that makes sense, but I'm not sure that it demands a pick anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just the strong Rengar players. Arcadian, Dardoch come to mind that are playing Rengar. We see Xmithy continually picking it up, which does not feel like a champion that really suits his style. It's a good first pick for Echo Fox. Jace ban by Cloud9 means that they'll get 2 picks after this Rengar, but pretty obvious that they're taking Graves. This is the trade Cloud9 should be happy with.
I think Shen here would be really big. Shen has been rising in priority so much, and it's relatively okay as a blind pick. I've been seeing that get banned out almost non-stop now, with a lot of the other top champions getting nerfed, like Maokai getting hits. He's not the clear S tier anymore, but they are wanting to lock in that AD carry for Sneaky, and he's known for his Jhin.
Yeah, I mean, Sneaky's Jhin is excellent. Jin's still a strong pick, particularly with Varus eating bans almost every single game, particularly on the red side. Echo Fox, we'll see what they have to answer with here. I think Shen is certainly a good champion in general, and especially for Impact. The one thing seems to be, I don't want to get gangplanked.
Yeah, that's certainly fair, and I think that the lane matchup can be problematic, but it's also a little bit worrisome if Echo Fox is happy to play Shen. The Shen-Rengar combo is extremely powerful, and you are giving that up if you don't take it in the first round. So this is one of the concerns I had about Cloud9 not taking it in that first kind of selection there, is you're giving over so much power. You've now given basically the comfort pick for Acadian, which is also a strong jungler, as well as 2 enablers. You have Shen, and you have Karma to speed you up and shield you.
Well, we've got Shen and Karma there for Echo Fox, so we'll have a mismatch for these first 6 picks. And just to note that despite Arcadian's aggression, he actually hasn't played Rengar yet in the NA LCS. So again, new player has looked very impressive on the aggressive champions. We'll see how he does on the Rengar here.
I mean, he played it in Challenger. He was known as essentially a Rengar one trick once upon a time. He obviously plays a lot of champions now, so I'm certainly confident in his ability to play it. And it's also because he does get banned. Have it banned against him a fair bit too, so that's something to keep in mind. But Thresh versus Smoothie, and he's been moving more and more towards the playmaking type champions, and this is a pretty exciting trend.
Yeah, I like it here. Smoothie, definitely a big voice for the team. Always good to have a champion that can kind of make you proactive and let you make plays for the team. But Ezreal banned here for Cloud9 with the mismatches in the first phase means we are going to get some target bans here. And we'll see what Echo Fox decide to pick on, if they even want to go after a lane.
Yeah, I think you might want to ban out some of the counter picks towards Shen or target Jensen a little bit in the mid lane. I also think for Cloud9, taking another AD off the table here could be smart. You can look to thin out some of the other options, like the Anivia, but also taking Ashe off the table, that is kind of what I was thinking they would go for. Makes a lot of sense here because Varus, Ashe, Ezreal, all off the table, Jhin taken by Sneaky. That does put Keith a fair bit down in priority, although I think champions like Caitlyn still have their merit.
Sin Sivir as well, so we're starting to see, especially into Jhin, we're starting to see some of these champions. That's true. They also banned Syndra on the Echo Fox side, so 2 mid lane bans mean that Gangplank, if Impact wants to play, is available here. I imagine they're giving Jensen the counter pick here, particularly because Froggen has such a wide range of champions he's willing to play on the LCS stage, but definitely a lot of considerations, and this has been another top lane pick that's sneaking up in priority. Impact, he's going to take Renekton.
I think it makes a lot of sense, especially because they already have the Graves. They don't want to play a no-tank composition. So with Renekton, you get a little bit of both. You get the lane bully, and you also can very easily transition into these more tanky roles into the late game.
He's having a bit of fun with the crowd. We'll see what he settles on as far as his pick goes. AD carry mid lane still to come for Echo Fox.
I'm expecting Sivir, probably. I mean, I think Sivir Karma just makes a lot of sense, and I think that the Spell Shield as well into a Thresh, if used well, can be quite helpful. That said, C9 obviously knows that Sivir is available, and Sivir is shorter range. It's harder sometimes to enter the fights. You put yourself at a pretty high risk. Thing with Sivir against Graves as well, Graves can tend to struggle against AD carries later in the game because they outrange him. Sivir does not really have the same kind of advantage that like a Caitlyn or something like that would.
No, and we'll see what Froggen has here. We saw the Anivia hover, but might be going to Ari.
Wow.
Will in fact take it up here. And important note that I think Jensen's making effectively an 8th pick mid laner, given how this draft has gone. That's how many different mid laners have been picked or banned.
Yeah, and he does. The funny thing is, he still has Zed on the table, which has been first picked and stuff by some teams. That's very high priority. Mid lane champion pool is just pretty deep.
Yep.
Orianna, Zed, Fizz. There's lots of champions that are still available and quite powerful.
Looks like Jensen might just take the simple one here and go for Orianna. So Ari vs Ari, this is a real classic matchup, but Jensen should feel pretty comfortable here. Just again, kind of taking the standard pick, particularly for an opening game. Don't want to do anything too crazy in draft.
No, you certainly don't, and both these teams have, I think, quite strong overall compositions. The Ari can be somewhat hit or miss. It's a champion that I think, similar to LeBlanc, has more of a requirement to start snowballing, although I do think that Ari's teamfighting in general is stronger baseline than something like LeBlanc, so it's not as much of a requirement, even though you certainly do want to get rolling and try to roam around the map and extend your advantage shuttle lanes.
I'm kind of curious to see how it all shuffled out. Of course, we'll be looking at the junglers like Hedian and Contracts have big impacts for their team and almost always are required to get a lot of work done in the early game. The jungle pool was pretty much left, in fact, it was left untouched, just double checking back with the bans. So they both took whatever the jungler they wanted. Arcadian decides he wants Rengar over Graves, but those two champions feel very close in power to me.
Yeah, they really do. And I think that Cloud9 is going to have to play very carefully around the certain power spikes. When the ultimates become available for Echo Fox, you could look for 5-man dives in the bot lane with Rengar, with Shen, with Ahri roaming down. These are things that are very scary for them to deal with. So I think that while they have a lot of power in the first few levels, they have to be careful around those level 6 ultimates.
And I think Shen is an interesting pick that you highlighted early in the draft where Cloud9 kind of effectively just gave it away. They could have taken it. There were some risks associated with the pick, but Shen is a top laner that does something that no other top laner does, which is have global presence in addition to being a standard top lane threat, a tank, and a split pusher that can manage your side waves. So I agree with you. I think he's a very high priority pick. We'll see if the mismatch as far as ability affects top lane at all, but we are under Summoner's Rift for our first game of this fine Saturday. Echo Fox versus Cloud9.
And the other thing is just really about the combination with the Rengar, right? The submarine play, as you want to call it, with that Shen ulting on an ulted Rengar who's getting sped up by Sivir, by Karma. That's very frightening. The amount of dive that you can have is pretty powerful there, so Cloud9 certainly going to have to be afraid. But that said, I think that before level 6, Impact should be able to bully top lane. I think that Contract should have the advantage in the early levels in the jungle, and both the teams are going to have to play well around that.
Well, we'll see what happens here. Level 1, nothing particularly crazy happening. Everyone just camping their various brushes, making sure all the neutral spots are checked. It's nice to see Impact rocking. Very appropriate skin choice for himself. Like Arcadian and Contract just hanging out. Arcadian's busy in the brush, spots a ward, gives it a tap. And if it wasn't obvious already, C9 have a good idea of what side Arcadian's currently on. Might be going down towards the bottom side though, so gonna mix it up just a little here.
I love how we have the Samsung skin going up against the SKT skin.
Topical, kind of.
Yeah.
It's like a couple months too late.
Yeah. Close enough.
Or years, I guess, if you're dating the skins too and they were
No, we're not doing that.
Okay.
It still counts. All right, so Arcadian going to be starting here. And I think that this, while this Raptor start is okay and it can work pretty well, I think you really only should be doing it if you have some sort of an AoE leash. And in this case, the Ahri can help out quite a bit with that. With Impact, he's going to start Q and he's going to walk into the pit and he's going to use that to help leash. If you can't actually get a lot of damage down on the little Raptors there, you take way too much damage from that first camp as pretty much anyone other than Graves.
Yeah, and you can see Contract's very healthy. Arcadian taking a little more damage as checking with the mid lane. Jensen already getting aggressive, moving that ball on top of Froggen wherever he finds appropriate. And of course, Orianna's auto attack's always good. She's just such a solid, safe mid laner.
She really is, and she has a lot of late game power. So the fact that you do have wave clear, you have safety, allows you to actually just kind of scale up oftentimes to those stages where you can start to take over, and that's often at the 3-item threshold that people love to talk about with Orianna.
Well, we'll see what Froggen can get done here on RA, champion that's kind of rising back into the meta game. So curious to see how Impact does in that top lane. We mentioned the Impact in week 5, the last time we saw him play, was subbed out actually in their series, and they still lost with Ray coming in for the final game. So Impact has definitely not been feeling like himself. Renekton is a champion where he can kind of put on his carry pants and really show off on. And Lupa should struggle a bit in the early lane.
Yeah, I would certainly expect to. One of the great things about Shen, though, is how strong your last hitting is under turret. So you can get pushed in, and unlike Maokai or whatever, you pretty much shouldn't miss any of the last hits. You can pretty much get everything there as the Shen, which is very strong. And you know, much like I would say we gave Bjergsen a bit of a break for some weak early performances, I would give the same benefit of the doubt to Impact. You know, he had one rough week, but that's essentially the first bad performances it has felt like he has had since playoffs last year.
Yep.
So, you know, you certainly can't expect this guy to show up and not perform well just because of a couple bad games.
See Jensen starting to bully Froggen out of that lane. We'll see if his CS lead builds up at all. Meanwhile, Arcadian actually wrapping around that top side, although Contracts is down. Gonna blast Cone his way over, looking for something here in the bottom lane. Perhaps right now, just gonna take the Krugs away.
Yeah, I mean, this is a little bit worrying for Impact, though, as he's pretty far up. And Contracts is even getting tracked on that camp. So now they know where the jungler is. Arcadian has the ability to go in here. We'll see how Impact can play. If he uses his slice to go forward, he would be in trouble. But knowing that Contract is down there on the Krugs, he can assume that Arcadian is mirroring him on the top side.
Yep, red ping there for Cloud9, so I have a very good idea What Arcadian is up to. Impact gonna play patient, let the wave push back in. Taunt missed there from Looper.
I think he shortchanged that one.
Yeah.
You actually can do less than the maximum range on a taunt. So if you put your mouse just barely in front of your character, you actually just move like a centimeter.
It's not ideal.
No, it's certainly not ideal.
Arcadian in the meantime will just continue counter jungling. But it looks like Contracts is doing the same. Did take the Krugs away, did get spotted by the duo lane of Echo Fox, but again, we'll just have a bit of vertical jungling for now. Contract should safely be able to take these.
And this is pretty smart that he actually didn't back out because they're assuming Arcadian is topside. As long as his lane pushes in the opponent's bot lane, they can't afford to actually come and try to stop this counter jungling, right? They just have to say, you know what, we know he's there, but we can't do anything about it because they will lose too much in the bot lane.
Same story there for Arcadian. Goes by his Raptors and probably already knew they were gone, so instead he'll just see what he can get. Unfortunately for him, the bad news is that he's only got a wolf camp up, so he's going to hit the recall button and get a first buy-in. Looks like Contracts will do the same. As Keith and Gate will check in with them for the first time, getting pushed in a little by Sneaky and Smoothie. Sneaky has a very slight CS lead.
And you wouldn't really expect the Sivir Karma to get pushed in, but sometimes that can be the implied pressure of the Thresh. Although the Thresh does not help to push the lane like a Karma does, the threat of getting hooked can make you play very scared. And they're not actually standing up autoing because Smoothie is up ahead zoning, and they are frightened of that Thresh all in. So they have to respect it. That is actually what is allowing them.
Very nice from Smoothie. Now going to try and get damage in there. Flayback is getting some poking onto Keith, and pretty much what you were talking about.
That's exactly it, right? They should be able to have the push, but because they are scared of the Thresh, they're not confident that they could dodge it or spell shield it or whatever, they have to show the respect, and that allows Smoothie to maintain push control and give them a winning lane that they really don't have the pushing power to win.
Jin is one of those champions as well that can kind of complete an all-in from a screen away.
Yep.
So you have to be careful of all that poke coming out. Impact in the meantime, Ting's level 6, shoves that wave in, but Loop has got his ultimate ready as well, and so we'll just have the early backs and then teleports to lane. We'll see if Impact wants to waste their TP, because he is going to be behind a global, with Shen, of course, having access to Stand United as well.
And the advantage of shoving in your opponent like that is you don't actually have the TP, right? You get there in time to pick up the wave, so that is what Shen is facing. He almost certainly will have to expend his TP, because when he gets back, he shoves it in. Impact will be able to get it to his turret before he can return. So that's kind of the trade-off there. That's the advantage that Impact has gained from the push.
Contracts has been spotted, but doesn't see his Krug camp.
He saw it now, because that one popped out of the bush. It's like little popcorns.
Impact's going to make sure he chases out Arcadian, puts down a control ward in the top tri-buff there, and does manage to walk all the way back to lane.
And key to note, this is level 6 Rengar now, and Shen will be basing very likely at level 6, so bot lane will have to be extremely careful now. You know how Smoothie and Sneaky were posturing aggressively, bullying the bot lane through doing that? They now have to think twice about doing that, because great, Smoothie goes up in that second bush, well, they just pop Sivir ult and Shen comes in and you die.
Yeah, Arcadian 6 as well, so that threat of the Rengar Shen is now on the table for Echo Fox, and Froggen, despite getting bullied, only 10 seconds behind.
There you go.
Looking in for mid lane, Froggen needs to hit the charm. Flash from Jensen, dodges the skill shot, and now Arcadian's in! First blood anyway for Arcadian
TP's coming in though, they're trying to turn it around.
Gonna try and make something happen. Arcadian is low, but Impact a little late.
Nice play from Echo Fox. They immediately execute on those ultimates. We talked about it in the pregame. C9 not showing enough respect to it. Jensen dodged the charm, but he's pushing up in lane with Rengar ult available, with Shen ult available, and they didn't even have to hit the charm to make that one work.
Yep, just went straight for the divers. I'll watch it again.
Yeah, and Jensen, he flashes early, but he has the ghost, so he is able to dodge it out. It doesn't actually matter that he's under the turret there, because the Shen ult is able to come in and keep Acadian alive. So well executed there from Echo Fox.
Impact instead will just get some advantage on the wave, but Lupa managed to get there pretty quickly.
And I mean, Impact TP'd, right? So
Yep.
this is still global advantage now for Looper. Looper has his TP, Impact does not. So you trade the Shen ultimate for the TP, now you have this big window where bot lane has to play scared still, and you don't even have to commit anything to help that out. Sivir and Karma should be able to shove you in, simply because if the Thresh and the Jhin go aggressive, Shen TPs, you die.
Yep, you can see Sneaky just playing back. Gonna get these minions out from under the turret. Smoothie did walk through Echo Fox's roadside jungle and get some vision down, so they'll have knowledge of where Rengar is, but like you said, Lupa can join at any time.
But even just having that knowledge is extremely important, because Rengar, like, he's able to circumvent a lot of those wards, obviously, once he pops his ultimate. So you need to have wards, you need to be able to move around and manipulate the wave properly, knowing where he could be on the map. So the fact that they know now he's fully out of that bot side jungle, they have a little bit more confidence to play.
Vincent also has 2 control wards on his right-hand side, so wanting to play a little safer, he'll probably be hugging the side of the lane for the next few minutes, especially without summoners. Impact in the meantime takes some honey for it, and now Keith getting chunked. Good spell shield, but Smoothie flashes in. Fox is down. Here comes Looper. Gate gonna flash in to make sure he gets locked down, and Sneaky just can't do much else. Impact cancels it though, and now they'll turn it around. Keith gets hooked in. Sneaky just letting loose with the ultimate, and they need to just do a little bit more. The heal is down. Sneaky still running through as the W barely misses Gate, but a flash order is gonna get Sneaky a kill.
Big plays from C9. Impact critically stopping that Shen teleport is what allows them to execute this 2v2 kill. That is huge for C9.
I wonder what happened to Lou, because Impact
Back
still has
to
his
Oriana.
flash. Looking for it again. Jensen, oh, that's so much damage. Chop lands on Froggen! And there's the kill for the mid lane.
This time the charm comes in. No Shen ultimate needed. And Echo Fox is executing so well on their ultimate timings. Way too many teams are not proactive with these ultimates, not making things happen. They do it again, they take down Jensen, and Looper has his Shen ultimate up now, so they can look to repeat once more.
Really smart stuff. Arcadian seems like he might be back in business, but here's Impact. Just walked straight up and canceled it.
Yeah, and that was so critical that Impact was able to stop that. That would have been Smoothie going down for sure, and Sneaky perhaps as well. At least his summoner is blown. Instead, they are able to get the kill, the 2v2 outplay.
Really nice all in from Cloud9's duo, and Impact, after the good job cancelling the TP, just going to move his way in, take out the next minion wave, as Looper does have to walk himself back to lane. You can see that CS lead's kind of starting to build there as well. 20 up now for Impact in the Renekton versus Shen matchup.
It is a good lead, but that said, it's okay. It's actually not that problematic for the Shen to be down a decent bit of CS like this. It only becomes a big problem if he can start smashing you and bullying you under your turret and taking turrets. Because Renekton's scaling is actually pretty awful, whereas Shen always is going to have a massive amount of use throughout the game. So Shen can continue to stay relevant, can continue to look for plays around the map, because that is more his purpose, whereas Renekton kind of has to smash lane.
See Jensen actually just committed his ultimate just to poke Froggen out a bit, but Ari does have some sustain built in with a passive. Good charm, actually. Gonna get some poke back in. And Graves is hoping to bait someone, but looks like the duo lane's riding up for Echo Fox.
And you can see the respect that Jensen has to show to all this attack. He has to get the Merc Treads this early on.
Contract does have no flash, actually, so he's in a bit of trouble. Ball's good there as Jin now gonna roam up and try and snipe somebody down. K eats 2, that's a third, fourth one coming! Stand United used for Looper.
Ooh, that feels bad that you have to blow the Shen ultimate like that. That is a problem for Looper, because not only does he expend his playmaking ability, he expends it with the wave at his turret. So he actually loses a lot from that, and that is more the story. We talked about how Renekton has to smash lane. Now he's getting so much free time on the turret. He's getting a bigger CS and XP lead, and Looper does not have the threat of moving around the map. So C9 has free reign.
Another play again onto Jensen. Froggen does nail another charm. Arcadian locks it down. They're just too good.
They are playing it so well. Froggen nailing the charms on the last 2 attempts, even with those Merc Treads. Not much they can do. That said, turret pressure, lane pressure is being cashed in on across the map for C9. They take out the bot lane, get the first turret. Top lane turret very low. Echo Fox should be able to eventually get this trade, but they will have to stick around if they want to try to do it.
They need another wave. Sneaky doesn't have his ultimate, but the rest of Cloud9 are coming into that mid lane to cover for it.
Yep.
And the tower's going to stay standing for now. Jensen's going to walk back. Sneaky's going to get a little bit of CS. I mean, there's not much in it. That tower, there's a whole lot left. But Cloud9, the longer they can hold on to it, the better.
The one thing you kind of have to look at is this paying off for Echo Fox, right? They've gotten 3 kills on Jensen, but it's tied in farm, right? Is that enough of an advantage for the investment? Is this how they actually win the game? And I think, you know, it's tough because you can make the argument that, well, he'd be behind if they're not helping him and things like this, but they haven't gotten too massively ahead. Katie and Froggen certainly still have to continue to execute on these kills because they're actually down in gold.
Yeah, you can see Cloud9 up, mostly thanks to that first turret, about 500. Froggen is about 300 gold ahead, so not a huge lead at all for the mid lane, although Abyssal Scepter now finished means that they'll have a pretty good item. Contract getting jumped on, Froggen looking for the charm, flashes over the wall for it, but Contract burns his flash in response.
Quick flash out there from Contracts. A nice attempt at the play from Froggen, and you do get punished less as an Ahri for using playmaking summoners like that, simply because you have your ultimate to kind of make up for that. And Froggen's ultimate is almost back up. We have the Rengar ultimate back up. TP is back up on Shen, and look for them to make some plays here. They're actually trying to TP right down to bot lane. Impact trying to set up that wave.
Trying to snare it up. Impact very tanky. Turret gonna fall on the top lane as Impact still fighting it out. He gets the kill on the key in the 1v3 outplay.
What were they thinking? They had one minion and almost no damage to take down this Renekton. They give up the TP, they give up a kill.
And Cloud9 aren't done. Froggen does get the mid lane turret, but Cloud9 continue to push with 2 marksmen here. They are going to get 2 turrets as Contracts looks for the last bullet. And Cloud9 come up massive on that trade, although Echo Fox working on this outer turret, even though Impact got the kill.
Yeah, the big problem there is Keith is tanking the turret, right? You cannot have that happening. You need your armor stacking Shen to be tanking that turret so Keith can be free firing, and will they even get it? They will probably eventually take this down, but they're definitely way behind on the trade.
It just hurts, but it's enough. Let's see how much health it has.
So look at the turret juggling here, and they basically just went on the play too early. The wave is getting cleared out, and they're like, oh crap, we gotta go now. Gate has to flash out. He's already taken so much damage. Now Keith is tanking the turret, and he's just gonna go down straight to the turret shot. So this is a very poorly executed dive from Echo Fox. They needed to wait for Shen to come through and then go for it, because if you're worried that the minion wave is getting cleared out, you're not actually accomplishing anything by tanking the turret earlier.
Yeah, and you know, a bit of a mess, but 3 turrets to 2 now for Cloud9. Echo Fox do make some trades here and there, but C9 still up 1,000 gold. Looking good for them. Blue buff gonna go over to Jensen here. Make his lane feel a little bit better. And we'll see if Echo Fox can continue staying proactive with their Ahri, with their Rengar, and particularly with Shen having his ultimate back up as well.
Another dragon is picked up there for Echo Fox, so they will have that under their belt, a little something working for them, and that added speed is going to be nice, especially with the Rengar ultimate and the Ahri. These kind of champions that want to close the gap and make those plays, I think can be pretty helpful.
You can see Contracts trying to cut somebody off. It's actually Looper. Good snare there from Sneaky. Now immediately looks for the ultimate. Smoothies here as well. Looper doesn't have many places to get out to. Play back in, make sure he gets hit by the ulti. Spirit's Refuge down, but they should have plenty of CC left. Latin in for Sneaky to deliver the last few bullets, and that's going to be the kill. Goes to Contracts.
Yeah, and he was just trying to delay as long as he can for Echo Fox's push on the top side. He had already accepted his fate as soon as he didn't blow his summoner there. They're trying to make the trade. But C9 just seems to be a little bit ahead on all of these plays. As soon as Echo Fox stopped being proactive with the Rengar and the Ahri and the Shen, C9 has kind of moved around the map better than them and starting to bully them.
These are just uneven trades. I mean, tier 2s for outer turrets isn't something that Echo Fox really wants to be doing. And they might even lose this inhib turret as well. Yeah, Cannon Minion Wave is perfectly timed. There's a Rengar ulti. Submarine started, but Sneaky gonna get out. He takes the lance, and Contracts could be left alone. Trying to get out, heal there from Sneaky to try and get him in. The hook from Smoothie zones the rest, and Jensen's down as well.
Yeah, another trade there. Well won out from C9, and not only that, but a little bit desperate, going for the 2v3 engage with Thresh Lantern available means they lose out on the trade, and they lose their playmaking abilities.
Well, have to see if Echo Fox can kind of take a deep breath, calm things down a bit, and try and play the map a little cleaner. Cloud9 have just been on top of all these rotations. I mean, the gold lead isn't massive at all. 2,000 to 3,000 or so for Cloud9, but 5 turrets to 3 kind of tells you everything you need to know about how this first 20 minutes has gone.
And it's kind of felt like C9 had no right to get these advantageous trades with how well Echo Fox have been executing the dives in the mid lane. Feels like they should be the ones that are setting the pace, but because of C9 moving around the map, controlling the waves better, they get those advantages.
And I like this from Sneaky. Haven't seen that much Jin on 7.4, but Ghostblade feels pretty standard. Actually went for an Infinity Edge. Hard to say if that's just all the gold he's getting or if people are moving away from Edge of Night, but definitely cool to see Sneaky, who's always been on top of things, changing it up.
Yeah, this is something that I've actually heard him talking about on his stream. He was talking about the change of Edge of Night, making the cooldown longer. It feels very difficult to use now because it's not synced up with every minion wave. So it is certainly more situational. You have to use it at the right times. But Jin ulti opening up.
Kate, just try and dodge the last few bullets. Keith actually eats the unfortunate end of that last shot. Arcadian looking for a play, but Cloud9 clumping together. And no play to be had there for Echo Fox.
No, not at all. Arcadian's still doing very well on the Rengar. He's up a lot in farm. He has a couple kills to his name, almost has a Black Cleaver available, so he's going to be getting that CDR going, which is very important for the rank guard to use those ultimates even more frequently, especially now that he has rank 2.
Well, it's been looking good, but it feels like the last few Rengar ultimates have not yielded kills for Echo Fox, which was the opposite of what was happening in the first 10 minutes. And again,
the last couple haven't even yielded threat of kills.
well, Impact now pushing down onto Lupa. This is a very long lane for Echo Fox to have to deal with. And Impact doesn't really have enough coverage, but he knows the rest of his team is shoving down mid. And Cloud9 are just trying to take over the map and should be able to get this out of turret for themselves. Echo Fox a little late to the defense, and that's going to go down.
Yeah, and you nailed it with the point. C9's already applying pressure elsewhere. So in that situation, even if Impact gets ganked, he doesn't really care because they're already on the turret mid lane. And that means that they would be free to get that. So that is so big about split pushing. If your team is already not pressuring, then you need the coverage. But if your team is pressuring very heavily and you get something even if they gank you, then you're fine. You don't need the vision as much.
Yeah, you can see Froggen trying to also create a wave of pressure in the top lane, but Jensen should go to answer that after shoving mid back in. C9 rotates down, clear out vision. Contracts takes the red buff, and they make sure they cover Impact's recall, as everyone's going to go back to base. I mean, Froggen will get some chip damage done here, but that's just all it is, a little bit of damage.
Yeah, not too much going on for Froggen, and hasn't really been able to get much done, even though his lane opponent died 3 times in lane with those ganks. It's not really being able to push that into anything else. Echo Fox by no means is out of this game, obviously. Even though it is feeling like it's moving more and more into C9's favor, Echo Fox is relevant in the gold lead. They have Sivir plus Karma. They have a very strong late game team fight with that. That said, they still do need to keep executing on these Shen Rengar plays and looking for that around the map.
And it's just tough because Echo Fox can't afford to be as proactive as they would want to be because there's a giant mismatch as far as geography goes. So Cloud9 have done well to sort of play the map despite Echo Fox's good execution on ganks and plays like that. But we'll see if they can find the pick, or if C9 just make a mistake and Echo Fox are able to capitalize, because this game is well within touching distance for Fox, and one big fight around an objective, say the Ocean Drake that's up in 10 seconds, could yield a huge swing.
This game for C9 is really what you hope to see from teams when jungle pressure is applied unevenly. You hope that because all these people are going mid lane, your teammates will get something done elsewhere, right? And C9 really has been able to do that. Every time ultimates and abilities were committed on Jensen in the mid lane, top lane got some sort of an edge. Bot lane was able to get more of an edge. So they made up for it and turned it into a trade instead of just a disadvantage. And that is one thing that C9 I think is very, very good at.
Here comes the play from Echo Fox. Everybody's zooming in. Sivir ultimate's already been popped, and Acadian was looking for the flank. Karma Mantra Shield's going to speed everyone up, at Cloud9 will take the appropriate way out. Impact's going to get snared up, and he's straight onto gate instead. Now Froggen actually making a 1v4 play, but Acadian's in with Lupa. Contract gets himself tossed it up, but the shockwave is going to keep them back. Double play from Smoothie, and Echo Fox just went too deep. Lupa's going to go down here as well, and Impact is now looking in for Froggen. Gate going to get tagged. Last bullet needed, does not get the sniper's Keith shields it.
Smoothie has flash. He can keep chasing with this if they want, but they may just go straight over to Baron. Looks like they're headed that way. 22 minutes in, but they are healthy and want to force it.
And credit to Echo Fox for making the proactive play, but C9 respond in what looked like a pretty effortless attempt. Easily deflect the blow from Echo Fox, and now they're going to try and take this Baron down. Echo Fox, 3 to defend with here.
Yeah, I mean, Ahri has no ultimate. Sivir has no ultimate. They can turn this around on Echo Fox very easily.
Froggen snared as well. They're just keeping him out of the pit. Everyone's getting slowed by Jin Trap. Baron is low, but they should have the smite to secure it. Contracts gets it. Smoothie locks down gate. There's one as Contract leaves him for another. Flash hook on the Froggen's going to now yet another kill for Cloud9.
Just such a big swing for Cloud9 here. They have now broken the game wide open, and this play was forced way too hard. If you look on the mini-map, you can see where Sivir, where Karma are. They are going in to essentially a 3v4 here. Then Impact comes over. The bot lane is still zoned out. It is now a 5v3, 5v2 essentially, because the Ahri had to jump back over the wall. The bot lane was never able to get involved, and that is not a fight that you can win against a good team.
Really well played there for Cloud9, and they did well to just stick on the Baron and pick off the stragglers as Echo Fox tried to stop the attempt. And we talked about the gold being close. Well, that's no longer the case. Yeah. 6,500 gold up for Cloud9 with a Baron buff for the next 2.5 minutes.
And an open inhibitor. I mean, the pressure that Cloud9 has had throughout the game is now paying off big time. And it's felt like Echo Fox has just been playing with a lot of desperation despite a really good start. They just felt like they did not have confidence in their ability to play the game in a more standard way. And C9 held on, weathered the storm, and are now in full control.
And Echo Fox are a team that are always willing to make the aggressive play and go for high risk, high reward. But unfortunately, when it doesn't work out, it costs you a lot. And that Cloud9 are in prime position to do real damage to these inhibitors. You already mentioned the bottom lane is still open from the play earlier. It looks like Impact is going to do his job and get the Baron empowered minions pushing towards top lane.
Yeah, they're just trying to create that pressure. Bot lane is already going to be pushing for them, so that's why they're not heading down there. They're going to pressure mid and top and force someone to try to go down to answer. But it looks like Rengar is looking to make a play. We'll see if he can pull it off. He's coming around behind.
Ulti from Sneaky's already getting poked down, but good shields from Gate actually going to prevent that. Arcadian straight in with Looper again. Jensen needs to line up the shockwave. Lands on the Looper for the snare up to Jinjabu, and here comes Impact as contract. Takes down the Shen. Arcadian going to get stunned up by Impact. Shockwave's going to miss. Arcadian flashed out, but they're going to keep chasing on Cloud9. Don't find another, but they'll take the one kill.
Take the one kill, absorb the ultimates. Now not much threat of an engage at all from Echo Fox, and Cloud9 can simply walk this in to what should be an easy inhibitor.
Still got the bottom wave open as well, so the timing should work out nicely. So they take mid, and then bottom lane is perfectly positioned to get another inhibitor. So Cloud9 looking for the strong double play, and that tower melts to the Baron empowered minions.
Yeah, that one's gone. They're going to get at least the two. Probably will back off, reset, spend up all the gold that they have now collected. This is just a monumental lead.
Got a lot of gold in those pockets, but Echo Fox, no, they can't really do too much here. And if they make a mistake, they'll lose the game with Cloud9 in their base. So they smartly let Cloud9 back away and spend their gold, but it's looking rough right now as Cloud9 are 8,500 gold ahead.
Yeah, it's hard to see how Echo Fox gets back into this now. The engages are very telegraphed, and one of the things that Impact is doing so well in these fights that can be very easily overlooked is the zoning of the bottom lane. He zones these guys out so sweet. The Ahri, the Rengar, and Shen are all flying in. And then Impact just goes and stands in between the bot lane and the rest of his team, essentially creating a 4v3 or 5v3 situation. He did it in the topside fight. He did it again there.
And Impact does feel like looking a little more comfortable. Week and a half off or so. Looks to have helped as Cloud9 are just going to slowly saunter up to top lane and try and take the last inhib down. They know that Echo Fox have to make some sort of desperate play. It looks a little like this. Impact's just going to face check. He's not too afraid. He finds two. He's like, all right, we'll have a fight. And look at Froggen. He's also looking for the flank. Look on the Sneaky. Good gank there by Froggen. But C9 is going to keep moving forward. Blast Cone gets two out, though, and Echo Fox, a clean kill.
Yeah, nice play there from Froggen. Gate is caught in the
Right. I
wrong neighborhood.
I said it was a clean kill. I may have lied. Gate's going to try and buy as much time as he can, but Jensen's in. There's the flash out from Gate. Impact is still getting away, pushing, so Cloud9 can kind of afford to chase here, but Gate's going to make his great escape out towards the base, and Jensen really wants his kill. Pops the Ghost. He's going to try and run down the Karma. Jensen's still not giving up. He's going to W his way in. He's got plenty of mana with the blue buff.
It's like a pride thing at this point. He's like, you're not getting away.
Yep, and Gates run away, and Jensen, I think he's given up.
Oh, man, that's actually hilarious how much time that bought them. Pretty good job by Gate, you gotta say. Contract's even ulted backwards to try to catch back up to him there. But here's the pick again. And I mean, the initial play not really looking like it works, but then Froggen over the side, nails the charm, gets the execution, and Echo Fox are able to get that kill and buy themselves some time, which is really what they're trying to do. They need time for Key to scale up and become relevant. He needs at least the IE to really start threatening more of the members in these fights.
Well, another Drake up now. Cloud9 should pick that one up for not quite free. Did a lot of work to get here, but uncontested certainly. Echo Fox don't really fancy poking their heads out of their base right now. And again, they really just left reacting to the next play from Cloud9. Baron up again in 1:50. So if the game doesn't end in the next few minutes, Cloud9 always have the option to fall back towards Baron, but they're going to do the basic thing here, but the smart thing, move themselves towards top lane and look to finish off that last inhibitor.
Yeah, exactly. All the waves will be pushing. This time they're playing it a lot more safely, though. They're doing their due diligence around this top side, walking in as a squad, making sure that they're not going to get picked off. And now that they have full vision control in this side of the jungle, you really cannot get flanked as Cloud9. So they push up to the turret, and they will be able to begin to threaten this final inhibitor turret.
Yep, just need some patience here for Cloud9. Looking very clean on the map today. Feels like they have kind of all the rotations, all that stuff planned out and drilled out.
it's been a really clean game. I mean, the fact that your mid laner can get killed 3 times in lane and it can still feel like you're winning the whole game is pretty impressive.
Jensen certainly has had some impactful plays. And again, Cloud9 just kind of waiting for the minion wave to move in. Sneaky's got plenty of poke. Rapid fire cannonball actually can attack the turret there for a bit of poke damage. And again, Cloud9 just waiting for an opportunity, whether it's a minion wave that's coming through bottom lane, whether it's someone out of position, or whether they just kind of complete the siege slowly but surely, or even fall back to the Baron, which is I think what they're doing now. 30 seconds till that's up. Already have swept out the vision, so they'll get their trinkets down, sweep it, any extra vision, and then force Echo Fox to come towards them.
And the advantage of keeping a push going like this on the top side is you know for a fact no one from Echo Fox has gotten out to reclaim any vision. They have not been able to get any wards down in that quadrant whatsoever, so C9 can very easily bait, they can very easily try to rush the Baron. They have essentially every option, and Impact will continue to keep pressure on the bot side. And Echo Fox, I mean, look how dark that map is.
I mean, can't see too many wards, certainly not on the left side.
They can see their own red buff.
Yep, well that's good. Not great when C9 are threatening for a Baron or camping in a brush. Is Impact actually looking for a flank 1v4? Probably not.
He wanted to spot them out, so he sees that they're there, they're retreating towards their base. C9 can then make a more informed decision on what they want to do, and it looks like they don't want to risk any sort of Baron rush on the chance that Acadian could smite steal it, and they're going to play it a little bit more safely. But now heading over to that Baron.
Yep, they kind of counted out the trinkets. Impact is providing a bit of bait, and now they know they're going to have to run over there. Cloud9 started it up, but they pull away immediately with the threat of Rengar ultimate. And again, C9 just reset the situation. Impact, as caught as a Renekton can be, flashes out of the way. Echo Fox might actually fancy a chase on this. Impact still 1v4, and now they're just going to go back in for it. Frog's going to get ulted on, but Hotshot is trying to get a bit more damage in. Keith, slowed on the front line, looked a little dangerous.
This is actually a pretty decent job by Echo Fox. I mean, they hold on with all their inhibitors.
Oh, Frog in. Good flash, gets himself out from under the Jhin snare. Contract's going to miss that ultimate. But Cloud9 is going to go back to it here. I mean, Froggen just doesn't have health to play with.
I mean, that force from Froggen was a little bit too much. They'd actually stalled out the Baron, allowed themselves that time to get everything back, and now Froggen kind of throws it away with that play. Tried to get too much. C9 right onto the Baron.
All right, smites are up for the junglers, so Cloud9 don't want to make this too risky. They're going to try and tank it as long as they can and continually threaten it, but Arcadia might just move in for a steal.
Remember, he doesn't have his ultimate quite yet, so he would have to flash in.
Impact back in again. They want Arcadia. They need to kill the jungler, but not going to get it just yet. Lupa puts up the refuge and starts soaking damage. Keith in a good spot. Great flash out of the shockwave, but Contract leaps into action straight forward as Lupa is on the back end trying to get out. Sneaky almost dying to the Baron, forced to burn the heal and the locket.
Yeah, Rengar ultimate is back up, and Ahri is back in position, so Echo Fox fight off the Baron, playing very well around this objective. Pretty impressive stuff from Echo Fox. 6 minutes ago, give up both their inhibitors. Baron's on the table. They defend everything.
I mean, Cloud9, we saw they had complete control of the area, but maybe just didn't pick the right way to execute on that Baron. Or Echo Fox just straight up played it well to make sure Cloud9 couldn't take it. And now their inhibitors are back up. They've gotten a bit of extra gold, some time to farm and get their items. Cloud9 are going to go back to this Baron. No, they still have a lead, but it just doesn't feel nearly as safe as it did a few minutes ago.
And they don't have the pressure in the other lanes now because the inhibitors have respawned. I think it's a little bit of both. Echo Fox played extremely well, but C9 also wasn't to make the call to... They weren't willing to make the call to do the immediate rush on the Baron, right? If as soon as the Baron spawned, they started up, they likely could have gotten it, but they weren't willing to make that risky play.
Instead, looking for a pick, trying to get a team fight started that they knew they could win.
Exactly, they want the guaranteed play.
Well, instead, they get nothing.
Yep.
Except a reset on the situation. Gonna take the Scuttlecrab here again. They've got all this vision. So Echo Fox are going to be put into the same situation once again, but Lupa with both globals able to apply side lane pressure, which is what they didn't have before.
Yeah, so that is the big difference in the situations now, is that they are the ones applying the side lane pressure. Impact has no TP. Looper has his ultimate and his TP. Echo Fox need to track this so they see them on that Baron. We'll have to go now because C9 could just rush us down.
Arcadian's actually already in. I think he's going to try and steal it. He gets it, but Contracts gets the Baron. Froggen though zoning the rest out. As Impact the Contract soaking damage. Sneaky lets rip the ulti as Smoothie zones Froggen off to the left. Now Looper getting snared up there as Contract gets up under Arcadian. It's a bit of a chaotic fight, but Smoothie needs to charm and some damage from the Ahri. Looper barely gets out on the right-hand side of the Baron, and Cloud9 get the Baron and no one dies.
No one dies at all, which is great for Cloud9, picking up that global objective, and Keith is just struggling to get involved enough in these fights. He did not have his flash there, could not really go aggressive and actually get much done.
And you can see he's got 3 items. He's building in towards his 4th, but no Infinity Edge is a little rough for Sivir. Keith, Sivir scales extremely well, but can he kind of build up? Yeah, that's
really the biggest thing is you have an Orianna ball that's zoning you out. You have the threat of all the CC, and you have so many damage threats too. So even though he was able to bounce out a decent amount of ricochet damage, could not get quite what he wanted to.
Well, good take here from Echo Fox. They'll trade essentially the Baron for the Ocean Drake. Now Elder Dragon will be ready to spawn if we make it that far in this one. Cloud9 though, again, they've got plenty of work to get done again with their second Baron buff. Had a almost 4,000 gold Baron power play on the first one. We'll see if they can end the game with this one.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely want to at least get in there and get those inhibitors, but Renekton is falling off the cliff about now. Renekton stops being nearly as relevant. The Shen gets better and better and better from here on out. So the longer Echo Fox hold on with the Sivir, with the Shen, I think they do get more advantages, but this is the key Baron that they need to hold on to kind of reach those super late game stages, because their Sivir doesn't even have an IE yet.
Well, the defensive core from Echo Fox kind of got the game to this position. C9, I think, just going to band together and one by one take down the inhibs. Ooh, Shockwave not going to hit onto Keith, and now Echo Fox leap into action.
Yeah, that's the go trigger. I mean, no Shockwave there. They're going to look for the fight.
Lupa looking for the backline. Impact tanking up as much as he can. Ball back on him. He's awfully tanky with the help of Jensen. And now Lupa going to get dove on. Damage is really good actually out from Jin. And Sneaky looking for a snipe. They need to get a couple here. Last bullet, where's it going? Hits Gabe, but it's not that much damage. Cloud9 barely getting this inhibitor as they do finally take it in mid lane.
Echo Fox is holding on very, very well in these fights, and as the splashes come back up for Keith and for Froggen, they can start to get more aggressive.
Froggen, what a beast! Takes down Jensen over the wall.
That's the end of the Baron push. I mean, C9's not going to get much more from this, and they've got to be careful.
Froggen's actually still going. 3-man blast cone. Going to disengage for Cloud9.
Bring her ults up.
Around, but it's a little too far forward. Forced to burn the heal for a bit of extra speed, but here comes Arcadian. Submarine Looper in and goes straight for the throat. They want to take down the other carry. Smoothie, though, going to get caught up in the mess, and he falls down to Arcadian. And they're still going. Arcadian wants it. Sneaky has to blast going back to his own base now. And Echo Fox have just fought so well at every turn. Not giving this one up for free. Torn onto contracts will continue to play. Lupa pretty tanky, but now Sneaky's back in the mix. Lupa gonna go down, I think, as Impact takes him out. Good jump from Froggen. Here's Keith. This doesn't do enough damage to the tanks just yet.
I mean, Lupa just completely isolated himself there. He went on a solo mission and throws away their advantage.
Contracts needs a little more. Impact leaping forward as Contracts gets the last bullet. Impact still tanky as Sneaky's trying to take down the carries. He wants to kill Froggen in revenge for Jensen, but will disengage that situation is Echo Fox are really fighting for this one.
They really are. They just keep feeling like they make the right play and then they overreach just a bit. And that overreach was from Looper there, causing him to go down, Acadian to go down right after that. They had held on. They could just back off. Instead, they try to go for a little bit more. Either way, still alive and only lost one inhibitor to that Baron. Not too bad.
Yep, and bought a lot of time as well, as they will respawn. Impact straight over the wall.
And this is the problem, right? Now the extra respawn timers are causing them to lose the second inhibitor. So that is pretty rough, as Baron is going to be respawning eventually.
But then all make it down, but can only really get this. They have to go back and deal with the minion wave that's threatening their tier 2 turret in bottom lane. No major objectives to take just yet either, so Cloud9 will again take the bottom lane inhibitor for the second time this game, but Echo Fox are making this very difficult. Defending well, keeping sidewaves in favorable positions, and making proactive plays where appropriate. Sure, they're also overextending and costing them more than just what they're getting, but certainly mentality is correct here for Echo Fox, given how far behind they were. I mean, the gold lead is still good for Cloud9, but that's starting to matter less and less, and I think we're going to have to watch Keith here. When does he finish that 4th and 5th damage item?
Yeah, and that is really going to be the big story, I think, for Echo Fox, because they have showed a lot of poise, some very strong team fighting, but it's very problematic to keep giving up these inhibitors. They had actually successfully defended. One mid lane inhibitor is not a big problem, but when you lose the 2 and it's your bottom, the furthest away from the lane that you now need to defend, it's so much harder to hold on. And if you lose 3, it's usually lights out.
Yep, you can see Sneaky, Contracts, and Smoothie all grouping up to get this wave pushing in the right direction for Cloud9. And Mage Buff will be spawning at a minute 40, so Dragon and Elder Dragon and Baron will be on the table at the same time. Both teams with 2 Drakes, so things feeling good as far as that buff goes, but I think Baron might be the big prize here for both these teams. Echo Fox would love to take one away from Cloud9.
Yeah, they certainly would, even if it's just to delay the game that much more. Both teams always are going to have the late game potential in team fights, though. I think Echo Fox probably is getting some more from the scaling, but that said, Orianna at 6 items has potential to solo win a team fight, and that's always going to be true. So it's not like C9 has poor late game scaling. I just think that I favor the Shen in the late game, the Sivir over the Jhin in the late game, things like that.
Well, certainly the game is getting to a big point of tension. We're almost 40 minutes through this game that looked like it was going to end maybe 10, 15 minutes ago in Cloud9's favor, but Echo Fox, they've kind of played through the mud and looking at least in position to contest this game, which did not look possible when those 2 inhibitors first went down.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be a pre-30-minute win for Cloud9, and Xbox has held on very well. They certainly do not want to give up any easy wins against Cloud9. Both these teams coming off some pretty rough weeks, and important for them to be able to bounce back.
Yep, I have to say, impressed with Echo Fox's defensive play. It's not something we usually credit them for. They're the team that goes hard and either that wins them or loses them the game. And they haven't backed down in a lot of situations where they maybe could have played a bit more tempered, but they've done well to get themselves to the spot. And Keith is now done with that Infinity Edge, so we were looking for that 4 damage item. Sivir scaling is now online. The 500 CS joke, well, not a joke anymore, although it only has 400.
Yeah, I mean, the crit plus the armor pen, that's what you need to start shredding these tanks, and we'll see. C9's looking for the play.
Surprise! Here's the Jhin ulti. Gate is the target. Oh, good play from Smoothie. Hook's not going to connect. It just hits Keith, as does the last bullet, but I think a good spell shield saved in there.
And Echo Fox was confident they could get out because you don't even see Looper's ultimate get used. He stays bot lane. That means he still is going to have the global available to threaten this fight if they go for Baron.
Cadian pops his ultimate again. Spies Sneaky, which is a pretty good target.
He's basically just trying to see if they were starting the Baron, if they were rushing onto it. They were not, so he does just back off. That means Cadian won't have his ultimate for about a minute or so.
Cloud9 are being patient because they have a massive top lane wave helping them out here, although they now have to make a decision about what they want to do. Looks like they've tried to find a pick, but Echo Fox managed to stick together as 4. Now Loop is dealing with this problem, and that wave just evaporates under the Tiamat Shen. I mean, Cloud9 have 2 big objectives to try and go for her, and they need to pick correctly here.
Yeah, it's tough. They didn't have the confidence to rush it when they were much further ahead earlier, and now they're starting it up. We'll see if Echo Fox can respond in time.
Where's that Cadian? Oh, he's straight in! Gonna get snared up though. Horse line from Smoothie, that could be the game! 5v4, but Frogger's gonna try and save the back end of the fight. Redemption's gonna heal up Jensen. Cloud9 still got a fight here. Keith does so much work if he gets into position. And
look
now
at the ricochets onto the back line.
Could be problems there. Impact gets out. And Sneaky and Jensen are so low.
And that is all Sivir damage.
Contracts. Tries to get back in. Almost has enough. Jim bullets. Keith's gonna block the rest of them. And C9 again left without a Baron.
The Nexus turrets are under threat, though. That should be going down, and C9 critically did lose quite a bit of health, so Echo Fox can hope that they won't be able to make the move back to Baron, but they're going to TP back in. They will be trying to force this. Looper's TPing in as well.
It's a long play for this Baron, but Echo Fox are going to go.
They are low.
Here comes Looper, dives straight in, gets a double taunt to Sneaky, and onto Jensen. He just needs to leap into action. Contracts gets the Baron, and Impact turns out the dual lane of Echo Fox, but Looper is still fighting it out, and now Impact is starting to feel the pain. Keith going to try and finish off the kill, but the Lantern is there.
Be careful of the ball over the wall there from Jensen.
Doesn't take it. Jensen instead defends Impact, and Keith is not caught out on kind of the wrong side. Gate's still here, though. They're going to go for it. Sivir pops the ultimate, and they just want to kill here. Looking to chase down Contracts, perhaps, but a little too much on that play.
Inhibitors are back for Echo Fox, though. They lose the Baron. They lose a Nexus turret. Elder on the table for C9. They really want to get this. They're struggling to close out the game and certainly do not want to give over this Elder Dragon to Echo Fox. Looper is dead for 25 seconds. Will have the ultimate when he respawns, though. We'll see if C9 can make a move.
Cadian again with a bit of help of Gate. He's so fast. He finds Contracts. Actually does it onto Impact. Doesn't want to get hooked. Good flash. Gets his way out of it, but Impact is still chasing. Blast cones towards Echo Fox.
Was that a misclick? I mean, why would you even want to jump in there?
Wanted to try and find a pick. Froggen actually pressuring mid lane, so maybe Arcadian just is going to try a steal, but he doesn't have any way to get over the wall with no flash and no ultimate. So that's going to be Elder Dragon over to Cloud9.
And that essentially means Echo Fox will lose at least their 2 inhibitors once again. And that is the call that they have made because Arcadian had no ult, even though Looper was up with the Stand United. if you don't fight at the Elder, I don't think you fight at either of your open inhibitors.
Well, Cloud9 took a lot of work to get it, but they did take the Baron without losing too much. And now with the Elder Dragon, should be poised to finally close out this game.
I mean, they're going to look for it, right? And where do you pull the trigger as Echo Fox? Because with only one Nexus turret, C9 doesn't even have to get the third inhibitor. They can take down 2, and they could potentially threaten to just go straight up the middle and end the game with the Elder.
Gonna have to wait for a winning wave, and bottom lane is not pushing in their favor. Arcadian again pops the ultimate, Looper off to the flank. Just above the rest of Cloud9. They get 2 inhibs, but they're gonna back away from it. Echo Fox have done a really good job managing side waves here, and Cloud9 are getting run around even when they have double major buffs.
Yeah, I mean, so much of it is, even though Echo Fox keeps hanging on, they've never been able to take away or stop one of the major globals, right? Every Baron objective has gone over to C9. Now the Elder has gone over to C9, and that has netted them these inhibitors time and time again, but they have not been able to fully close it out. And these guys are getting further and further along in their item builds, and the gold leader starts to matter less and less.
Yeah, we have to keep looking at Keith. I mean, Cloud9 are almost 10,000 gold behind, but Keith is almost full build. Frogman is getting close there as well, only has a slot to go in. Everyone from Fox has 4, except for the support. Gate only sitting at 3 items there, so if they can find a pick again. Sneaky goes down to Froggen.
Got deleted.
Big wraparound play from Froggen.
They're going to keep chasing Chen ults coming in. They want this.
Froggen again over the side, looking to try and cut them down. Good taunt there on the contracts. Derek's Cage might keep him alive. He ults himself out to safety. Smoothie puts up the box, hooking onto
Impact's
Looper.
behind.
Impact now with a big flank, but Gate's going to keep him down. Jensen takes out Looper. Now Impact's just going to go straight in for it, but Arcadian wants to blow some people up. Still fighting as best he can, but Jensen has a double.
Keith got
And now Keith is looking to go down. He pops the spell shield, but C9 going to chase in. Impact, no contracts, gets that kill.
Echo Fox bungled that fight, and that should be it for C9. They should be able to walk down mid. I don't see them defending against this Baron Elder push with only 2 members up.
Time and time again, Froggen makes play after play to pick a carry. But there is not much left to defend here for Echo Fox. Cloud9, with 3 members dead for at least 30 seconds, Cloud9 are going to try and end this one.
Looks like they're going to be successful. Pastry, Cloud9, finally look like they've done it.
Froggen again looking for something, but he's just going to get tied up by Smoothie. Nexus is exposed, and Cloud9 just going to put the final shots in, taking game 1 over Echo Fox.
Whew. So they finish it off, but that was a much more hotly contested game than Cloud9 would have expected 25 minutes in when they killed those inhibitors off for the first time.
Yep, welcome to those who may be joining us for what would be our second game, except that the game went 15 minutes longer than expected. I mean, honestly, if you had looked at the first 25 minutes of that game and said, all right, this game's over, I'm gonna go grab a drink, you know, do something else, and then come back to watch the next one, you could probably be forgiven. Instead, Echo Fox put up a very good fight, but Cloud9 still closed it out.
Yeah, they're still able to close it out, and I mean, Echo Fox had so many great moments that game, but it felt like they just kept falling a little bit short. They make a great play, and then they overreach and give something away. When they could have gotten a Baron, they could have gotten a Dragon, when they could have done these things, it felt like they always wanted too much. They get a kill on Sneaky, but no, let's go for the team fight still into the Elder Dragon. They force it into a choke. Orianna controls it. They lose the team fight. They lose the game. It always felt like they wanted one thing too much.
Yeah, and it almost felt like the opposite for Cloud9, where, you know, they had everything set up. They just need to do the simple thing and kind of make the next step, and they just didn't pull the trigger immediately. They did so well to build that advantage, and once they finally had it, they just didn't want to make the last step.
I think, if anything, that's the criticism for Cloud9 this game. They looked like they were playing scared. Coming off an 0-2 week, maybe they are.
Well, Echo Fox, pretty scary looking team, but to break down that win from Cloud9, let's send it over to Riv and the analysts.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time. And starting things off, just to say about this game, it was C9s, it was Echo Fox, it was C9s, it was Echo Foxes. What do we think about just how it ended overall?
I mean, I feel so bad for Froggen. I feel like Froggen won them this, like, Echo Fox's game 3 separate times. He wins the early game off all of his picks on Jensen. He wins the game in the mid game by getting a pick onto Jensen again to give Keith time to stall out to carry the game. And then he wins them the game the 3rd time in the late game, picking Sneaky in a team fight. And it's just, like, so sad that he didn't win this game with how well he was playing.
Absolutely. You saw First Blood as well going that way. Froggen getting a few kills on Jensen in the mid lane with the help of Acadian. What were your thoughts, Gara?
I thought Acadian played the early game really well. Like, they had the really clean plan, which was camp the shit out of Jensen. Okay, so Jensen just gets kept down the entire game. They almost get the first tower. The problem is, Gate and Keith didn't play bot lane well enough. What they should have done is they should have just conceded lane. Who cares if they're 20 CS behind? As long as they don't push up and lose first tower, Echo Fox is in the driver's seat.
And just to touch on that point, this was something we were talking about with Freeze last night on the alt stream, was like, in the current meta, sometimes your bot lane job is just to sit there and lose slightly. You can totally let your team carry. And that's the situation of Sivir, where if you don't lose your bot turret, you're going to get mid lane turrets soon. Like, you've been destroying Jensen in lane. Once you have that mid turret, opens the map up for R to get side roams off. And the fact that they lost the first turret and then started losing those turret trades really hurt Froggen's ability to get stuff done.
And we do see our first replay coming up 22 minutes in here. Cloud9 turning the engage onto Fox. And this was the one where he kind of, I believe Azale was saying, Fox looked desperate after having that bot lane lose. Froggen was trying to carry. They kept trying to go for these fights.
I think this is one of the few times you might be able to criticize Froggen. He jumped back over the wall as opposed to jumping to the right. If he jumps right there behind the Rengar in his front line, he's actually still in a good position to contribute to the fight. Slight mistake there, but ultimately Ori still was able to flash out, so they couldn't actually blow her up. And then once she was over the wall, it's really hard to win.
And I think we should say something about the game where we're always criticizing Froggen because we're not even considering Keith as an option to carry the game. Like, Keith had this game in the bag multiple times. Like, you look at he has 100 CS on top of the enemy AD. He's closing in on a 5-6 item time. They built Sterix, so they don't have that much armor to deal with the Sivir, and Sivir plus their front line, both Shen as well as the Rengar, can't team fight well enough to be able to get damage out.
Right. I mean, I think you can criticize the front line as well. I mean, there are a number of times where they just dove in and died at really bad times. And when you just have the enemy team having a Renekton and you have this 400 CS Sivir with 4 items, you can play a little bit more front to back, even though your team comp does have good dive. And I think a lot of those decisions really hurt Keith's ability to carry, though I don't think Keith did enough either. I
mean, in ways, we almost saw Cloud9 playing scared. You usually see that coming from a Rengar in a game. He's going to come from somewhere, he's going to come and pick you off. But like you said, that was coming from Froggen. So you have 2 of those threats that the AD carry somewhat gets to hide behind them diving in, but we still saw Keith on the back line, afraid to go in, afraid to attack with that damage.
Yeah, and I think for C9, I understand why they were playing a little bit scared. I mean, you got blown up by Froggen like 4 or 5 times over the course of that game. You might be a little gun shy at that point because you don't know where he is. And even like the last, fight of the game, he was still making those kind of plays.
All right, let's bring that one up. 45 minutes in. This one going the long haul here. The 3-for-1 for Cloud9 in the team fight.
As it starts off, Froggen gets the miracle pick. It's a 4v5 Sivir. Has almost 6 full items. How do they lose this fight? Watch the front line from Acadian and Looper. They go in, they don't go in at the same time. Keith doesn't walk up. No one follows up Looper. Looper just takes free damage. Keith is so scared of the Oriole right now. And now Impact makes his play from the back line. Impact essentially out front lines both the front line for Fox right here, and then the game's just over.
Yeah, and I mean, the Ori ball is something you have to be scared of, but you're so conscious of it at that point that that's all you really need to be scared of. You think Keith can play a little bit more aggressive, assuming he has spell shield up, and I know he has his flash up, so you can at least flash the Ori ball. So I think not going in with Shen, but also Acadian wasn't there, like you said. It was a very disjointed fight by the front line.
And this is a situation where they're behind 8k gold, and Froggen gets the pick on in a way that you can't even account for. It's like something that you're just like, oh my god, he did it. This is our chance, and they flubbed it.
Right, you expect the Sivir activation, the rushdown comp, and the rest of Cloud9 to disappear. Well, honors for that game is going over to Impact for player of the game, biggest effect in the team fights. Also, some of the Baron calls he did to disrupt what was going on there for Echo Fox inside, and really just give Cloud9 the upper hand in a lot of those fights by zoning out Keith.
I was really impressed, actually. Like I said in my analysis, Impact, I thought out front line both the front line from Echo Fox. By himself, one Renekton did more than Shen and Rengar. I think that it just speaks volumes about how he was able to control the pace of the fight and how he's able to push up pressure to the backline and get out.
And it was over the course of the whole game, too. He had that really important interrupt on Shen, which let the C9 bot lane start snowballing through there. And then he had the time he survived into the turret, also misplayed by Echo Fox, but he punished it very well. That gives them the huge tempo advantage, which gave them the turret lead. So a lot of the plays you can look at and see that they're mostly off the back of Impact.
All right, well, both teams getting their feet wet after a little bit of a break here in day 2 of week 6. We're going to step away for a quick break, but when we come back, it's game 2 between Cloud9 and Echo Fox. Stay with us. You're watching the North American LCS.
I'm going to fart. Oh. Can I request a gas mask? I'm going to provide those. You're going to have to suffer. I mean, you're going to have to enjoy.
Froggen needs to hit the charm flash from Jensen, dodges the skill shot, and now Acadian's in! First blood anyway! Looking for it again. Jensen, oh, so much damage. Chop lands a frog in.
We get by here. We get by here. Kill Lenga. Nice. I'm looking. I'm looking. Adi. No ulti. Yeah. I'm coming. Adi flash. No flash.
Contract gets it. Smoothie locks down gate. There's one as Contract leaves in for another. Flash will go to Frog. It's gonna now yet another kill for Cloud9.
They can start to get more aggressive.
Froggen, what a beast! Takes down Jensen over the wall. Gate only sitting at 3 items there, so if they can find a pick again, Sneaky goes down to Froggen.
Got deleted.
Now Impact is gonna go straight in for it, but Arcadian wants to blow some people up. Still fighting as best he can, but Jensen has a double. And now Keith is looking to go down. He pops a spell shield, but C9 gonna chase in. Impact, no contracts, gets that kill. Cloud9 just gonna put the final shots in, taking game 1 over Echo Fox.
Run free and dive into the sky. Hear the wind crying out its prayer. Why are we so ashamed to be alive? Break the chains and our freedom's ours to take. Look behind your back. Chase a light when the world is getting darker. I have a dream where love's the only side. So take my hand, join the army of the shadows. Going harder, we are more than numbers. Standing in this shade. Going louder, we are all one color. Standing in their way. Join the army of the shadows. Join the army of the shadows. Join the army of the shadows. Shadows, shadows. Join the army of the shadows. Join the army of the shadows. Going harder. We are more than numbers. Standing in their shade. Going louder. We are all one color. Standing in their way.
We're a team that has really high highs and low lows. So maybe it's like a gamble to see if we play high. It's like it's a no-brainer. I think we can definitely win easily. But it's like I don't know how we're gonna play as a team on that specific day. So it's gonna be I can't really predict it.
Welcome back to Game 2 between Cloud9 and Echo Fox. You hear from Keith there saying that Echo Fox, you know, is certainly a team that even themselves have kind of memes saying, you know what, it's a little inconsistent. I have to say for that game, actually felt relatively smooth.
It did. It did. They have some really bright spots, but they had some really bad spots too. And that's kind of the thing. You need consistency, right? And that is at least one thing that Cloud9 did show us last game.
Certainly did. I mean, Frog and Zari looking good. If you want to talk about high points for the team, their defensive play was good, and Froggen himself, pick after pick, looked like it could save or even win the game for his team.
Yeah, I mean, Froggen, I think, especially in the later stages of the game, had a lot of picks, but he wasn't able to really get a massive lane advantage and take over the game you would have hoped, as he got so much help in the early stages, ult after ult after ult, diving Jensen, and Jensen stayed relevant. Froggen didn't take over, but he did certainly give chances.
Yep, certainly looked good. On the other side for Cloud9, a strong mid-game lead, especially that they built up through really good map play, but just looked a bit hesitant to close out the game. I mean, individual play for all 10 players here looked very strong, but execution something we'll be looking at for both these teams.
Yeah, I think the thing with Cloud9 is just they felt a bit gun-shy, right? They're not willing to make any risky calls. They always wanted to look for the 100% win, and Echo Fox just wasn't giving it to them. They were playing smart enough around it that Cloud9 eventually would have to take some sort of risk, and it felt like they really never wanted to.
No, and that's kind of what separates a lot of good teams from great teams. Cloud9 still sitting atop the standings here, but if they want to hold on to that #1 spot, it needs to be a little bit more decisive. TSM from summer last year was a team that consistently made a decisive play, good or bad. Echo Fox feel like they might be fitting a similar vein. Cloud9 are very good at getting leads. Their individual talent across the board is insanely high. But if you want to win a championship, and that's kind of where we're looking to now that playoffs are somewhat on the horizon, Cloud9 need to just have a little bit more than just be good players and on a good team.
Yeah, I mean, you need that's something special, right? And TSM, I like that you brought that up. Bjergsen always talked about, he always went for the right call. When Doublelift came in, he was a guy who was able to bring them a little bit something different in the shot calling, going for the unexpected call, the thing that is a little bit riskier but has a big payoff, and sometimes you have to have the confidence to go for those. We'll see if they can.
On the thing for Echo Fox, consistency is something they want to find because they can prove with a string of strong performances that they are a top 4 team, not even just a playoff team because that feels like they're in contention, but if they want to prove they're a top team, they need to be really taking the fight to Cloud9. Did a good job in game 1. We'll see what happens here in the draft for game number 2. Shen and Malzahar banned by C9. Rengar and Varus banned for Echo Fox, so seeing a lot of champions that we did see in the last game, and also some of the bans kind of come out here in the first 6.
Yeah, a little bit of a change up there with the Shen, especially from Cloud9. They were willing to give that over second rotation to Echo Fox last time. We're not willing to do so this time. And definitely Looper was a little bit of a thorn in their side. They don't want to deal with the global presence.
Certainly don't, and LeBlanc also taken away. Again, a lot of these picks for Cloud9 side strike me as don't want to first pick them, but don't want to give them away when you're on blue side, so those all kind of make sense. We'll see what Echo Fox want to do with their last ban. We had a Jace ban from C9 as the last one in game 1. Echo Fox decided that Ryze is too good. We'll take that one away.
And so Jace, first pick is available. They have a number of options here, though. As I've said, I don't think that there's a clear #1 that you must go for. We've seen teams first picking AD carries. We've seen them first picking junglers. We've seen them first picking a lot of stuff. Greaves does make quite a bit of sense. His contracts had a great performance on it last time. Deathless, I do believe, highest damage on his team. And Rengar's taken away, too.
Yep, Arcadian also excellent on Graves, so going to put all the pieces together, and Cloud9 will first pick Graves here. We'll see how Echo Fox respond. Again, the metagame is flattening out a bit as far as overall power goes, so these trades that you would normally have seen in this spot don't feel nearly as impactful. It's not like I'm trading 7.2 Camille, 7.3 Camille for like 2 other good champions. I'm now trading Graves for a couple of other champions, and it feels a little bit more even.
And there's a ton of options still for Arcadian. Not sure if he really is comfortable on Elise, but there's Nidalee, there's Elise, there's Kha'Zix, there's a ton of other champions, Lee Sin even, that are still pretty highly prioritized. I'm actually pretty surprised to see the Nidalee this highly prioritized for Arcadian. He has played it a couple times, but it has never really had a huge impact. It always feels like it's very difficult for Nidalee to get involved in the later stages of the game. These are very squishy, it's tough to dive in, and unless you're a lot ahead, you're kind of relegated to throwing spears and healing.
Yeah, and you can see, I mean, Arcadian able to play aggressive and get early leads with Nidalee, so it's a champion that suits his playstyle, and we've seen it already. Asher is interesting from Echo Fox over something like Jhin, which could be considered the best AD carry available once Varus is banned away. Sneaky happy to take you here, and now Cloud9 are going to pick something else and see how Echo Fox respond, because one of the cool things about this phase is that you kind of trade like, hey, here's my reaction to your pick, and then here's my pick. How are you responding to this?
It certainly is. The Ashe, one thing to be said for it is that it has a stronger laning phase generally than the Jhin. I think it's much easier to participate in the fights on that Ashe than it is on something like a Sivir. You simply throw your ultimate. You can be spamming out volleys even if you don't feel safe to auto attack. So it's pretty easy for Keith to still be involved on this play.
And I think if Echo Fox do want to string together some strong team fighting, and they built a lot of that for themselves in game one, that makes sense here. Did a Rumble pick for Impact, I assume, so that'll be the top laner. But Karma, high priority here for Echo Fox, will complete the bottom lane. So again, we'll have a mismatch in this first phase, and now support bans start coming out for Echo Fox.
Yeah, a lot of priority on the bot lane, and now they're even banning away the support that Smoothie used to kind of even it out through that threat of playmaking ability. So they're going to have Karma, they're going to have Ashe, and they should be able to shove in Jhin pretty easily unless Smoothie can get something to mix that up.
Well, there's Camille banned actually for Cloud9, so again, targeting top lane. They already know that Rumble will be Impact will be taking Rumble, excuse me, so want to set up that lane as best they can. But I'm expecting a bottom lane-centric ban for Echo Fox, but maybe they want to tag a champion from Jensen. Hard to say just yet. We'll give them 10 seconds to see where they want to go with it.
One thing I do wonder a little bit about is the fact that Cloud9 both banned Shen and picked Rumble. I feel like if you're willing to pick Rumble, you should be willing to go into a Shen. Yes, it still has the global presence, which can be frustrating, but it's such a good lane matchup that you're almost like banning out the champion you want to counter.
Yeah, a little strange there for Cloud9, putting a lot of priority on top lane as Talon was the ban for Echo Fox. I know that it's a champion that's been rising up in other regions. Had a quick chat to Jensen this morning. He said, you know, I've been practicing it here and there. I think a lot of the mid laners will have their eyes on that assassin. And there's a Cassiopeia ban from Cloud9. So kind of weird to see two mid lane bans as the last one. So we'll see what Echo Fox does here in the first pick for phase 2.
I mean, last draft there was so much mid lane focus. So many of those big ticket picks were banned away from Jensen and Froggen. They both had quite solid games. I mean, Froggen obviously the standout there. And Gnar, we saw this in the EU LCS. It was brought back. A lot of people feel like with some of the nerfs to other champions, plus the buffs to Fervor, that's something that Gnar loves to play with, that he can be pretty successful up there.
Yeah, I mean, Gnar, a champion we saw a ton of last year. So curious to see how Lupa does with that champion. Certainly a champion he has plenty of experience on. As Cloud9 maybe locking in Jace here. They do have to finish off their team comp, looking for a mid laner and a support by the looks of things. Have pretty good information. Happy to blind pick Jace here for Jensen. We'll see what Smoothie wants best Karma.
It's interesting that Corki has kind of just fallen off a cliff. You know, Corki was picked so much in the last patch, and even though the nerfs didn't seem that massive, obviously they have been very impactful, and no one is really willing to pick it. It was getting first rounded. It was always the, oh, that's what you pick when you blind pick your mid lane. But now, haven't seen it at all, 7.4.
Yeah, a little interesting. Kind of curious to see how that worked out, as Tom Kent's actually the pick here for Smoothie. Always good into the Ashe. Lane matchup's going to be tough, though.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough lane matchup. You can threaten the all-in, though. That is the one thing I think people really underestimate about Tahm Kench. People always talk about how bad his laning is, but they're forgetting the fact that this guy can flash on you. If he hits a Q, he flashes on you, he exhausts you, he will be able to get back in range, get the 3 stacks, and set himself up, right? So the gank pressure is there, especially when followed by a Gen root.
Certainly like it, but there's a Nivea for Froggen, so we go through all this song and dance to give Froggen the counter pick, only to see a Nivea once again. Which is always strange to me, because I feel like Froggen would play this into almost anything.
Yeah, he would, but I mean, obviously he feels like it's more advantageous for them to last pick this than it is for them to last pick something else, right? The top lane was already shown earlier, so why would you save that for last, right? You've already shown your bot lane and your jungle, so there's no reason to save anything except the mid lane for last, just in case there's something crazy that comes out, right? Even if you don't always get the counter pick, it still is the most intelligent choice in this setup.
I just feel like there's this elaborate setup, you know, Froggen's like reading the runes, he's kind of going through everything, they're going through the draft notebook,
Seeing all the
and
numbers,
he's like,
beautiful mind style.
a Nivea.
Yeah, the equation always comes out, a Nivea.
Well, Froggen's certainly shown up on unconventional picks before. He's already looked great in the last game. We'll see how Nivea looks here in this one. Coach is going to shake hands, and we'll get ourselves primed and ready for our second game between Cloud9 and Echo Fox. I'm not sure Cloud9 wanted this much resistance coming into their first series back, but Echo Fox put up a real fight in the first one. We'll see if they can equalize it and bring our series to a third game.
A lot of attention for me going to be on Akadi in this game. You know, he wants to bounce back from last week's performance on the Nidalee here. I think it may be tough for him to do it.
Yeah, I mean, the way the draft worked out for junglers, I feel like Cloud9 had a pretty straightforward pick of Graves with Rengar being banned away. So we'll see if Akadi can play
the Gnar plushies.
Perfect timing.
That guy's super happy right now. He's like, I can't believe it. I got 2 of them, and there's another one on the screen. That makes 3.
That's so many Nas. Well, we'll see what happens here in this one. Cloud9 vs Echo Fox, round 2. Cloud9 up a game here in the series. We'll see if they can complete the sweep, but certainly games don't get any easier in this half of the season. Cloud9 have FlyQuest to play again this weekend, and the wins always matter, but the back end of the season, if Cloud9 are looking to retain first, they just need to win out as much as possible, because not dropping first throughout the regular season would be impressive from them.
It really would, and that's certainly what they're looking to do. They're trying to get better and better, and with the fall of TSM and C9 getting better with the addition of contracts, people felt like this is their time, right? This is the year for C9 to come and return back to their former glory, and they're going to have to stay on track.
Well, we'll see what happens here. Everyone, once again, just kind of fanning out, seeing what they can see. Contracts hiding in that pixel brush. Everybody loves to hang out there. Impact doing circles with him as well. Just Flame speedering away. And I believe that's Dino now, so Plushie's looking even better now.
Minions have spawned.
I don't know, not quite the skin.
It's a good one. That was very adorable. And then it kills you. You're like, don't like it as much as I thought I did. You see Smoothie taking some volleys there from Keith. Definitely curious to see what the 2v2 looks like in this game. I mean, Keith and Gate didn't fall too far behind, but definitely pressure advantage was there for Sneaky and Smoothie.
I mean, what it should look like is Echo Fox pushing in C9 very heavily and getting an advantage as long as they don't get ganked, right? And as long as they don't overstep. They need to be very cognizant of where their opponents are, of trying to take away those gank paths and playing it safely. Because if they shove to their opponent's turret, Jin and TK have incredible gank assists.
Kind of curious there from Cloud9 trying to steal away a Raptor camp, or at least some of them, but kind of leashes it for free for Arcadian. Well, split the experience and Contracts will go start his jungle route, but don't mind the invade attempt, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, Graves and Rumble have such good AoE that they're thinking, hey, we can zip in, and as long as we're not spotted, we will be able to grab this up very quickly. So they didn't actually notice the trinket ward that was in the river, and that is what gave it away to Echo Fox and made it look a little silly. Otherwise, you're probably sitting here thinking, hey, that's pretty smart.
Well, good reaction there from Echo Fox. Is Gate already throwing out the poke. Smoothie just doing what he can, trying to help out with the CSing with the Targons. And Jensen already getting aggressive. Jace is a champion that has very good lane matchups.
Yeah, he really does, especially when you have the minion advantage. Because if you shove in your opponents under the turret, there's no minions to block the shock blast, and you can get those clear empowered shock blasts. That's when you can really poke people out and start to take hold.
Well, we'll see how Froggen navigates another different Anivia matchup for him. I think by the end of the season, Froggen would have played a rather curious spread of matchups of X versus Anivia, but no stranger getting pushed in here. Should last hit those just fine. Smoothie goes a little wide on the Q. But again, this is kind of where Cloud9 expect to be in this bottom lane. Keith and Gate really just want to push in and kind of back away safely and try and, I guess, hope that Sneaky misses some of the CS awkwardly under turret.
Yeah, and if they do get poked out too much, then that is something where you can look to set up dives, you can look to make plays around that. But they're always going to have good warding, and I think that's something that Acadian wants to help them out with here, to keep them safe, to allow them to push. So that's a lot of what the job is for the Nidalee this game. Get inside the jungle, ward it out, pressure the Graves so that your bot lane can have free reign.
Acadian actually looking for an invade here. Was spotted on this side, but takes the big Raptor away nice and quickly. Nidalee so fast through the jungle as Contracts wants to get some back. Does get most of the little ones, but Acadian took the big camp out already.
And it's just the information that they get, right? Look at all the damage that C9 is taking here. As long as Echo Fox don't make the mistake, but that right there, that is something that can get turned around. Not with this big of a minion wave, but if you get rooted up, the CC chain can come out and you can go down.
Gate and Keith played a little more conservatively, but looks good there as it's continually applying pressure. Almost 10 CS ahead, so that's looking good as Contracts might fancy a gank, but a nice ward there is going to spot him coming through behind mid lane. And Froggen definitely knows how to play safe in kind of every situation.
I mean, Sneaky and Smoothie are out of pots. They're going to have to base probably after this wave, if not before. And that's definitely a tough spot to be in. They're going to lose quite a bit of experience. They're going to lose some CS here, and they're not going to be too happy about that.
Contracts trying another invade, but Arcadian already finished the camp. So Contracts feeling a little...
Flash was forced on Gate.
Alright, probably got caught under the turret.
My guess is he actually had to flash a Jin route there. That's something that can happen pretty easily. As I said, you have to respect the potential of the all-in. Even though you have the pressure, it can get turned around on you. But they are heavily ahead in that farm right now and looking good.
Yeah, I mean, Sneaky's going to stay here and clean up the rest of the CS, but Smoothie's already gone back. Sneaky's sticking around, but it's a little dangerous here if he goes too far forward. Gate goes back, though. Risky play from Sneaky, but it's going to pay off there.
The wrap around.
Impacting Contracts looking for Looper. He's about to wear off Meganar. Doesn't have a hop right now. Good wallop, gets both. And then crunches out to safety. Going to be mini farm, gets a bit of extra speed there from Auto Hyper. And Looper almost turned that around in a 1v2.
Yeah, that was actually really nicely played there from Looper. Does not have to blow the flash or anything. Chunks out the enemy jungler. This gives Acadian some confidence to go in, and now we're going to see how that flash.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, it's the root. So there you go. He had to flash the root. As expected, under the turret, had to flash it. You cannot risk the threat of that.
And now Keith's going to go back with a CS lead and a BF sword. So things looking good there. Sneaky sticking around for quite a long time. Gives Smoothie some room to go. Roaming is actually towards the mid lane, but so is Arcadian.
Well, Acadian is behind Jensen. We know how much they picked on him last game. Here they come.
Gate's here as well, trying to kind of corral him around. Acadian going to move in.
Nice
Good thundering blow from Jensen into the turret there as well, but he's out of mana. Very nearly got a kill.
So well played from Jensen. Just even the fact that he doesn't have to blow summoners is a big win for him there. Knocking Acadian out of the leap, keeps himself safe, almost turns around a kill.
Jensen, again, sticking around. Both mid lane is low on mana, so Jay's feeling like he can probably push a little harder, given he's AD-based. Contracts and Smoothie still around the area as Impact goes back, buys himself a Haunting, guys. Grabs the refillable and probably going to TP back to lane here. Looper looks like he's already gone back as well, and 20 CS up for Impact in the top lane. He's quietly crept up to a nice advantage.
Yeah, that's pretty big, especially when you think about the fact that he started with a Ruby Crystal. This was not even a Doran Shield, which would be kind of the preferable laning item. So he's able to get away with that. No disadvantage, gets very quickly to that Haunting, guys. Nice start.
Impact walks up as well. Now Looper's the one caught without a teleport, as he did get himself back to lane. So we'll see if he can do something with that Rumble ultimate. Perhaps if Cloud9 want to make an early play for the Infernal Drake, say, there is the first Drake that spawned here. Sneaky though, feeling a little bit better. Gonna try and play catch up on CS, and Gate and Keith should be back to their old.
This is a flashless Gate, remember. If they go too far forward now that Sneaky and Smoothie, yes, they are behind, but with no flash on the summoner, if the wave is not a big wave, and they don't get poked down too much like they're doing right now, they can look to turn.
Keith has ulti as well, so he's really laying into Smoothie. He's only level 4. Some desyncing on the experience there. Sneaky 6 as well for a potential play, but there's no jungler intervention right now. Keith does eat a pretty healthy amount of damage from that dancing grenade. So it should be okay apart from that. Like you said, very tense for a potential all-in, but Keith and Gate staying strong. Jensen going to go ahead and take the blue buff for himself and continue trying to bully the lane as much as he can. Froggen, though, has kept up nicely in CS, so no real lead there, as Anivia with ultimate's pretty good at reversing the waves in mid very quickly. Now Froggen might even fancy getting some vision down, eat some honey for it, and maybe can look for roams as well.
It's interesting that Froggen didn't go tier this game, actually. I wonder if he'll pick up a late tier or if he's just going to try to play it with Roa or perhaps Roa Morellos, things like this. Because Anivia is so mana hungry, you typically see people go double mana items. Although this build does give you more combat power faster as you get to the Roa and you build into more AP. Sometimes you can just go boom.
Yeah, Looper Meganar was a really good timing on a gank from Arcadian sneaking in, but now not nearly as much threat. I mean, Impact's very far up here, but Arcadian just doesn't even fancy some harass. He's going to leave Looper in the lane by himself.
Yeah, it's tough to show topside for a harass like that. I think if that's mid lane or if that's bot lane, you do it. But with an Infernal Dragon on the table, do you really want to show to poke him a little bit when that might mean Graves is doing the Dragon immediately?
Don't think so. So Arcadian smartly backs away and now moves back towards the bottom half of the map. Sneaky low again. But they're still playing confidently, and now Contracts is going to come down. Maybe the low health bars will be a bait for Echo Fox's duo lane.
It could be, but I mean, if Acadian is here too, they are very low, and it certainly would be heavily in the favor of Echo Fox unless Acadian face checks here.
He's going to face check. Q's going to land in. Contracts with a big amount of damage already. Arcadian has to get over the wall. The Jinru's a little early, but now the ulti's going to move in. Contracts flashes in for the vision. First blood goes to Contract, and now he's on the Drake.
This transitions perfectly into that dragon. Actually pretty comical. Grabs himself the first blood looking for this, but Keith and Gate want to get the return kill here. Will they get the angle on Sneaky? They're looking for it.
Keith fires, finds Sneaky. Great pickup from Smoothie.
I like how he autos a creep before he does that after sitting in the bush. Not the best, but Jensen in some trouble here. May have to flash out.
Rogan's got blue buff, so he's going to keep moving for it. Jensen, though, has his summoners up, so it does flash away as soon as he hears the ultimate sound.
Yeah. And I mean, to be even more safe, you might have wanted to flash before that chill does land. And this is just Acadian face checking into the graves. Always the risk you run when you're trying to maintain that vision control. And we talked about what he's trying to do. He's trying to keep the bot lane safe to be able to continue bullying, but he does end up getting punished. It's not only the first blood, easy transition into the Inferno.
Flawless there for Contract.
Oh, Jensen has no flash.
Stuck around, but he's here with Smoothie, and I assume Sneaky there. Oh, that's Contracts. Never mind, that'll do. Flash Q there from Smoothie, going to slow down Froggen. There's the exhaust down as well. Now he's going to Glacial Storm, but a root from Jin's going to spell disaster.
Yeah,
Tom Kench looking a little hungry. He's going to make an omelet. Jensen's going to get the kill.
That flash is way too much from Froggen. He was going nowhere. You're flashing into your opponent's Raptor buff to try to escape. All he accomplishes with that is an easier return gank for the other team.
Well, I'll take it. And that next kill does go to Jensen, so mid-jungle duo looking good early on for Cloud9. EchoFox kind of struggling to get things off the ground in the early game, but they didn't have a huge lead with the kills that they got in the early game, and they still managed to play well in game one. So for once, I'm not too concerned that EchoFox aren't roaring out of the gates immediately.
No, there's no reason to be too concerned, but certainly the fact that they had kind of this really tough bot lane and aren't massively behind, and the fact that Nidalee, in my opinion, is more powerful in the early game. You have the speed clear and stuff. It's harder to get involved later. And that is more what's concerning.
Impact actually waits it out. Good ultimate there as Contract's not coming in for the 2v2. Lupa forced to flash away. And Impact has really been crushing this lane. 35 CS ahead right now. Might even just try and take this turret.
Yeah, I mean, Looper is very low there. They will be able to defend with the Nidalee. Too risky of a dive without Equalizer available. But still, nicely played from Cloud9. Contract's in position to support his top laner as he needs to push in the wave. That is very good play.
And Jensen and Froggen just farming back and forth. Froggen does have that Rod of Ages completed. No tier just yet. Feel like connection might not be there at all. And yeah, Keith knows he has to be careful. In fact, they're going to open up. Gate could be the target. Heal's already used. Smoothie pretty tanky, and EchoFox going to TP in. Smoothie getting one down. That could be a kill. Not quite enough, and Froggen makes it down. Good flash from Sneaky. Not going to get himself arrowed, and Froggen chases a little bit further, but not too far. Oh, great snipe! And immediately the sweep, and is like, yep, I was on a ward.
Sneaky makes it the 1-for-1. Froggen TP bot. We'll see if they can get anything more here. They want to continue to pressure, but Jensen and Contracts roaming down here. Remember, this is a flashless Froggen. He's likely going to be having tough times getting out of this one.
Oh, Contract zips through the wall. Froggen no egg either. Keith not going to get snapped, but Froggen turns it around. Contracts just a little too far forward, although Jensen looks for the all-in. Needs Froggen, gets the kill, and that'll be a trade.
Jensen is able to pick it up, but another TP coming in. Will Impact match? Yes, but very late.
Yeah, Acadian's here as well, and that's 3v1 for Jensen right now. He exhausts down, he tries to get Looper. Sneaky might be able to get the shot down he needs. There's going to be the return kill. Impact, no ultimate though. Not able to turn that play around.
Yeah, Impact TPing in very late without the ult. Pretty far back in lane 2. But they do get another kill. They keep them safe, and the ultimate is available for Impact now.
Cloud9 though, just going to back off. Nothing really to take here. So Keith will clear out the rest of the minions. And pretty interesting reaction there for both sides down towards the bottom lane. Even trades across the board as far as kills goes. We'll watch the situation again.
Yeah, this is the danger that you run. Dashing into the Anivia ultimate. Froggen lands the full combo. Contract's not tanky at all at this stage in the game. Will go down, but then the flashless Froggen should have been able to get out of that one if he hadn't wasted his flash earlier. Will go down in the trade kill, and now the TP's. Looper is already here, but does not land enough damage to take Sneaky out, thanks to the exhaust coming in, and with Impact arriving, it's got to be a back off, so ends up being a pretty even trade.
Yeah. Looper, really nice TP, but EchoFox can't get too much more out of the play. Jensen, though, starting to push the waves in and roam around. Serrated Dirk done. Ghostblade also finished, so he's doing a lot of damage to these targets with no armor at this point. And Mininar is awfully squishy.
He is, and Equalizer's here, and so is Jace.
Impact gonna look in for it, just need to snipe. That's an easy kill for Jensen.
Nicely played, not even wasting that Equalizer there. They're gonna be able to have that for later. Now level 11 with the double spell pen items. That is kind of the big PowerPoint people like to talk about on the Rumble. You really can put out huge amounts of damage now, and they could actually look to dive this Nidalee. Contracts quickly moving up to the top side if he stays around.
Nice awareness from Cloud9. Contracts just got spotted, but he's going to try and chase down Arcadian. Equalizes there for the slow red buffs here as well, but Contract just needs a little bit more from the ultimate. Great. Going to dive in to try and get it down. He wants it so bad. Great cancel.
Nice. That was perfectly done with the ultimate animation cancel there. You can't even see the ultimate dashing and gets the instant auto after. Great mechanics from Contracts, chasing down Arcadian and getting that kill.
First turret going to go over to Cloud9 as well. Impact going to collect the lion's share of the extra gold. Jensen doesn't dodge that stun. Froggy going to poke him down. Ghostblade in, gets walled back.
Oh, here comes Keith looking for the arrow.
Arrow's good. Hits Jensen. Now Froggen, can he get the follow-up? Needs to slow it down. The stun is good. Chill's going to be there, but Sneaky and Smoothie going to try and turn it around. Gate splashes in at Smoothie. Flash scoops up Sneaky to get him out of the way. Great health is there, but Froggen's going to cut them off with the wall. Smoothie just can't get through it all. He's going to go down to keep it. Now Sneaky wants to turn it around. There's the second shot. Third is in, and Contract's still going to leap forward. Out of bullets for Jin, though. And that should be the rest of that play.
Nice play there from Echo Fox, and Smoothie and Sneaky come in, but they didn't really want to be there. And Echo Fox got another kill.
Yeah, Froggen playing a little too far forward. Echo Fox don't want to overextend on the play, and they will back off. Sneaky going to clean out the rest of these minions with a bit of extra help from Contracts.
And here it is, the face check. Froggen plays so well around vision in the mid lane. I love to talk about this every time I watch this guy play. It feels like at least a couple times every single game, he will find these sorts of picks. He's kind of famous for playing in these mid lane side bushes. Right here, he always has it pink warded, controls vision, gets picks with the Anivia stun and wall. It's very, very effective. So very well played from Froggen as per usual. And the bot lane of Echo Fox is working out quite well this game. Keith is off to the races a little bit. 2-0-3, up quite a bit in CS. Good sign for Echo Fox.
Yeah, he's approaching kind of the first power point for Ashe. Got the Rune and Hurricane, so that's going to accelerate some of the farm, but you really want 2 items to get things going as Ashe, and it does get better from there. Sneaky is actually going more lethality this time as well, so maybe he feels like he needs to have a bit more impact in the early game. For A, because he's behind, but B, because he's going to get a little outscaled as well.
And I mean, the Edge of Night is still a strong item. It's just not maybe always the right item, which is, I think, a good change.
Seems good against Ashe and Nivea at all.
Yeah.
The C9 going to try and take the Infernal. Drake does go over. Contract smites it. Looper here, though. He's already mega big ulti. Gets 3 on the scoop, and Sneaky's blocked down as well. Keith also fighting into Contracts, who dived in there. Now Smoothie going to go down as well. 2 clean kills for Echo Fox.
Echo Fox playing that team fight so much better. Impact with... He just tagged a support with the tag of the ultimate. Are looking to turn it around, though.
Looper going to block this. Last shot. No one in sight. Stun onto Impact as well. Froggen might even turn it around more. He flashes in for the chill. Doesn't quite get the kill. TFT's going to burn him down, but Scrap Shield keeps Impact healthy.
That is risky stuff. They do get the passive out of Anivia. Not able to get any more, though, and it does cost Impact his flash as well as Keith grabbing that bot lane turret.
Well, nice little trade there for Echo Fox, starting to feel like still play these moments and execute well, but not overextending nearly as much as Sneaky. Takes the big raptor from Arcadian. He does have his smite up. So he'll be happy for a bit of extra gold.
No, Sneaky face check.
Oh, another face check from Sneaky. Has to flash out, but the root's still going to land in. Gate might finish us off on his own. Just needs to land another Q. Arcadian already down, and Gate doesn't quite get it. Jensen going to get eaten up, and there's a triple kill for Jensen.
That got turned around so hard. Gate actually popped his mantra after he'd already used his Q, so he didn't have the cooldown to use the spell. Then as it comes back up, Smoothie eats Sneaky, keeps him out of safety there. Does stay alive, and as you can watch here again, Sneaky with the face check, and then the mantra comes up. He does pop it, doesn't have his Q now, and by the time it comes back up, there it is. Dodge is out, nicely played there by Smoothie, and a huge turnaround. That Jace now has 6 kills.
Yeah, 6-2-2 for Jensen. Building swiftly towards the edge of night. Gonna try and take down a turret as well. Contract's backing onto Froggen, but here's Sneaky and Smoothie again. Oh, the Cinder catches him. Contract actually snipes him out of the air.
This is interesting. Sneaky has actually gone back to the BF sword. He could be going to the IE anyway, and it may have just been something where the gold he based with was enough for some of that armor pen.
Good arrow by Keith. Impact still chasing. Oh my god.
Keith, why did you stay? You were fine.
Well, Cadian gets the trade, but that was a lot of damage. And Cloud9, again, still up on tempo, going to take this outer turret as well. EpicSkillshot starting to see a little bit of that sloppiness again. They were making good picks and good trades, but now Cloud9 going to take everything.
Yeah, the cracks are definitely starting to show. They had a great play around Dragon. They reach for more. They get punished. They lose 2 turrets. They lose a kill. And it is starting to feel a little bit rough as they're falling behind, and it's double Infernal on Cloud9,
yeah.
Which just makes it even worse since it is a 4 damage comp, right? Even the jungler, even the top laner getting a lot out of that bonus ADAP.
And Edge of Night now done for Jensen, so that poke's going to look good. Black Cleaver pretty far through as well. He also picks up cooldown boots. So Jace is one of those champions that is very strong at 2 to 3 items. Jensen will have his highest point power-wise in the game right now. We'll see if Cloud9 can abuse that power to grow their lead further. But if they get that lead, can they make it look a little cleaner than the first game? Because you have to think that the one big thing you tell Cloud9 between games 1 and 2 is you guys had it, just play a little more decisively.
Yeah, certainly. And I think they will have to with this kind of composition because they don't have a tank to really buffer themselves into the late game. So if it does stall out, it could look pretty bad for them. The CPR boots are interesting on Jace, though. It does feel a little bit greedy against a team Anivia stun, all the stuns from Gnar, Ash Arrow. He's not building a QSS, he doesn't have cleanse. So if he does get tagged, although he has a ton of gold on him right now, he could go down very easily.
He's pushing sideways out right now, so Cloud9 doing their preparation, trying to snowball this mid-game advantage they have. You can see already up almost 5,000 gold. And this a little bit of poke on the gate takes 40% of his health or so.
Just a little.
Not bad.
Not bad. Smidgen of poke there.
Pulls out from Sneaky. Equalizer also trying to tag him. There's 2 carries. Froggen going to take the last bullet, but doesn't go down. Pretty tanky with the Rod of Ages. Cloud9 now going to collapse on this mid-tier 2 turret.
Impact has not really been on point with his ultimates this game. To be fair, they don't have the CC to set him up. It's not like they're playing, you know, Nautilus Rumble with support or any sort of CC to set him up for it. So he just kind of have to throw them out. But he has had a lot more whiffs than hits with his equalizers this game.
We'll say the other abilities, though, looking good for Impact.
Yep.
Played well in lane, has a big CS lead, has been with his team grouping and dealing out damage from kind of that melee range. So
definitely still having a really good game for himself. But the equalizer, as we know, is so important, and there's a lot of focus on it from both sides.
yeah, I mean, it's the defining part of Rumble's kit, and he's a very unique champion. So see if Impact can kind of sharpen that accuracy. Cloud9, though, again, not yet going to force down another turret. Impact actually has to tend to a wave in the bottom lane, so he'll take that one down. Contract's going to go back. And EpicSkillshot sticking together, knowing that getting picked off is a very easy possibility for Cloud9, given all the poke and pick built into this comp.
Looper is honestly like kind of struggling here.
Yeah.
When you look at his item purchases and stuff, it's 23 minutes into the game, he doesn't have a completed item. He has a Hex Drinker, but still, that's a component. He doesn't even have anything finished. He's kind of building a little bit all over the place. And when you go those routes, you tend to be very, very weak.
And that's how he's feeling right now. I mean, down a huge hole in CS as well. Impact is closing in on 80 or so. Might even make it 100 by the time the game's ended. And a nice control word onto Barry means that Cloud9 are fully aware of the things they want to be playing around. In fact, 10 seconds until the next Drake. They're going to rotate down, try and take this mountain.
It kind of feels like Looper was thinking, hey, I'm going to go Frozen Mallet. Ooh, maybe I'm too far behind. He may just be building into full tank, kind of opting out of any sort of damage build at this point, which could be smart given that they do have 380 carries on Cloud9.
Oh, good equalizer. Contract splashes straight in for it. Jin going to chase them down. Gates eating a lot of damage, splashes out of the way. Now Looper going to get burnt down. He's just not that tanky. Snared up by the Jin. Does get the ulti down, but it only gets Impact. His Zombie just through everything smoothly. Going to scoop him up as the arrow goes wide. Contract nails a double as he snipes out Gate with his ultimate. And now Jensen just straight in for the play on a rampage. Takes down Keith.
And C9 is not going to stop. They're going to continue to push in here. Anivia will get zoned off. They will get the inhibitor 24 minutes in.
Much more decisive from Cloud9. They break straight through the middle and take down the inhibitor. Froggen.
Have to remember, this is how last game looked. They got 2 inhibitors right around this time last game. Now from here, they have a great gold lead. They have an aggressive team composition. They need to be able to close out, but it was a good engage from Cloud9. Use the equalizer to slow them down. The Jin ulti is very disruptive. And EpicSkillshot is just in full retreat because they didn't have Froggen there from the start. Not much they can really do once that fight has already started. Jensen's so strong at this point, could just go straight in.
Yep, Smoothie helps him with the dive. Jensen flashes out. Cloud9 secure the Mountain Drake with it all told. Suddenly 8,000 gold ahead. Arcadian's going to take a pretty crucial Scuttle Crab, give him a little bit of bonus vision around the Baron. Clear the controller out as well, but Cloud9's next point of attack is pretty obvious. They're going to run towards the Baron now.
Yeah, exactly. You can pressure that. This is not the key inhibitor to kind of go for Baron. Obviously, the bot lane one is the best because that is so far away. Whereas you can clear out the mini waves in mid lane pretty easy and still get by that Baron. But Cloud9 definitely has a lot of options on the table. Step one is controlling vision. Maintain vision around the Baron. Push that vision up into your opponent's jungle on this side of the map, then start to threaten top side, and you can rotate from the top side to the Baron back and forth once you know that that is clear of vision.
And you can see Cloud9 very methodical here, doing it all together as a team, even going to pressure the top tier 2 and create more space for themselves on this side of the map.
Yeah,
Cloud9
force out the TP from Looper, or take the turn for free.
Oh, gonna kill! Equalizer again! Contract's just on a rampage! Sneaky snipes a second kill. It's just too much poke from Cloud9.
Oh, I mean, the Jace in combination with the Graves ult there and the Jhin, they don't even have to set up for Baron. They can just walk right in. And with super minions in the mid lane, they could actually just go for the end right now.
Might try for it. Should at least get pressure down. Smoothie busy tanking Nexus turrets. The contract zooms in. There's one Nexus turret. Echo Fox. Do they have time to even defend this next one? 15 seconds on both Arcadian and Keith. And the pokes just keeps coming.
Yeah, the minions are still there. Cloud9 can just walk right in. This turret is gone.
Yeah,
this game is gone.
Looks like the game's absolutely gone. Impact burns down one. Jensen just trying to pad some stats, zone the rest of them out. The Nexus exposed, and in just under 27 minutes, Cloud9 complete the sweep.
How is that for decisive? Cloud9 smashed Echo Fox in game 2. They get the big lead, and they close this one out.
Strong looking stuff there for C9, we said. The lead you built was good, didn't execute quite as cleanly in game 1. They pick an even more aggressive comp, get a similar sort of lead, and just crush Echo Fox there.
Yeah, I mean, they looked so good. The big lead for Echo Fox was in the bot lane this one, and they could not convert to anything. Keith was getting caught out. He was getting picked off quite a bit. He started very strong, but top lane was getting smashed by Impact. Mid lane, pretty even. The jungle was going towards contracts, and it just felt like Echo Fox a couple times overreached and got punished big time.
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw a little bit more control from them, which was good to see, where they saw the opportunity, made the play, and then didn't extend themselves too far. But you have to think of that one moment near Cloud9's base even, which you have to think, what are you even doing there trying to make a play? They get punished, Jensen gets a triple kill, and then it just feels like it's too far removed at that point. I mean, continually we saw Jace and Graves team up together to just pick people off from a screen away, and they had Jhin as well just for a bit of extra insurance or to start that all up. Like, it's tough as a almost full damage comp to win when you're behind, and especially when it gets later. But Cloud9 was so far ahead that comp's very easy to execute in that stage.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of long-range damage that they have, the Jhin ultimate plus the Rumble ult, that already creates so much chaos. Then if Jensen lands a Shock Blast combo, Graves throws out his ult, they're killing people from a whole screen away.
And I mean, we've seen comps like this fail for teams as well. These are much harder to play. Rumble has been a champion that seems like a sore point. A lot of top laners think that this is such a strong champion, one of the best champions you can have in top lane, but the ceiling on the champion's pretty high, and the floor's not that low either. So being able to play it effectively, you even mentioned it, Impact had a great lane, looked pretty good, and still wasn't making the equalizer look like that good of an ultimate.
And I mean, the one thing that is very important about having that Rumble is it gives you the diverse damage profile, right? Because you have a triple AD carry composition. That, in particular, makes it so easy to itemize against if there isn't the Rumble in the top lane. But this time they have a huge AP threat. You need to build MR as well.
Well, we mentioned it already. We actually are going to cover the post-game here. Let's have a look at Jensen's triple kill, where Echo Fox did kind of overextend in this play. So this part looks okay.
Yeah, I mean, this is after they had already won the fight at Dragon. They win a team fight, they get that, and then they push up way too much here. They're trying to take down Sneaky, and the reward was not worth the cost. Even if you get Sneaky there, triple over to Jensen, pretty rough.
Yeah, and like you said, they were firmly on Cloud9 side of the map, like almost trying to knock down an inhibitor turret without doing the business of taking the tier 2s. So Jensen just comes straight down from mid, cleans up a very easy kill, 3 kills for himself, and then that just catapults Jason to too much of a gold lead.
Yeah, once Jace is that far ahead, anytime you land a shock blast is pretty devastating. And we were able to see that, 24 minutes into the game, C9 pushing in, are able to take down a couple people here.
And this is their combat work.
Exactly, and you see the equalizer to start it out. You have the long-range engage from the Jhin, plus the Jace. This is the whole point of the composition, attacking your opponents before they can ever actually respond. And the big problem here for Echo Fox was they have their team that needs to be together with the tank, with Froggen zoning. Their whole team works well together as a 5-man squad, but they were not together. Froggen was not there, and Cloud9 has such an easy time of engaging, so they didn't really inspect for
And you can
that.
see Mountain Drake and 2 Infernals for Cloud9 there. Huge snowball as far as the goal difference goes. And then damage from everywhere. Like, Jensen's a standout here with almost 18,000, but everyone but Smoothie was doing significant damage and contributing to what was a very short game for Cloud9.
And this is what these full damage comps look like when they are successful. Everyone is contributing, everyone is a threat. It makes it very, very hard to answer, and that's why they become so compelling for the teams, because it seems like, hey, well, how can they actually answer us if any one of us can kill them all, right? But it doesn't always work like that. When you do fall behind, it can look pretty bad.
And that might make it tough to decide who our player of the game is. We don't have to make up our mind just yet, but I think Condrix and Jensen are both in the conversation here.
Yeah, I think certainly Sneaky has had a really good series for himself as well. I mean, most of Cloud9 looked very good in this series. As you pointed out after last game, it was more just about team shot calling, not being able to close out the first one very quickly. But this one, they were extremely decisive and looked about as good as you can.
Certainly looking good after the break. But after this break, we have a rematch between rivals TSM and Counterlogic Gaming. Before we go there, though, we have an update on the last Reggie and Hotshot bet.
I'm Hotshot GG from Counterlogic Gaming, and I'm here because I lost a bet. I lost the bet to Andy Din.
Today I'm here to watch Hotshot get a TSM tattoo on his face.
So the bet was whoever won in week 3,
the losing party would get the other team's logo on their face.
I'm not feeling great. I've kind of dreaded this day. I marked it on my calendar.
Oh my god, my cheeks hurt so much. I generally don't smile this much, so my cheeks are actually sore.
I can't see it. What the? No!
Oh my god.
I'm Hotshot GG from Counterlogic Gaming, and I'm here because I lost a bet. I lost the bet to Andy Din,
Hi guys, I'm Andy Din,
my arch nemesis.
and I'm here today because I want to bet against CLG.
So the bet was whoever won in week 3.
The losing party would get the other team's logo on their face.
I'm not feeling great. I've kind of like dreaded this day. I marked it on my calendar.
Today I'm here to watch Hotshot get a TSM tattoo on his face. But there's a circle on your head. I just wanted to update you.
I'm gonna remember this.
There's like a little O on your head right now. It's like the start of the TSM logo. It's actually pretty funny,
Andy,
honestly.
you should bet me again. I have something ready for you.
Do you want to lose again? Oh my god, my cheeks hurt so much. I generally don't smile this much, so my cheekbones are actually sore. This is so bad. Oh, I gotta calm down a bit. Okay.
I don't have the privilege of smiling right now.
I need to massage my cheekbones, they're too sore.
The henna tattoo is definitely worse than the pink hair.
You know what would be funny? If you had the TSM logo and the pink hair at the same time. Oh my god. What'd I give up for that?
Hilarious.
Are you ready?
I'm not ready for this. Can I close my eyes when you reveal it?
Are you ready to hail to your TSM overlord? Are you ready? Are you ready?
We're gonna come back in the playoffs. I'm calling it now. I can't see it. What the? No!
Oh my god.
That looks.
No, don't touch it, don't touch it. Don't touch.
I'm not touching it. That was a very hard logo.
I know.
A very complicated and crappy logo.
What? That's why you put it on your head, right?
I can't even show emotion right now. This is terrible.
Put your friend upside down.
Yeah. It's just me time right now. I need to grieve for myself and feel bad.
It's okay, George.
I hope the team looks back at this and sees how much pain they put me through. And next time they play and we bet.
They'll lose again.
No, they better not lose again. I'm gonna make them all contribute. Actually, let's bet with our players next time.
Oh,
Let's
that's a
bet
good idea.
for them.
That's a good idea.
That's a
You're
good
right.
idea. If I won the bet, I'd have Andy cosplay as Annie. His little stocky self as Annie would be really cute. I'd say it's a good fit. I want to see Annie, Andy. Just imagine that.
Welcome back to the North American LCS. I am joined on stage by Hotshot GG and Reginald. Gentlemen, thank you for taking some time. And obviously we have to check in. I feel like a few people have already seen. How is the tattoo doing? The bet was obviously lost.
Yeah, so I've been like walking down the streets and people look at me like I'm a part of some cult. It's not too far from the truth, but
Oh my god.
it's been interesting looks, let's put it that way.
You seem pretty satisfied with yourself here. How are you feeling, Reggie?
It makes my day. Now that I'm his overlord, yeah, and he's my follower, it feels great.
Well, there's more to go for sure. We're gonna see if there's more to this. But coming up to the rivalry today, this match, the El Clasico, what does this kind of mean to you guys? It's been so many years in the running now, a little bit of back and forth. How do you feel about the matchup? How do you feel you guys are gonna do?
I mean, for me, it's like the most exhilarating games no matter what the circumstance, whether it's playoffs, whether it's now. I'm always excited to see each other play. And it just means a lot to me because it represents our history in the LCS.
Reggie?
Yeah, so from my perspective, it's honestly, it's been a long history, right? Early on in my career, CLG was the better team, and then for quite a long time, we were really dominant. And our rivalry against CLG for 2 years, it honestly wasn't a rivalry, and we kind of dumpstered them at every tournament. And then more recently, though, the last 2 LCS finals, it brought a lot of passion back. CLG won the last 2 championships, or not the last 2, but 2 of them in like the last 3 or 4, right? So that was a really big moment for me when we lost to CLG at Madison Square Garden. I don't remember another time where I was more sad losing to another team, and I think that really ignited the rivalry to a point where it was so much even when I was competing. So it means a lot to me. Every single match we play, it goes to a third game. I'm always like I'm always like on the really edge of like, you know, like my stomach just feels bad when we lose a team fight. And so it's something different than every other match for sure.
Awesome. Well, you guys have been providing a lot of 3-game series, so we might get another one here today. I got to ask, we heard it up there. You kind of said it yourself just before, the Annie costume for him. Is this a bet? Are we starting another bet? Or is there a bet going on this game today right now for TSM CLG?
So, no. We talked about this before, and we don't want to cheapen it and be like, every time we play, we have some sort of bet. But I think next split, I mean, I'm down. Andy seems like he's chickening out a bit.
I mean, I'm always the one that wins the bet, right? So it's not about chickening out. It's more about pity. I don't want to do something bad to you every single split. So we can keep it out once a year. But aside from that, you know, I think our match is going to be close against CLG, and when it goes into playoffs, I think it's going to be really difficult. CLG is a playoffs team, and they're going to do really well. So kind of nervous if we do bet again.
All right, I got one quick game points. 2-1, 2-0.
I mean, it's going to go best of 3. I think it'll be a close game.
All right, Reggie?
I think we're going to lose the first one and then stomp in the next 2. Let's go.
All right, there it is. Now it's up to the players, and we're going to leave it up to the casters for the call in the game.
Thank you, Riv. I'm still Pastry, and he's still Azael, and we're here to bring you into the El Clasico matchup between TSM and Counter Logic Gaming. Reggie and Hotshot already showed that there's always more to these matchups to bring out the best in both teams.
Yeah, or the worst if you're Hotshot. I don't think he was enjoying that tattoo at all. But both these teams have been crushing it lately. CLG 5-2 since week 3, TSM 5-1 since week 3. So although CLG's record overall isn't as impressive, they've been looking really, really good. And TSM have been focusing on Hotzer in recent weeks, who has really risen to the occasion. He is looking super, super good for TSM. He said he wants to be known as the best top laner, period. And he's working hard to get there. And on the other side, 6A has been stepping up for CLG, was massive for them yesterday on the Ezreal, had some big carry performances, and we're going to have to see which side of the map steps up for their team.
Yeah, it seems like both these teams have just been playing so well, and it's time to run through the starting rosters. On the blue side, it's TSM. Top laner Hansa, jungle Svenskeren, mid Bjergsen, bot Wild Turtle, support Biofrost, and coach Path behind them in draft.
And their opponents today on the red side, it's Counter Logic Gaming. In the top lane, Darshan. In the jungle, Xmithy. Mid lane, Huhi. Bot and support, 6A and Afromu with Coach 6.
And I think we kind of heard it from Reggie and Hotshot, but there is something just magical about these games. These two teams always want to beat each other because of that history. And I feel like even early in this season, when Counter Logic looked really poor, to be honest. They had a shocking start to the season for them especially, and now looking so much better. Even then, when they played TSM, they rose to the occasion and very nearly gave Reggie his own CLG tattoo on his forehead. So I feel like these two teams are kind of rising towards their peaks in power. This should be the closest series we've seen in a while.
Yeah, you certainly expect so. I mean, CLG, even when they are doing poorly. Last year they had some times where they were not doing very well in the standings. The start of this split as well. They still seem to compete against the best. And now in good form with Darshan playing a lot better, Huhi being consistent. I think the story you have to kind of focus on is the jungle. Is Xmithy going to show up? Because to me, he has always been so solid for CLG over the years. And this split, he has been kind of floundering a bit. He has not looked as good for the team, especially on Rengar, and Svenskeren has been very solid. So, it could come down to which jungler is going to perform better today.
And it's interesting to me for Xmithy because a lot of people say, okay, he's more of a tank jungle player, prefers the Rek'Sai, famous on even the likes of Sejuani and those champions. Not infamous, don't laugh. Known for his tank jungle play. But I'd say he also showed up on Marksman. His Kindred, his Graves were also good. It's just that his style was always the same. Very reactive, loved to counter jungle and just kind of control them out in a similar way to you think of someone like Raynova. So I don't just buy that it's the jungle picks that he can't play, even though he has looked noticeably worse on a pick like Rengar. He's just not his old self. That's what it feels like to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's been hit or miss. He had first player of the game of the whole split yesterday on the Graves, so he had a very strong showing on Graves. I think his Elise game was solid, but definitely Rengar is something that teams are exploiting against them. And I think CLG is probably learning that they don't need to pick it, even if it's left up. But if they don't want to give it over to TSM, then they're going to have to be willing to ban it away, even though it has fallen in priority somewhat throughout the split.
Well, I think his jungle opponent on the other side, Svenskeren in this case, he's really been stepping up. He had a very solid end of the year. He had an excellent summer in 2016. I feel like he sounded a little shaky. He was kind of building back into it, getting reps in, getting practice in. And Svenskeren is poised to really break through a ceiling and just become that like amazing player that he's shown off before.
Yeah, I mean, just look at Worlds, right? We saw the potential of Svenskeren and Bjergsen, that mid lane jungle combo. Even though TSM as a team did not shine at Worlds, those two certainly did.
Well, world-class players certainly. Let's see what happens in our first draft for TSM and CLG. Shen LeBlanc, the first two bans on either side. Not expecting too many changes. Malzahar again. No one likes him on the blue side today.
No,
Get him out.
Malzahar is just so annoying. It's a champion that, from the support role, is forcing out a massive change in your itemization. You have to build QSS on so many different champions, and that alone is worth its weight in gold. Even if it's not as strong as it was in lane, which it is not because of the nerfs, it's still super powerful.
Well, Soraka ban for TSM, so starting to see some respect there for Aphromu's signature support. Ryze and Camille ban for Canalogic Gaming to complete their bans. And we'll see what Haunter wants to lock in. Varus left open, TSM snap it up.
Yeah, they certainly will. That's the price you pay for taking away some of these other big-ticket mid laners from Bjergsen. And Haunter has looked really good on the Camille when he has brought it out, so they are not willing to do that. I think it was actually in CLG TSM that we did see Haunter play it into Darshan on the Poppy, and Darshan had an atrocious game into the Camille. It was rough.
And poor Styx, they couldn't get anything done because Camille was consistently diving the backline and taking him down. First pick, Jace though for CLG. There's a Riven flash from Xmithy. Don't expect that one today, but you never know. Maybe Xmithy's saying, you know what, I can be a carry jungler. Let me get in there.
Hey man, I could see Hui playing something wacky, but I don't think we will see it. I would be interested to find out if they're going to be willing to lock in Aurelion Sol first round because it is left open. Typically, CLG does leave it for the later part of the draft because there are some matchups they're trying to avoid. I think Graves here is a big pick for CLG. It makes a lot of sense. Smithy, his best jungler in my opinion. And I think that the fact that Jace can go both mid or top equally for CLG has worked very well. CLG even showcasing a pretty cool comp yesterday with the Aurelion Sol working as a semi-tank and Braum as a semi-tanky support as well. That kind of made up for the fact that they have the Jace top lane, and it worked really well for their composition.
Well, here's the straightforward Rengar pick for TSM in reaction to that Graves, but both teams getting a lot of what they want here in the early stages of the draft. Bjergsen going to blind pick Syndra, not willing to let that get banned away from him.
Very interesting. I mean, Bjergsen with a pretty bold call there. They will be leaving their top and their support for later. I think that Biofrost could be targeted somewhat in the picks and bans with this, but that said, the guy has a big champion pool, so they're not really giving up a lot to leave these picks to the later half of their draft. And CLG now has to decide, do we match now or do we risk being targeted?
I mean, I think they have to take an AD carry because there aren't that many left, so they'll secure Jhin now for themselves. Stixxay has looked good on more of the traditional carries. You look at Ashe, you look at his recent Ezreal games as well, but I think Jhin, of the utility market, has been Stixxay's best looking one of those. So I do like this pick as well from CLG.
Definitely fair to say, and we're ending up with this kind of triple marksman composition once again. Where do they get their AP? Do we see something drafted like the Zyra or some sort of top lane AP champion and a full damage composition coming in like a Rumble? We've seen some different options there, but it certainly is a composition that can go awry, especially because TSM has not drafted their top lane yet. They could very easily pick into a Maokai or a Nautilus or something like this and stack armor.
And look, TSM is saying, we think that's top lane, Jace, by starting to ban away mid laners here. I mean, Echo can flex as well, so haven't seen that one in a while, but it is possible. CLG on the other side are going to ban away Renekton here, and we'll see if they continue going after top laners here, which may signal something like that Rumble for Darshan potentially.
Yeah, I mean, Hui is a tough one to ban out. He really does play a lot of different stuff, like the Echo, like the Aurelion Sol, even picks that aren't as popular. Plus, he plays all of the meta champions here too. I think the CLG ban of the top laners makes a lot of sense. You don't want to allow them to have a super comfortable tank in the top lane. At least if they go for the Maokai, yes, you are powerful later, but hopefully you can be abused in the laning phase.
Maokai certainly had a dip in power on this patch, did get some pretty significant nerfs, so we've seen a lot of teams just ignore him completely in recent drafts this week. TSM, though, with their final ban, do they want to take something like the Rumble? They do.
Yeah.
Smart ban from TSM.
I think it makes a lot of sense. If CLG were to go for a full damage composition, then Rumble would make a lot of sense here.
Stixxay, of course, hovering his favorite champion. It is Warwick.
But we'll see what pick they actually decide to take out here.
We might see them go back to what they kind of did yesterday. Grab a tanky support, grab an AP mid laner, so you do have some sort of initiation, some sort of play like that. But they are now opting into an essentially full physical damage team. That is a decision they have made with the Poppy.
Yep, they want to tank instead in that top lane, so Poppy is their pick. Haunter actually taken off quite a few champions here. Camille banned, and then Renekton and Nautilus are now Poppy pick. And with Shen being banned on the other side, Haunter drops all the way down to 5th or 6th pick here for top lane. But Maokai's kind of the obvious one. He has dropped in popularity, but still seems fairly solid, particularly if you're just going into a tank matchup.
Yeah, exactly. Maokai into Poppy is fine. This is a winning matchup, in my opinion, for Poppy now. But how much can you really win that kind of matchup by? Unless Haunter is doing something ridiculous, opting into awful fights, you can't really snowball that kind of a lead that much. So this will be a game where CLG has to push the pace. They must be able to end a game like this very quickly or be very ahead before Wild Turtle, you know, he's sitting in the back poking you out, and you have a Maokai and a Rengar supported by a Syndra who are stacking armor.
Yeah, and you've also got Karma to add extra shields in there, Redemption Locket, etc. I do like the Braum from CLG. They kind of need to know they're going to have to get scrappy. They've chosen the top lane tank, so they kind of need to team fight. So they're going to take more of a team fighting oriented support there in Braum. But TSM's comp looks really good.
And one nice thing about the Braum support with the triple marksman is that you almost instantly proc the passive stun in the team fight. So that is very powerful. You can block out stuns. You can block out damage coming out from the Varus with his Qs, with your Unbreakable. So there's a lot going for the Braum pick, but this is just very clearly a game that is on a timer for CLG. If they are not doing well in the early game, or even honestly getting a very big lead, I'm talking like 5K, then they're probably losing this game.
Well, we'll have to see what TSM can get done, because I think Sven and Björk can also make plays in the early game, so it's not like TSM are just waiting for the first 10, 15 minutes
they don't have
letting the game come to them. So tightly balanced here for CLG. They've got very powerful champions in the 3 marksmen they've drafted right in the center of their map, but TSM a bit more of a balanced comp. Curious to see kind of how the pace of this one plays out, but CLG versus TSM, the owners expected to go to 3 games. We expected to go to 3 games, I think, coming into it, and I'm sure the crowd would love 3 good ones. So let's start off with this one.
And I gotta be honest, I really don't like the CLG comp.
Okay.
I think it's tough, and the more I think about it, the less I like it. Simply because you're talking about a team that needs to get a massive advantage to be able to close out a game like this. All right, you have Jhin Braum into Varus Karma. That is a pretty hard losing lane, in my opinion. You should be losing that lane. Okay, you have Poppy into Maokai. Is the Poppy gonna be this massive advantage that you get? I don't really think so. I mean, is Jace going to smash the Syndra? I also don't really think so. I mean, these are things, yes, they can happen, but should they? I don't think that CLG even really drafted winning lanes, and they must win the early game.
Well, we'll have to find out. CLG, the onus is on you to make this comp work in game number 1. We'll be out under Summoner's Rift for our first one. El Clasico round 2. Feels like only a few weeks since Hotshot was talking about not getting his face tattooed on, and look what happened.
This is pretty sneaky from CLG. They are getting around behind
Fire
here.
Frost, got to be careful. Q is going to hit. CLG don't flash in for it. Good mantra Q there for a bit of slow. CLG are going to get some vision down here as TSM run out of their own red side jungle.
Darshan trying to kind of fight back and deny the deep vision here. And he actually is somewhat successful at that. They can't really push up too far to get any more vision in.
Still more poke from CLG. A team that is very good at preparing for level 1s. So aggression there from CLG. Doesn't find any kills, doesn't even blow any summoners, but gets some poking, gets some vision down. And TSM really didn't get any deep wards at all. They just have the Raptor Pit warded out on CLG's side.
And that was a good job by Darshan, honestly, contesting that early vision and really kind of fighting back there. And to your point, CLG is one of the few teams in the league that really does consistently go for pretty creative level 1s.
Certainly good to see. As we'll just kind of return to our standard lanes. Afram is looking for something, though, trying to get harassed down.
Yeah, he was definitely going to try to be a little bit annoying here, especially if this was Sven going for the red buff. It's even easier to kind of harass that. Stixxay is also already in lane, whereas Turtle came up here expecting a bigger invade because of that invade for the ward. So Stixxay able to get a little bit of an edge here. We'll see. Turtle does not miss any of those CS, thankfully for him.
Looking good right now. And now Firefrost's going to rejoin back in the lane. Aphromoo took the safe way out of his enemy jungle. And now Darshan and Haunter Gonna go back and forth. Poppy, kind of as expected, should have the early advantage here.
Yeah, one thing worth noting, actually, is that 2 times in a row now on the Braum, it's actually coin for Afro Moon, which I like quite a bit because he is playing into matchups he knows that he should be getting pushed in. So he's going to get pushed in, he's going to get poked. You say, well, why not take the Relic Shield? Just get the heal from that. The problem is when you step up under your turret to execute a minion with that Relic Shield, you take 3, 4, 5 hits from spells, from autos, and it's not worth what you actually get back. So with the coin, you can sit back, you can play it more passively, collect some of that ambient gold, and not risk taking all that damage.
Good bit of early poke there from Bjergsen as Svenskeren having a long drawn-out battle with the blue buff, but yeah, the jungler's very good at calculating this sort of thing. Sven gets the double buffs, hits level 3, and now going to hit his first recall.
Would have been a little bit scared for him. He didn't already have 3 stacks of his empowerment there, but he is going to be okay. And Darshan pushing in top lane. Everything's going as planned, and even though CLG did get the lane earlier, B6A was able to kind of get that early level 2 to slow down the push a little bit. You can see TSM is already having them under turret. This is as expected, right? They should be poking them out, having them under turret, and once these last minions fall, this is where it gets tough for CLG, because now you need to try to collect all these minions without losing too much health. Even Afro, just prepping minions, when he steps forward, he will take hits.
Yeah, and you can see Afro does a good job putting up the Unbreakable, blocking the initial damage from the Q. Who he actually going to TP back to lane? That is a strange buy.
Very charm. Interesting. Yeah, that is really interesting. I guess the only thing I could say with that is he had a little bit of extra gold, and he's saying the investment for the mana regen is worth it for now. It's either that or a misclick, and I'm going to give him the benefit of
Oh, good gank timing from McSmith. He might go for an early tower dive here. He's on the Gromp right now. Haunter is pretty low.
He's coming up too, actually, so they're using that TP. They are going to try to snowball it. They know they need to go for something, and they're setting up for the dive.
Haunter trying to dodge it. Eats the first Q dodge shot, slams him into the wall, and there's first blood for Smithy.
Nice job here from CLG. They knew they needed to get something done there. Haunter not even going to blow the summoners, does get taken out. But now Svenskeren and Bjergsen are going to try to zone Huhi off of this mid lane wave that is crashing into his turret. It's actually a very big wave. He needs some help to get back there because Huhi's losing quite a bit.
Sven's also caught out of position now as well. Good stun onto Huhi by Bjergsen, but Smithy and Darshan are chasing into the mid lane. Svenskeren eating a bit more damage, trying to dash away. Flash creep from Smithy tries to get it. Darshan barely misses the carry to the wall with the flash.
Really close stuff there. Afro even coming up now, getting behind Bjergsen here. It's a party in the mid lane. He gets tagged.
Oh, CLG always have something prepared. Good stun from Bjergsen. Doesn't get the passive proc.
That knockback was so key from Bjergsen. Beautiful stuff. Knocks back Afro as he flashes. That would have been the final hit. That would have been the all-in.
Really good stuff. Darshan did hold on to his flash though. That dash barely missed into the wall. So we'll have that summoner. Haunter held on to his as well, knowing that he was dead anyway in the top lane exchange. He didn't really have opportunity to flash anyway. Stun again from Bjergsen. Damage just piling on here from the Syndra, but Bjerg low on mana and no lost chapter to play with right now. Went back for a very early cloth armor, probably because he knew 4 people were coming to his lane.
And grabbing some of that early armor can just be so effective against someone who's going lethality. But the price for those roams is the bot lane right now. Who's getting pushed in? 6-8 is down quite a bit in CS. They are down in XP.
Oh.
I mean, this is just a brutal lane for them to play into. And despite the first blood, despite CLG moving around the map and getting all this done, gold is dead even.
Yep, Haunter back in top lane. Both top laners did actually teleport their way back in. Timers will be slightly desynchronized. But double door on for Haunter, trying to kind of get through the rough patch of the early lane. And it looks like Darshan looking for a quick Spectre's Cowl. Makes sense, given all the magic damage out from Maokai. Finally a reprieve in bottom lane, though, for CLG, as TSM are looking for their first recall. And there's a Serrated Zerg and the tier for Turtle. So first buy is a good one.
Yeah, it certainly is. Already almost 20 CS ahead on that Varus, which is just for 6-8 and Afro. Especially because Afro would love to try to roam around and get things done, but Jhin is not an 80 carry that thrives on his own, right? He really does need the help to actually get much done in lane. Darshan getting pretty aggressive here. That's Haunter level 6 now. He can try to dodge it with the W.
He's gonna try and flash it. No, he doesn't get it. Really good timing from Darshan.
Yeah, nice little mini game there. As soon as Haunter hits 6, he would win that turnaround fight because Darshan had committed so far forward. What Haunter was trying to do was use a Twisted Advance to actually immune the knockup from the ultimate out of Darshan, and that could have netted him.
Yep, Darshan plays it right, is patient, and lets it go with just enough time to kick Haunter out of his lane. He does have to recall, though, so the aggression's going to cost him some CS here.
I'm actually surprised he completed that recall. He had enough health he could have stayed around and at least picked up that wave. He now sacrifices a full wave, does not have TP, and is actually down in lane.
A little awkward. We'll see if that has any rippling effects in this game. Svenskeren is taking his own red buff stun again from Bjergsen. Now going to throw the cannon creep at him. Now Huhi looking for the all-in, knocks Bjergsen back. Just a bit of poke back there in hammer form, but Bjergsen pushing the lane up. Did get a summoner out of the deal, did Huhi, as Bjergsen burnt the ghost.
Yeah, and Bjergsen was trying to land another spell or two before committing the ultimate to ensure the kill. Was not able to do so, but Svenskeren now is sharking around here, level 6.
Spots Smithy control ward down, but gonna get slowed down by the bowler. Svenskeren still trying to play with something here. He's got his bottom lane coming up as well, but CLG are also responding.
Yeah, they want this blue. They're gonna try to contest at that blue. They know they have heavy bot lane priority right now. Mid lane is also pushing in, so they're trying to use that pressure to get this blue off Huhi and onto Bjergsen.
No teleports, it's the 4v4 only as Huhi's going to get poked in while Turtle misses his first Q, but they're spotting Smithy. Oh, great flash on from Turtle. That should be a kill for TSM. Svenskeren collects it, but now they can maybe turn it around. Biofrost in the front lines has to flash out. Darshan rotates in, moves Biofrost back in, and that might be enough damage. Certainly is as Huhi gets a kill for himself.
Smithy just kind of wandered out there by himself, gets isolated, and does get picked off by TSM. Still a pretty good trade for them, I would say, because you take down the opponent's jungler, you just lose the support. But what is Smithy doing here? I mean, he's trying to come around, he realizes his mistake, tries to get out with the ultimate, but he is isolated. His bot lane is on the other side of the map, Huhi cannot come down to him. That is just poor positioning, made up for somewhat by this play from Darshan.
Good roam there from Poppy. Darshan getting out of his lane. Might even have something under Haunter here, but okay, pretty safe. Gonna drink some potion. And again, Wave was pushing in. Darshan doesn't want to lose any more CS. He's already 10 behind. Yeah. But effective roam play is going to give him some much needed gold out of the assist. So Haunter looking good in lane, but Darshan's definitely still moving with his team. And CLG as almost always playing together to react to TSM's aggression.
Darshan especially is a guy who, when he's on the tanks, roams so much. He's always walking down to mid lane. He's always looking for plays, even at the expense of himself. And you know, we heard Aframu last year kind of talking about, you know, Huhi having this problem where it was like, no, Huhi, don't do anything for the team.
Yeah.
You know, play a bit more greedy. And sometimes I feel like that's a trap that Darshan can fall into, where he's trying to give too much away for the team, and it's great. You roam down, you got an assist. But if you're losing your lane at the expense of a play like that, it's not always worth it.
Yeah, have to make calculated decisions there. So Darshan, I do like some of the roams. Again, he's keeping pretty even in CS, but certainly something interesting to track for CLG as a whole.
But the thing is, there's a lot of minions to collect here for Haunter, so you will see that lead develop a bit. And when this is supposed to be a lane that you're winning and your comp must win early, it starts to look a bit more rough.
Well, 2-1 up in kills for CLG is kind of winning LA. Going to get an Ocean Drake potentially here as well. Svenskeren is in the area, but I don't think he fancies a steal. And a good Drake to have here, no matter how you slice it. CLG will take the first one.
Yeah, early Ocean, definitely the time you want to grab that. It is really, really nice. Against the poke of Varus, that's going to be quite helpful. And they're looking for a play here on the bot side.
Speed up from Biofrost.
No flash on Turtle.
Really good stuns. He needs one more auto. Smithy flashes in for it. Heal is down as well. And now the smoke screen not quite enough. Svenskeren able to turn it around. Turtle gets one. Sven grabs the other. And now Stixay going to get bowled off. Lands the snare. That should be a follow-up kill. Flash out from Stixay might save him, but Huhi wants to take out Svenskeren. Lives with a W. Snipe is not quite enough. The shield from Biofrost going to keep him alive.
TSM get it all there. The TP even from Darshan. Everyone stays alive. They get a kill onto Smithy.
Did the classic top lane standoff. Everyone TP's down. Both cancel the TPs at the same time. So no one joins in, but let's watch this one again. CLG with another good collapse here.
Yeah, they do have a pretty nice start to the play, but Biofrost is able to delay so much here, and they really don't have the damage, right? Once the exhaust is onto Graves there, and the shields are coming out from Karma, they can't actually finish the play. Stixay is far away, Rengar comes flying in, and it was just very well played by Biofrost to keep his AD carry alive, and then the turnaround, Huhi just barely missing out there.
Another good shield on the end from Biofrost. And you can see the poke from Jace, not quite enough. So Ghostblade now done for Huhi. Maybe needed that beforehand to get himself the kill, but Jace should only get stronger as the game goes on. Bjergsen, on the other hand, does have a Seeker's Arm Guard, so fully aware with the refill and the double Dorans that Jace is very good in the early game, but now he's building into his own first item, lost chapter finish, building towards Morello Nomicon.
And another thing about going for that Seeker is, all right, who's going to come and kill you? Okay, I'm going to get ganked. Guess what he does? Physical damage. Oh, who could make a roam up from bot lane? Oh, well, the Jhin could ult me. Physical damage. So Seekers is the most efficient item Bjergsen could ever build in a game like this. Even Poppy, mostly physical damage. So Bjergsen gives himself so much safety by building that one item alone. And Ninja Tabbies are going to be ridiculously effective. I expect to see Svenskeren complete his. They're already done for Haunter. Just little items like this are very easy to go into against a full AD team.
Yep, certainly very good. Bjergsen does have himself kind of a quiet CS lead here. Syndra very good at shoving these waves in, particularly as she gains levels. Let's see who he's playing back. Has left the lane quite a number of times trying to make a play. Also has a TP, so able to get back to his lane, but also to the side lanes easier. A lot of Jaces you'll see run something a little more combat-oriented. Usually Exhaust is the big one, but CLG, to me, double TP is a signature CLG style. They love to run this.
And it does give them a win condition, right? And the thought is, okay, Jace gets really strong. Even though our comp falls off, Jace builds armor pen, he builds lifesteal, he split pushes, we have double TP, that's how we win the game. That's essentially what they're saying with this spell. Not taking Exhaust against Bjergsen and that Assassin for the 1v1, so that's the trade-off they're going to make. They're going to try to hedge their bets a little bit.
Ooh, he's straight in on the Stixxay, Svenskeren with a great chunk of poke. Rest of CLG are there though, so TSM don't overcommit to the play. But Stixxay gonna have trouble really joining this play, and we'll have to recall. As a result, Turtle gets free time on this bottom lane, and all that pressure that's been building up for the duo lane finally gonna result in maybe a turret, but CLG gonna start the race here in mid lane.
Should be first turret for TSM pretty comfortably though, and I don't think CLG can even get this one because 3 members of TSM are already making the move over.
Juicy amount of gold there for Turtle, 650 clean on the first bonus turret gold. So he's having a great game for himself, 30 CS ahead. Lane's been playing really well, and despite the attention that CLG have been putting there, managed to absorb a lot of that pressure. CLG instead will transfer power to the left-hand side and try and steal away the blue buff. Looks like it should be successful here. No mid lane is going to get it, but Xmithie more than happy to take it.
I mean, Turtle is already alone 1,1700 gold ahead of Stixxay, and that is so rough. I mean, that is the BF sword plus the boots. That is basically the buy that he has over his opponent right now. It's very, very worrying for this team that the armor stacking is going to be coming in.
Really creative CS puzzle solution there for Haunter. Clearly showing off maximum knowledge of Maokai hitboxes. As Bjergsen now level 11, so rank 2 ulti can join the party as well. Does have a good chunk of gold, almost 1,800 ready to go. So it looks like that first major item is completed. We're going to go back and collect that before the Mountain Drake that's up in 1:20. TSM off to a decently 2,500 gold, certainly closer. Close-ish for CLG, they'll take it. Obviously, they'd like to be ahead, but if they are going to be behind, this is the kind of lead you're kind of happy to play with. Starts to get a bit more uncomfortable around the 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 gold mark.
Well, and when you take the composition into consideration, it already starts to feel like that. That's the real problem. Is, you know, I talked about how they should be like, they need to be like 5K ahead. They're 2K behind, right? Like, that's where it gets really, really scary for them. And TSM will be happy to sit back and farm this game out. If there's no more kills for the next 20 minutes, TSM is laughing. Like, they are really happy about that because Maokai will become invincible. And CLG either needs to fully opt in and say, we're going to only win this game through split pushing, or they need to make plays happen now. And I really do feel like the time is running out. They need to make some plays.
Ben actually taking a little too much damage. Jhin ulti there, but Afro gets snared up by the Chain of Corruption. They follow him through. Syndra ulti's going to get it, and Haunter able to take down Afro. Gets punted back to the turret though by the Jace's. Darshan slams him into a wall. And there's the trade kill for CLG. Xmithie here doesn't have his ulti as Bjergsen's just trying to kite away. Darshan, he wants to pick up somebody else, but CLG can't chase forever because Turtle's got so much poke.
Oh, yeah, that poke is dangerous onto Xmithie. It is a trade of kills, but TSM gets the turret, and they are looking to set up around this Mountain Dragon, take that down. That'll help them a lot in their sieging and for the objective control.
2 turrets to nothing right now for TSM though, as Darshan might be able to work on the top outer turret. No other play really available here for CLG though, so behind, they try and turn something around in the siege. TSM come out on top once again. Don't get a kill, but they'll take the objective.
Yeah, and here it is. I mean, Afro, he does take so much damage here as this turret is already going down. They were not really in position to fully defend it against the full TSM 5-man squad. CLG just didn't want to give anything up, right? But the fact of the matter is, all 5 TSM members were there when CLG only had 3 and a low HP turret. They should have probably backed off.
Yeah, looks like a turret goes down in top lane. So CLG pick up their first. Huhi down the side lane now getting poked by Turtle. Spenskeren on the flank, but no commitment there from TSM. Darshan and Haunter still going at it, but you can already see just the Sunfire KP here for Haunter and the Ninja Tavi. Darshan's just getting no work done anymore in this 1v1.
I mean, look at Bjergsen. Bjergsen Ninja Tabbies. Turtle Ninja Tabbies. There's 4 Ninja Tabbies on the team. The only person who's not going to buy them is Biofrost. They're so efficient against this kind of composition. I'm honestly, like, not that it's bad that Spenskeren is going to be building towards a Black Cleaver here by any means. That's still, that's the most common item. But I wouldn't have been surprised at all to just see him skip that and go straight for armor. And seeing him build this, he probably is going to just build this and then go into armor.
I think so as well. You can see, again, CLG not quite as decisive as you would like to see. I mean, they don't have a lot of room right now.
That's the thing. TSM's not giving you openings, right? You can't just force out of nothing. And that's why a comp like this is so problematic. You know, you draft losing lanes, you draft, or at least not hard-winning lanes. If you don't have those advantages, it's tough to make these compositions work.
Yeah, and I think you already mentioned that CLG's comp is going to cause some problems here. But I think, you know, something as stark as 4 Ninja Tower in one team is kind of worth looking at. This has been picking up a little more in popularity because these boots, I mean, the armor on its own is so good against the likes of AD and lethality, but Ninja Tower in particular, I mean, Bang's recent Ezreal games are anything to go by. He loves this item. He thinks it's so good against these AD champions.
Yeah, I mean, lethality is the big thing because it's not just about reducing physical damage. It's about the fact that lethality, with the full lethality runes and the lethality build, you can reduce your opponent's armor to 0, which means you're doing true damage. Even just adding the 30 armor from the Ninja Tabbies means you're taking massively less damage. So that is the big thing. It's keeping you above that true damage threshold, and that makes a huge difference.
Yep, just so efficient there. So TSM clearly smart about their early item purchases. CLG, though, again, trying to siege down the bottom side. TSM looking to regroup in the center of the map. They did have a go at the top lane out of turret, but again, no need to overcommit for TSM. We said it already.
Oh,
they want to play as slow as they can, but they're not playing this slow at all. Like Smithy, tagged up by the stun, is forced to fight, but Haunter is on a great flank. Darshan going to charge this up. Hits nobody. Eternal flash on onto Darshan. He's going to get crushed down here as Bjergsen gets a kill for TSM. And now he flashes in, looks for Huhi, gets a double stun out. So creative from Bjergsen. Syndra needs a little bit more. Smithy low, forced the heal out for Stixay to stay alive.
The one thing about the Seekers into Tab Eye Syndra build,
not that much damage.
Yeah, you don't really do that much damage. You flash ults, Huhi does about 20% of his health, but TSM are posturing. They will pressure this mid lane turret. They may not be able to get it, but it is very, very low, and they should be able to knock it.
A couple of melee creeps heroically stay alive through the shock blast of Jace. And TSM are able to take themselves their 3rd turret, breaking their tier 2 in mid lane. Gold lead, again picking up 4,000 gold now for TSM. And this top outer turret should be there pretty quickly. Spenskeren is already here to start off this play. And CLG is sitting here wanting to be 5,000-6,000 gold ahead at this point, and only with 1 turret. Looking grim given the comp they picked themselves into here in game 1. Like you said, they're behind, like they're already behind, and they're gonna be more behind because of how they decided to draft.
Yeah, it's very, very tough, I think. And CLG, you know, they know the position that they are in, and I think it's time for them to try to move Huhi to those side lanes and try to get something done in the split push. But the tough part about that is TSM has a very good comp at forcing dives, at attacking the 4-man squad.
Bjergsen is going all into Stixay. That's a bit more damage. Not quite enough to get the kill, though. Here's a return ultimate. Biofrost going to take these up. Bjergsen trying to trade hits back and forth. Last bullets there, misses. And now damage onto Afro. Last Q, not there for Biofrost. Little short for Afro.
The 7.4 change for Jhin. The slow does not last as long if you hit one of the bullets, so it's not nearly as great to continuously chain those together.
Huhi here, battling with the blue buff. Wins easily. And now the Haunting Knights of Bjergsen should add a lot more damage. He had about 1,700 gold banked in his pockets. Now down to only 100.
And while Huhi is building towards lethality, I do feel like if you want to have a chance of actually making split push work, even against the Maokai in a game like this, you need an early Last Whisper. Even if it's just the Last Whisper item, the 1,300 gold gives you 45% armor pen in this patch. You don't need the fully completed one to get that. You get less AD, but that alone is ridiculously cost efficient against a team that is going to be stacking this much armor. So, I mean, Huhi going for the Edge of Night is good for trying to do damage to Bjergsen or something like that, but it means he's going to be that much further away from ever dealing with the Maokai.
Biofrost already here to help out Turtle. He's on the way to taking out yet another turret for TSM. CLG trying to start something here, but Spenskeren going to catch a flank. Looks for Huhi. Really nice angle on the ultimate leap. It doesn't get the kill.
Certainly doesn't, but they get what they come for. Expend the Rengar ultimate, get a turret. He has CDR from the cleaver. It's already a short cooldown. I mean, you can see already about a quarter of that cooldown is gone, so they're going to get that up very quickly, and it's not a high price to pay.
So, roaming down to enter Darshan. It's actually Firefrost and Turtle going to move in to answer that. There's a Drake up in 5 seconds as well, so TSM look to take their second. CLG have equalized as far as Drakes go, but they have to deal with Darshan first here.
I think Darshan has to deal with TSM. I mean, Maokai is behind him, and he's not going to be a threat to take down that turret. If he can't knock away the Maokai, he's probably dead.
I mean, you can't really... Oh, he does. Not quite in Twisted Advance. Ran into a Bifrost, going to lock him down instead. Turtle commits Chain of Corruption. And now Darshan's got to keep running. He flashes, but it might be a bit early as he gets tagged by the slow and then the exhaust from Bifrost. But Poppy Speed from the W is enough to get himself out.
Yeah, that was a key ultimate. Really nice job. He had to knock away the Maokai. That's the guy who's going to lock him down and get that kill.
Well, CLG also maybe looking for something on top of this pink ward behind the left-hand side of mid lane. But again, just kind of hoping somebody walks through a silly way and gets themselves picked off. TSM more interested in the map right now. They are going to move themselves over to the Cloud Drake and pick up that next objective for themselves. And it is a methodical game here for TSM. They're slowly building a lead. It feels like this split especially, they are playing kind of very standard and very safe, but they're really good at playing clean. And when they need to be clutch, they can be. But like you said already, there is no onus on TSM to make dramatic or risky plays. If they farm up and this game just keeps getting later, they're advantaged.
They certainly are. The only edge that CLG might gain from that really slow game is the split push, you know, because if who he can get to Last Whisper item and a Black Cleaver and a Bloodthirster and all this stuff, then he can really start to have some success in the side lane. But that is so far away, not really super realistic at this point in the game.
Oh, this could be a catch on the Turtle. After being a flash on top of him, this should be an easy one. 6A. First kill of the game for him.
Yeah, good play there from CLG. That's the kind of stuff that they need to do consistently, and then they need to get more. And now Darshan is trying to threaten this dive here. They want the turret.
That's Jaren. Tanky actually gets some pokes back in onto Darshan. Leaps back in again. Aphromoo here commits the ultimate. It's whiffs though. The Christmas trees go straight through the rush. And now Bjergsen lining up an ult. He just goes in it for Afro, but he lives with a heal from 6A. Ports with here in the front line, looking to lock somebody down. They want Darshan. They'll chase in. Bolo lands for the snare, but CLG right behind their top laner.
Yeah, TSM can't really commit to that chase as they don't have a lot of damage left in their team without Wild Turtle, so they have to play that pretty safe.
Early dust blade from Turtle as well. He saw the BF sword earlier and wondered where he was going, so pretty aggressive as far as the early lethality goes, but unfortunately not much use against CLG collapsing on him. He was a little too far forward in the mid lane.
Didn't have the vision coverage to really be clearing that wave. You need to either have someone with you or have the wards to let you know that the other team is not there. He had neither, goes down. But in the big scheme of things, it's not that big of a deal for TSM as they were able to defend the turret off of it, and that would have been the key play for CLG. They need to get a pick and then get an objective and continuously look to snowball that. One thing that is going for CLG is when you have these triple AD carry compositions, you can smash the Baron. So if you ever do get alone time in that pit, if you can set up vision and kind of get a sneak attempt on it, you will kill it so fast that often the other team can't react.
TSM are going to have to be extra diligent with making sure they have vision of the area. Bjergsen now with the Leandries though, so he's going to move to top lane. Friends behind him right now. And it looks like TSM are situating Turtle in the mid lane. We thought it was safe before, but with the tower still up, he's able to fire poke freely, clear the wave, and get pretty easy gold for himself. You can already see TSM taking control of this top left-hand corner with the Drake down and control it instantly into that Baron pit, making sure CLG don't try anything tricky.
Yeah, exactly. Even if they don't go for it, they want to at least make sure that CLG cannot. And they have a Mountain Drake, so they too can threaten these fights. You know, if CLG tries to force with split push, TSM can very easily go over to the Baron and try to draw them into a 5v5 type fight.
And I mean, if there was ever a time for armor stacking Iceborne Gauntlet, it might be this game. And Hotshot, just with those two items, is causing problems for little Darshan. I mean, Darshan's going to be nice and tanky too, but that circle that he's going to grow could be one of the biggest we've ever seen in competitive.
Certainly could be. I think that it makes sense because he's going to be so tanky and he's going to stay alive for so long. This adds a significant amount of damage to his rotation that he's actually a threat to someone like Stixxay who has no lifesteal that he's building up. That said, Frozen Heart, also a really good option against 3 people who are auto attackers, but Frozen Heart doesn't work against Jhin, so there's some arguments on both sides, and I think this is totally reasonable.
Well, we've got a Ruby Crystal right now, so we'll see where he goes.
Probably Randuin's.
Yep, that's my guess. A top lane standard for the Aces.
Yeah. It's just so effective here. Their attack speed reduction, having the extra slow, all things that he would love to get. I am interested to see if he ever actually goes back for a Spirit Visage just to increase his passive healing and grab some CDR. I don't really think that there's a need to. I would rather see him build towards, Randuin's and then grab a really early Thornmail. Because if you get that Thornmail and you're going into people who are not building lifesteal, like Huhi, like Stixay, like Smithy, none of these AD carries have lifesteal. So if you have Thornmail, that plus the Iceborne, the amount of damage you're putting out is actually insane on these guys.
Yep, and Honsa, I mean, he's already going to be invincible. He's now getting pressure pushed into this bottom half of the map. TSM again, playing pretty strongly around this left side, but Honsa and Darshan both have their teleports, so can join in if a fight is to break out. And CLG, I mean, TSM are doing a great job just playing this slowly, building up pressure, and not making mistakes when they're doing that. And at some point, CLG just have to say, we need to make a play. Like, sure, it's a risk that you don't want to take, but you kind of have to take one at some point.
Yeah, it does become tough unless they think that they can hold on 4v4, clear waves, and play the game so that Hui eventually split pushes and Darshan eventually split pushes and they get something done. I mean, Hui is building towards Black Cleaver. Once he has that, once he has the Last Whisper, he will be doing good damage to the Maokai, but he'll probably still need lifesteal on top of it to actually really bully that matchup and Deacon will get some more damage.
Yep, we'll see how this kind of breaks out. Honsa just getting the way pushed in, got a lot of gold for himself to spend as well. So the next fight that we see, Honsa will be even stronger. You can see almost 2,300 gold in his pocket right now. Not recalling just yet though. At TSM, probably setting up for this next objective, making sure they keep control around the Baron, but they do have a Drake to think about in 30 seconds as well. And CLG, you can just see based on their map positioning, how far back in their third of the map they're forced to play. Svenskeren even just stealing Krogs now.
I mean, TSM is just fully pushing up on the top side. Haunter on the Maokai going to be shoving into mid lane. So there's waves everywhere that they kind of have to answer. Darshan is dealing with bot and is getting some pressure gone there. But CLG really needs to clear these waves quickly.
Bit of poke there. Total did take a tower shot thanks to Deathfire Touch. It's decent damage actually being fired onto the Jhin. But they've got good poke. Should feel comfortable in the team fight here. Now's the ulti from Jhin, gonna try and get a pick. Redemption's here. Ulti already there for the Graves. Biofrost hits a lot of damage, and a good ult from Afro is gonna get a couple, but Sven almost takes down Afro, and Honsa is ready for a dive if they want to go for it.
Yeah, and Darshan still has not based. He's just trying to push this. So this is what CLG is trying to do. This is their plan. Delay, delay, delay. Have side lane pressure with the double TP. In this case, they need Hui for that wave clear. And TSM could get this turret here, very likely. We'll see if Darshan comes up.
Could be able to take it and do sticks. They barely misses out on getting stunned.
There's a teleport from
Darshan. Right to the Baron pit.
Well, that is far. I don't think he can do much with this. He's actually looking for Svenskeren. He does have his flash available, though. I think Sven is out scot-free.
Certainly is. The rest of TSM should follow suit. And it's just a tower trade there. CLG expended so much to try and get something done. Now
they rush the Baron, though. The bases were completed. We talked about how fast they can kill this. Do they make the call?
They have to go. It's a threat, and CLG, they're going to do what they can, but if Svenskeren stuck around, he's going to see them instantly. Teleport from Honsa goes in. He might just flash in and tie them up as long as he can. Sven is waiting to try and steal this. Firefrost as well. Ulti up from Poppy. Svenskeren leaps in. No, he kind of gets put by Darshan. Baron over to CLG, but TSM are going to wreck the team by Honsa. Takes out Afro move. And Darshan, he's trapped in as well. He's got a Guardian Angel. That's a huge amount of gold to have to give up. But CLG, they got the objective they wanted.
They get it, and the question is, can they get anything done with it? Because there's only 3 members alive. All 5 are on the field for TSM, and TSM is going to be the ones on the push here. They will look to crack an inhibitor before Darshan and Afromu come back. We'll see if they can do it.
Well, Bjergsen already pushed the wave up, got rank 3 ultimate ready to go. Good poke
nice
going to Turtle. Yeah, they need to block this. Honsa needs to get in front of his teammates. Bjergsen playing up. Honsa blocks the last shot though. And now they just want this. They want this turret. They've got 25 seconds on Darshan. It's going to melt here despite the Baron minion resistance. Turret does fall. Who he's stunned. Ulti misses from Turtle.
TSM did take a lot of poke there. They want to walk out, and they should be able to do so as long as they stay together as a squad because Darshan does not have his TP. He expended that on the previous play. And TSM will get away, knocking down that inhibitor turret.
Nice. Scryer's Bloom going to spot all 5 members of TSM, but Mantra Shield's going to get them out. Stixay's trying to solo push onto this turret, but he needs a mini wave to help him out. He checks the brush, but TSM have booked it a little further north.
This is where we find out, is the Baron worth it for CLG? How much can they get? Can they get 1 turret, 2 turrets? Can they crack an inhibitor? I mean, they need to get a lot done with this because they gave up quite a bit to get it.
Well, there's one. They take the mid out of turret. Finally, the TSM were doing a nice job defending. Cloud Drake's going to go over to them as well. So already looking decent for CLG. Who he also stole the red buff. Drake's going to get his blue though.
The real scary part about this is not even that like gold-wise it's bad, because gold-wise it's pretty decent for CLG so far. The problem is that the inhibitor turret went down, and that means the 4-man squad is so unsafe if you try to go into split pushing. And that's kind of how CLG has to win this game. You know, if you put your, sure, you have Darshan bot lane and he's split pushing, great. Well, they just walk up and they take that inhibitor down. There's no defense, right? There's no added turret to help be that 5th man.
Bjergsen is just destroying these waves, even with the help with Baron. You're gonna look for a pick here. Bifrost leaping forward. TSM just gonna clear out vision and start this siege on the top tier 2. Remember, CLG are the ones with Baron, and they're still getting sieged by TSM.
And that's just the state of the game really right now. We are seeing finally, the last Whisper did come in for Hui, for Stixxay. They're starting to build those up. It's done for Smithy, so they're getting the armor pen. They are showing the respect to that. 2 Black Cleavers are gonna help to shred that armor as well. So they have some ways to punch through the armor now.
Do they have enough though? I guess we'll have to see. Dead Man's Quake was actually finished for Haunter, and he's got another chain vest. CLG. Oh, actually looking for something fine. Turtle with that guard getting a slam. Haunter though in a great choke positioning, just helping the rest of the team. Redemption's gonna heal them all up. Now they lock down Darshan, but he gets kicked out. TSM now need to back away, but no snare there from the Deadly Flourish. TSM get out safely.
Good attempt there from Darshan. He catches Turtle, but not even a summoner has to be blown there from TSM. They can walk out calmly, easily blocking up that Jhin ultimate as they have so many tanks and the shields from Karma. It's tough to find a way in for CLG.
And I think, you know, having a big tank, able to stack armor, the smart buys of the likes of Ninja Tavi, all makes sense for CLG's comp, but Karma feels like the real nail in the coffin to me. Karma is so good at keeping your team alive. When you have a tank as tanky as Maokai, Karma's just going to extend his life for far too long than you can realistically punch through.
I think the Locket, very intelligent choice here too. You buy the Locket on top of the Redemption. These are even more buffers. You know, CLG wants to try to burst down Turtle or Bjergsen and try to kill them off really fast and say, okay, great, you have a lot of armor, but there's no damage left, and I'll slowly kill you. Those are 2 items which are really going to help to prevent that.
Yeah, you can see consistent Redemption usage is there, getting 5-man heals onto TSM. Darshan does get himself caught by Haunter, but tank battle's not going to amount to much. TSM though on the offensive. Baron has dropped off of CLG. Looking to try and get some pushes happening. Top lane looks decent for, I think, CLG right now. A little tricky to catch on the minimap. TSM in position, try and see something up.
I think an interesting discussion here is also Locket on top laners versus supports. In this situation, I think that having the Locket on support makes a lot of sense because Haunter wants to be the pure armor stacking tank. Because it's not a diverse damage profile, he doesn't need the MR, he doesn't want that kind of inefficient armor item against this team. So it makes sense for Karma to have that. Against a more standard team composition, the Locket is great on top laners because it scales off level and you get a bigger benefit.
And you can see right now, I mean, Haunter is 17 to Bifrost 13. He's 4 levels up, so the shield to be that much bigger as TSM do take that tier 2 turret. 7 turrets to 4 now. CLG again, just being slowly pushed back by TSM. TSM just not worried. In fact, they might even just kill Afro over a wall. Pops away, puts up the Unbreakable, but that was close.
There's so much poke coming out there onto Afro, and he does stay alive. He now caught out.
Garrett's pretty strong here. He's going to keep going for it. Haunter also over the top, forcing a flash from McSmithy. CLG running out of spells, running out of summoners, and TSM just grinding them into the dust.
And all the outers are now down for TSM. CLG is getting more and more armor pen. They're getting to the place where they need to be if they want to be able to split push on Hui. So they have that going for them. But it's tough to find the opportunities to actually put him in a side wave without TSM just running down at you. Because TSM knows that's the way that CLG will win. So they're just playing deathball. They're always going to be together as 5. They're saying, yep, you can't pick us because we're never going to move apart from the team. And they will walk down as 5-man over and over and over. Now going to establish that Baron vision.
Yep, you can see the Thornmail's now completed for Haunter. We have the Void Staff with the almost completed Hourglass for Bjergsen as well. And even Wild Turtle's got himself the Mortal Reminder and is transformed his Muramana as well.
Thornmail is just so powerful because it deals even more return damage based on how much armor you have. So that makes it stronger. Plus the fact that none of these AD carries are actually building lifesteal. And if you don't have lifesteal, even if Haunter is not returning damage, you will kill yourself attacking this guy.
Currently 400 armor on Haunter, so certainly has more than enough stacked up here. He's actually getting pressure onto the top lane here. CLG are trying to just run it through mid and get damage done, but their inhibitor's open. I'm not sure they wanted to proxy this push.
Yeah, it's looking like they're going to have to TP back and try to defend even. Darshan having to expend that. Wants to slow down this push, but TSM can then just walk away. I mean, they get the Summoner out for free and just get out of there.
And straight onto Baron as well, perhaps. It's up and available. Blast Cone used there. Haunter going to get himself a bit more distance out. TSM, do they go for it? Do they bait it? They do have complete vision control right now.
They do not need to risk a 50-50 because they have good engage. They can start it up and then turn if CLG comes, and I think that's what they're going to try to do. Haunter is around the top side. He is looking for a flank, and then TSM will go for the fight.
Again, just keeping them interested.
Here he goes.
Now Karma's going to move in. Rengar ultimate popped. Who's he going in for? Looks for Afro. Damage not quite there, but Sven is so tanky. Redemption down. Heals the rest of TSM, and Afro goes down to Bjergsen. Now Darshan, stand up on the other side, has to get out. And Jinshot's just answering it up as Haunter jumps onto xMithy and ties up the rest of the team. Hui tried to dive in there, but TSM just cannot be killed.
Darshan actually played that fight so well, too. He zoned out the Maokai, stopped him from doing his flank, then ulted him out of the fight, and they still lost that fight very clearly. Darshan losing to GA. They likely will lose the Baron. CLG must try to contest. They have no chance if the Baron goes down.
Smithy is here. They've got the poke. Firefrost is low. They pick up Smithy. That's going to turn it around. Stixxay now getting jumped on, forced to flash out of the way. Hui's still alive, but they're going to surge forward. Ghostblade's activated, going to try and chase Hui. Good stop, Bjergsen. Staring from Haunter. Does get the counter kill. Gets another as well. 2 kills for Hui as he falls valiantly.
And they stop the Baron. That's big for CLG. That keeps their hopes alive. They cannot afford to give that one up. Massive wave going to be collected here by Svenskeren, but there's some big global objectives. And if CLG can get out on the map and establish control, they could look to be the ones to take Baron or Elder because they need those desperately. If you get the Elder Dragon, that really throws a wrench in the gears of TSM because true damage is pretty powerful.
See how this one started. xMithy gets picked, but Stixxay and Hui just keep fighting.
Yeah, they fight for a long time here. They are playing it quite well, and they have the armor pet, so they can actually finally return some damage onto Haunter. But even without shields on him, you see how long it does take for him to go down, and the core of TSM is still alive. All the damage dealers there.
Plenty of threat, so the map will reset once again. TSM still up a good chunk of gold, about 4,500, but again, Maokai is just so troublesome for CLG. I think that's a GA next for Haunter.
Yeah, should be a GA that he's going to build into. A lot of armor being built up for Svenskeren. He has his GA now, so can go a little bit more aggressively in that way. And Hui actually not building towards lifesteal, so he's going for more of a teamfight build. This is either going to be a Hex Shrinker, something to help him survive the Cinder Burst and reduce a little bit of the damage from the Maokai, or it could be a GA of himself.
We'll have to see. TSM though again is taking control of the Baron area. They've got bottom wave pushing for them. Afro keep getting poked. Darshan, they can pick him off and they can try and find a good angle. They'll lock him down. Haunter going to keep him busy. Darshan just trying to run himself away. He's kind of caught very far out from the rest of his team. Ulti going to get charged up. He does kick 2 out, but Bjergsen's ultimate isn't quite enough to kill him.
Well, that is so big that Darshan stayed alive. He doesn't have his TP, but still, he's going to have to be forced to back off. We'll see if TSM want to force onto the objective right now. They're moving towards Baron, knowing that Darshan will take some time to get back to the fight.
Massive top lane wave as well, but TSM actually look for the re-engage.
Oh, nice flash ult from Turtle.
Really nice. He's going to get locked down again. He tried to take Turtle down with him, but it's not going to happen.
That was such a good play from Wild Turtle. The flash ultimate nails Hui, takes down really the strongest member of the team right now. And CLG, again, they cannot give up the Baron. They must force this fight.
Smithy is available. Turtle going to eat some honey fruit, try and keep himself safe. Gets a lot of health back, actually.
Smithy has been known for his Baron steals. He's got a lot of objective steals over the years to save CLG.
TSM can't mess this one up. They might lose too much if they do. Ult from Afrom is not bad, but Darshan's still caught. He's going to get finally taken down. Bjergsen on a rampage.
And they'll go right back to it. Now Darshan is out. It's only 3 members alive. I don't know if CLG can even try to contest this, but they feel like they have no choice. Smithy essentially has to get a steal at this point. That's really their only hope.
They're buying time for the juicy wave, but they really need to take this Baron away from the Bjergsen. Flashes in, takes out xMithy, and that'll secure Baron for TSM.
Big play there from TSM. Afro is going to go down as well. TSM gets it all.
Locks it up and taking it down. They ping towards the Elder. Bjergsen goes back to collect the top lane wave from taking his inhibitor. Oh, Bjergsen!
He's going straight for Elder. They want to rush the Elder.
Haunter's there. It's okay.
Yeah, he's just going to get right over there. Haunter has the TP, so Bjergsen can just run straight to the Elder Dragon. With the Elder and the Baron, it would be almost unthinkable that they couldn't close out this game.
TSM, they play it awfully patiently, but they are rewarded with a clean Baron and what looks to be the Elder Dragon as well. CLG, they thought they had the pressure with the top wave, the angle on the fight with the poke, but key picks by the Syndra onto the likes of Huhi.
And this is the play. I mean, CLG knows this is desperate, but they also know if you lose that Baron, you lose the game. There was actually an empowered Bola coming across from Svenskeren, it looked like there. And Bjergsen's able to flash over, he executes the kill, and that really did seal it for TSM. And now it's death push time.
You can see Jamison in that last fight, Bjergsen and Total dishing out quite a lot. Poor Huhi with a big bagel.
I mean, not much you could do about that one. Gets flash ulted and dies before that ends.
TSM now pushing top side. Wave already started by Sven and Bjergsen, and they'll just kind of do their homework at this point. Making sure they get everything done nice and cleanly. It's been, you know, pretty medium pace for TSM, taking it slowly, making sure they don't rush it or make mistakes, and have made very few this game.
That's what they're happy with, right? They don't need to rush anything. Double GA is now available. They will force this fight. With double GA, double Thornmail on their tanks, they can go forward. One inhibitor already down. The middle one is going to fall here too.
Yeah, Sven's actually working on that himself and also threatened to flank with his ultimate. He's just chilling out, waiting for someone. Huhi walks forward. Svenskeren waits for the rest of his team. And now he goes in onto Huhi. Good poke, good QSS off there from Huhi. Bola would have spelled his death if he'd let it go. And now TSM take 2 inhibitors. Sure, they've got to go back to bottom lane, work on that, but should have more than enough Baron and Elder Dragon to do so.
Yeah, they have so much time. It took them none at all to really get that top couple down. And they're actually just going to TP straight over there. I mean, that shows, if anything, how confident they are that this is the end of the game. He TPs to save a couple minions' lives to increase the power of their coming push.
Yep, just wants to get it started ASAP. You can see Hornzo, look at this giant slowing circle. 465 armor for Hornzo.
And the amount of damage, return damage on the Thornmail is pretty insane. So every time you auto-attack Haunter, you take 92 damage plus 15% of whatever your auto-attack deals. So if Jhin is attacking him, the Jhin actually takes more damage from that attack than Haunter probably does.
Well, Hornzo is going to move forward. They're going to try and take down this turret. Should melt here under the power of TSM. And CLG, you have one last play to make to try and salvage this first game.
I think their one last play was 25 minutes ago, Pastry.
I think so as well.
A little bit inevitable.
Sven dives in. Sunflame onto Afro move. They're just going to take the inhibitor. Darshan, ulti's going to miss. Now Darshan going to get ulted by Turtle. Jin's going to open up. Sven and Haunter going to tank this, and TSM just going to walk the minions in and take down the Nexus.
Yeah, this is not much CLG can do. They will fight it out here at the Nexus, I'm sure, but hard to see them taking down TSM.
TSM already looping into action, going to try and take one Nexus turret down. They do get it. Darshan looking for Fire Frost. They're just going to lock it all down. Afro almost dead as he wades through the chaos. And now TSM just going to work on it. Haunter leaps in onto Xmithy, going to try and take him down. Still not dead. Twisted Advance going to keep him alive. Darshan diving to the backline. Now dead to Total. Goes unstoppable. And TSM is going to pick up a few more kills. Svenskeren leaps in onto Stixxay. That Turtle slammed in for the double. Nexus exposed, and TSM win game number 1 as Haunter doesn't even die. Leaping into the fountain.
Takes an easy one for TSM. 1-0 up in the series. They look strong, and CLG, I have so many questions here about the draft. Never thought it made sense. This one felt very inevitable to me.
And that's kind of what it looked like by the end of it there. TSM, they play it slow, they take it clean, and it's a very clinical victory for them. They knew what they needed to do. CLG took the spots that they had, but even then TSM reacted very well.
I mean, unless TSM made some massive mistakes or CLG got massively ahead, they were always going to win this game, it felt like. And CLG did not even draft themselves the lanes to really put themselves in a position to win those early games and get those big advantages. So, I mean, this one's a head scratcher for me. A bit disappointed with CLG.
And I feel like I've seen this before, people getting trapped into these strong picks. But with that, that's round 1 going to TSM. So let's send it over to the analyst desk to break down that game.
Thank you, Pastry Time. Game 1 going over to TSM. CLG seemed to be caught between rock and a hell of a lot of armor coming out of that composition. It was a full team win, but really, picks and bans looked really great for TSM.
Yeah, and I think there were a couple things that helped make this work well for TSM. I think taking the Syndra blind in the early rotation actually freed up a lot of focus for TSM later on in the draft. And I think it just made it hard for CLG to find something that's going to beat the Syndra. I mean, we know who he plays a lot of assassin-type things, but with the Jace already taken and the Graves, I'm not sure they want to do that. Because, yeah, you can still make an all-right comp with a tank, because you can't pick tank anymore in the top lane because you already took the Jace, is what I'm saying. So I think taking the Syndra there was good.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just they drafted an all AD comp, and honestly, I'm not too offended by that. But it's just really hard to execute. On top of that,
no, I'm kidding.
I just think it's such a difficult comp to play out. If you fall behind early, what do you have to do? You have to find these flanks, these crazy flanks. You can't really outsplit push against a Rengar, and so you really don't have many options. And your options are to poke them out or to find a crazy flank. And you couldn't really do that good of a job poking against Karma either.
I personally don't really like it. There's a lot of times where you see like an all AD comp against squishier teams, and it's not that bad. But against a Karma, Rengar, and Maokai, like you just saw how ridiculous Hanser got over the course of that game. It was crazy, and it makes it so hard to play against CLG, where you can just pretty much RE the team as Karma, and then your tanks just run forward. And even if the engage sucks, the worst thing that happens is like your tanks get chunked out for 25% health probably, and that's not bad. You just reset and you do something else. So I think that's a big problem for CLG because they needed to play the early game so well in order to get a big enough lead. I think so. I disagree a little bit.
They were almost able to get it. We did have eXmithy doing a few things top, grabbing that first blood on Graves, but everything kind of turned around coming in after that. 10.5 minutes in, we'll start our first replay, and they tried to keep going. eXmithy's like, yeah, we're going for another gank, and it turned on.
Yeah, and right here, you see CLG has to get a lead. They're playing very aggressive, and then eXmithy just flashes a little too far in, and they get turned by Sven, and they lose all their early game momentum off this play.
Right, I feel like CLG came into this game like looking to play angry, looking to avenge Hotshot for having a tattoo on his face. There's the huge amount of roams that were focused mid, like Afro was going there super early. I think they said he went something like 4 or 5 times.
15 times before 5 minutes. Yeah.
5 times before 15 minutes. 15
there
times
you go.
before 5 would be
You.
very impressive.
I was
like
fixing your
literally
numbers and I got my
laning.
numbers mixed up.
Yeah. And so like obviously CLG was looking to be very proactive, and they just didn't quite convert on the plays. It was all like the right idea, especially given that their comp does probably need to play that way, but they just couldn't get it done.
Yeah, I think you brought up a great point. The fact that playing all these is really good into squishy comps, but because CLG tried to ban away a lot of the tanks, and a lot of the tanks were off the table, TSM still reverted back to Maokai, even though he's not that good right now, because it was just such an easy champ to play into that comp.
Well, we see it here in our replay at 30-20 when TSM goes for Baron, and they can kind of just hang out and wait for the fight to come in, take it when they want it.
Yeah, and this was a decent play by CLG where they were able to catch TSM out trying to reset off a fight, and well played by Darshan in particular, buying enough time for his team to not actually have to contest the smite. And this was nice in a lot of situations to like take the Baron away from a team so that they can't use it themselves, but usually that's best when you're trying to stall out, and like CLG is not a team that's suddenly gonna like in 10 minutes become a stronger team fighting team, and that's a problem for this kind of comp.
And I think the biggest thing is like while Darshan can maybe zone out a little bit of their damage in the backline, he's not like a big threat. Whereas Maokai, Rengar can actually zone out the entire enemy team, and they can't do anything about it.
So coming in 42 minutes as we move on to our next replay, it was basically a lot of nothing happening in the beginning of the game until these Barons come up. The last one we saw, TSM was then able to force the next Baron, which they were basically waiting for, knowing they had the fight.
Right, and this is that turnoff that we were talking about. You just see them press Karma RE, and then you just run at the enemy team. And CLG doesn't have a ton of tools to stop them from doing so. You can maybe throw some Jhin traps down, Jhin W, Braum Q. You have some stuff, but what's the worst punish? As long as TSM's in formation, it's really hard to punish that kind of engage, and you can see they just do it whenever they want. And the nice thing about having a lot of armor is that it makes you pretty good at taking Baron as well, and Bjergsen playing pretty aggressive, making sure once again that they can't get that smite contest.
Yeah, overall I thought it was a pretty clean game by TSM. They didn't have much that they needed to do except for to make sure that CLG didn't pop off too hard early game. I think that they controlled the aggression pretty well, and then they just played out the game normally from there.
All right, well, this one going over to TSM to start things off. Obviously, no bet coming in here, but the rivalry is heating up. Player of the game is going to go to Wild Turtle. Facilitated the first turret, insane damage, and he made big picks. We see Turtle kind of taking advantages sometimes, and when he does, he's right there on the forefront of the gameplay.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if he had 100% kill participation at the end, but for the most part of the game, he did have 100% kill participation, and it was a big, important thing for him to be able to kind of poke people out. It makes the turnoffs a lot easier, and I mean, like we said, this was a really complete team game for TSM. The fact that they probably won the draft, everyone did pretty well in their lanes individually, and then play team fights out.
It's hard for me to even give a player a game this game.
Yeah, can we give it to Parth? Like, just
give it to like the whole team because they played well together. They figured out the enemy team's like the only win condition they had. They played to their own really well, and they just closed out a clean game.
So knowing what and how TSM plays kind of towards the late game, we'll not even think about picks and bans for the first one. It was really one-sided with the AD comp. What can CLG do to kind of get a good early game and prevent TSM from getting to those late game fights where they can usually control it?
I actually liked how CLG was playing the early game. Obviously, we said that they didn't get enough off their attempted plays, but I liked the way that they were playing it. And I think if they end up with a team comp that is a little bit better scaling into the mid-late game, that they can play aggressive like this again, and if things don't work out, they still have the option to still win team fights, assuming everything's equal. Because I think CLG actually had some good calls in the mid-late game.
Yeah, especially like they had to have a somewhat decent call to get the Baron in that situation. I think that their idea is pretty smart. I like the current idea of putting Afro on more comfort-oriented picks, not so much in the meta like Bard. You see a lot of Bard, you see like Braum, and stuff that makes stuff happen, playmaking champions. And CLG that having such a big playmaker for the support role can have like very explosive plays. You saw him go mid a lot, sure didn't convert into much, but maybe in other situations he would get like huge amounts of like game pressure off that.
It's only got to work a few times for it to really come through. So we'll see if CLG can even up the score when we come back for their game 2 against TSM. Don't touch that browser. You are watching the NA LCS.
We will be starting soon, so hurry up and save that page.
Yeah, save the f***ing page, Vincent. This is like the slowest room page maker I've ever seen.
Hurry, Vincent! It's giving me anxiety.
The room page
It's fine,
maker.
guys. If I don't have this page, it's fine.
Trying to dodge it, eats the first Udo shot, slams him into the wall! And there's first blood for Smithy. Smithy flashes in for it, heal is down as well. And now the smoke screen not quite enough, and Scarin able to turn it around.
Let's go, let's go, let's go!
We got it.
Finish, and we're gonna turn down, okay? Kill Ringer, we gotta turn.
Drop us that. Jen. They're flashed out, they're Poppy. Okay, kill Poppy, go mid.
Bjergsen flashes in, takes out Smithy, and that'll secure Baron for TSM.
Big play there from TSM. Afro is going to go down as well. TSM gets it all.
There's also misery, it's no mystery. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Wherever love flows, there is also tragedy. When we're in too deep. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. My love, it grows with the memories like a symphony. And you and I, we got history, yeah. And when you're alone, do you say my name or you say her name? Yeah. My got history, yeah. Wherever love flows, there is also tragedy. When we're in too deep, you and I, we got history, yeah.
It's kind of like a give and take because I want our team to do really well and I want to lead them to victory. But if I want to like show that I'm the best, I also have to like be more selfish and call for more plays so I can be more in the spotlight. So it's like I just have to call for more resources, honestly, and use that to my advantage and carry games solo. But it's also a team game right now, so I also have to like interact with the team a lot.
Seems like he's on the right track at least. You can see Haunter, great Maokai game there. As CLG and TSM return to the stage for Game 2 of their series. And to be perfectly honest, we'll start with the easy one. TSM played really well.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing really to attack about their play that game. They really didn't make mistakes. They reacted well. They played around their win conditions. And more importantly, they played around CLG's lack of win conditions.
And that's kind of their fault, drafting themselves into more than a bit of a corner in that last game. I mean, you identified it right as we finished the draft. You're like, I don't like it. And then we kind of saw pretty early on why.
I mean, of course you can win that game.
Yes.
Any game is winnable despite their draft, right? But they gave themselves so few options. I don't hate all AD comps. They're not my favorite. But if you draft all AD and you do not draft winning lanes, you must win the game early when your opponents are advantaged at that stage of the game. So it's like, it's very, very difficult. I don't expect to see that again from CLG. Feels like a little bit of a flub.
It does, and it's tough because on the play side, CLG were being very proactive, playing really clean. The overall play was very good. It's just that they couldn't do much with what they're giving themselves.
Yeah, I actually think that they played well that game. I think that the draft was really the problem, and I'm not one of the analysts that usually goes to that kind of thing. I very rarely think draft was the reason. This one, to me, really stuck out, though, and I think that's a bit tough for them. But they can take away that they played well, come back, get a more complete draft, and look to challenge TSM in Game 2.
Let's see what happens here then. Draft for Game 2 is already underway. LeBlanc and Rise bend out for CLG. TSM take out Varus, so we're happy to get it first pick in Game 1. Do not want to give the same honors over to CLG here, as Shen also banned away for TSM. So a lot of the common champions that are still banned, despite the metagame being open, are being seen here, as there's Camille for CLG.
And CLG's red side, blue side bans, both the same so far. Will Soraka get taken off the table now? Because Soraka or Malzahar has to be left open because TSM is banning out Varus. That is kind of the change there. So Afro may be able to grab one of those that was picked up, and it's actually Graves. So quite a few changes then.
Yeah, I mean, Graves certainly a strong jungler. I think
Rengar's left up.
Yeah,
This is what they're doing.
I mean, they're happy to give it to him. They're also happy if they get it.
I think it's tough now because CLG, like, they don't want to give Rengar over to Svenskeren. But do you really want to take it? They just have never once done well with the pick. They have won some games, but it's always felt more in spite of the pick than because of the pick. So I think this is a tough situation now, and they're going to lock it in. We'll see if Smithy can have his first good performance on it.
And so this is normally a trade that, you know, it looks decent. Rengar, pretty good champion, but could be happy on the red side to trade 2 picks. Feels even better for TSM in this situation because of the information they have and that everyone has really about Smithy's recent Rengar performance.
And there's a reason that every team leaves Rengar open against CLG blue side, right? The teams we are not the only ones who think this. Their opponents obviously are feeling the same thing. And TSM will have their pick of the litter, going to be able to grab up whether they want Jhin or the Ashe, and they do go for that Ashe.
They do. Total playing a lot of it, especially over Jhin. Feels like TSM or maybe Total himself, or likely a combination. Kind of fancy those. We'll see where Sven goes maybe for a jungle pick here, wanting to react to the Rengar that he sees. Haven't seen Olaf in a little while, but certainly a perfectly good champion.
I mean, Meteos played yesterday and smashed the game on it. That was really the only one that they did win. He was able to take over. But Kha'Zix is certainly a strong pick. Yes, it has taken some nerfs, but so has Rengar. This is still a very even duel between the two junglers.
Well, a comfort pick for Sven at least, as eXmithy once again gonna just keep this one in the minds of everyone else, just in case. But 12 seconds for CLG to make this first pick here. Probably want to take the Jhin somewhere in here. Might want to take the Soraka, not get it banned away, but Malzahar open as well. And Styx, they might even go back to something a bit more comfortable. Looks like Ezreal is the first pick here.
And I think Ezreal is something that deals with tanks a lot better than the Jhin. So even if you do draft yourselves into something that is like a heavy AD composition, Ezreal can actually get to the point where you can start to deal with tanks a lot better than a Jhin, who really does struggle, especially with lethality builds.
Well, 12 seconds now for Kuhi to pick for his team. I think a lot to consider here for Counter Logic Gaming. Taking their time, making sure they think it all through, and blind pick Orianna actually. Kind of interesting with Syndra in particular open, but very solid champion.
I think Orianna is super solid, and I think even into something like Syndra, you can do fine. You just have to itemize a little bit more defensively. Also keep in mind that when the ball is on your character, you get the added resistances. You can also instantly activate the shield. So if played properly, you play a little bit more defensively with that ball, you build a little bit of MR, I think you can easily survive those kinds of all-ins and become a beast later on.
So is TSM wanting to mirror the pick here, or do they change it up? They will change it up here, picking Malzahar, completing their bottom lane for themselves. Pretty good at locking down these carries. Ezreal in particular is tough to catch, but a Flash Malzahar ulti can take him out, as there's a Lulu ban for TSM, so banning away the support counters now.
Exactly, and I wouldn't, even though Soraka's not like a Malzahar counter, no one seems to want to let Aphromoo have the Soraka back, so they may ban that away. Obviously, the more standard one would be the Misfortune, because both Misfortune and the Lulu get those added benefit of having their passive hit, which essentially does an extra bar of health on the Voidling.
Well, I wonder what CLG are banning him. Kind of expecting something like Syndra and Azir. Probably wanted to make this matchup better for Huhi. There's a Nautilus ban though, so very different direction, targeting a different solo laner on the TSM side.
Now they could try to ban TSM into a bit of a corner to try to be like, hey, we're going to take away the top laners if you don't change up your bans and not ban out of support. There can be things like that. Or it can simply be them saying, well, Nautilus actually is just the best pushing tank right now, and we simply don't want to deal with it.
TSM now with their last ban, do they stick to the supports? Do they not want to give Afro Soraka? They don't want to give him Karma is apparently the answer.
Yeah, I mean, Soraka isn't necessarily a good into this lane or anything, but I just think that in general, people have been targeting that pick so much from Afro, and now he will have the ability to go forward if he does elect to do so. Obviously, as I said, MF is going to be on the table. Lots of options there. They're taking the tanks down. A little bit of a laugh from Hanzo there as Maokai gets banned out.
So I wonder if they
might be trying to get Poppy to be picked here and then try to do something into that.
Yeah, potentially counter pick. Darshan does look a little more comfortable on carries, though I think he's good on both. Instead, TSM happy to give onto the counter pick potentially.
This is actually kind of funny to me, talking about demanding more resources, demanding more picks. I always feel like in the past, this would have been a TSM last pick mid lane. They almost always left Bjergsen's pick for last, no matter what the situation was, because he is the franchise player. He's the one who's going to carry. And in this situation, they're giving that priority over to Hanzo. They already see Orianna on the table, so Bjergsen says, hey, you know what? I'll just lock in mine. You can make sure that you don't get countered.
Yep, I think it's a good draft decision from TSM, but certainly, as far as the organization, the history and philosophy goes, that is interesting to see Hanzo certainly stepping up as far as individual play goes, and he has very high ambitions for himself. Renekton though for Darshan, second time today, at least on this stream. Not sure what's happening over in the Battle Theater. And Aphromoo, hey, just put the emphasis on the back end of the name here. I mean, we always joke about it, he's very good on range supports, but there's just something about a CLG that need a little bit more. Afro almost always goes to a playmaker when the going gets tough, and there's Alistar.
There it is, and this is actually, there's pretty interesting interactions between Alistar and Malzahar. This is once again a lane that's going to get shoved in and should kind of get blasted with that, but so you say, okay, well, Spell Shield, you can't combo this guy, but you actually do the Headbutt Pulverize, and the Spell Shield is actually removed by the headbutt. So the Polarize, the knockup, still does go through when you do the combo. And that is very easy to execute. You just simply don't combo it. You press your W and then you press your Q as you arrive, and it's pretty nice. Works out quite well.
Well, there's the last pick. It is Haunter's Poppy, the expected pick, but again, TSM giving maximum information to Haunter to make sure he was comfortable with this lane. Bjergsen happy to play and pick his matchup because he already sees the Ori, and TSM again end up with a pretty good draft. CLG, this definitely feels like some vintage CLG. Stixay on a big carry, Afro on a big playmaker, and the rest of his team should be able to facilitate a lot of these team fights very well.
So many ways to deliver the ball for Huhi. There's Afro move flying in, there's the Rengar ult, there's Darshan dashing in. There's so many opportunities for him to get that ball delivered to the carries. And these are some relatively low mobility carries in the Syndra, in the Ashe. You know, these are not guys with dash, even the Malzahar and stuff. You can look for CLG to make plays. Their team fight is going to be terrifying. Where I think they have to worry is A, does Smithy finally show up on the Rengar? And B, can they survive the bot lane laning phase? They struggled hard last game, and they should again, unless CLG can execute an all-in or again.
Well, certainly a great game from Turtle and Bifrost in the first. So we'll see what happens here in game number 2. TSM picking themselves pretty standard, kind of taking a lot of the elements they had last game. Bjergsen will revisit Syndra actually for this game. CLG changing tactics up a bit. You know, they said we wanted to be more proactive last game. They were as far as play goes, but the comp didn't fit it. Now they say, fine, if that's our playstyle, we'll draft it to almost the extreme and see what happens here.
Yeah, I can't even remember the last time I saw Alistar. I'm honestly thinking back to like Mata playing it at MSI or something, like our Worlds, or like, I mean, forever ago.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. Certainly this year in NA, we haven't seen an Alistar.
Yeah.
So everyone is going to bring out yet another new support.
The Alistar, ever since the Alistar rework, we haven't really seen it at all. I mean, they removed the heal off of Alistar's E and put it into his passive, basically. So it's like you have this situation where you can no longer just kind of avoid these bad matchups by going heal first and just playing passively and healing through, right? And then looking for an all-in later. So it's much more difficult, but you do have this trample passive where you stand on top of them with your trample, it stacks up, and then you can auto-attack them to get that stun. So it does have a lot of CC still.
Yeah, certainly Afro can make the plays, particularly with Huhi by his side once they get some ultimates ready. Well, again, everyone just fanning out here at level 1 as we are back out onto the Rift for our second round between TSM and CLG. CLG played well, but just put themselves in a little too tough of a position. Ward doesn't go down though. Darshan is going to ward up the Raptor camp here. This Haunter's going to roam down on Poppy just to make sure nothing funny is happening from CLG. Did see more of an invade last game, but this game is much more standard at level 1.
Yeah, and you can't go too crazy every single game, but mixing those wacky all-ins and kind of paths and stuff at level 1, I think is good. It keeps the other teams guessing.
Other than that, TSM also have this Raptor camp boarded out. It's been a very common start for junglers, particularly with help. Looks like he's going to roam over, make sure he gets some AoE down onto the Raptors.
Afro might even just give him a Q here. Just come in, throw that Q up. You have the Q from Orianna as well. So the next one coming up from Smithy clears that out very easily. So he gets a very good leash. And Poppy as well, and Syndra, both of those have great AoE leash. So, ability to do that. You can't insta double spawn though, so he can actually walk through there a lot more easily than you would have been able to in the old patch. So it didn't actually amount to really much. And using both charges of the Voidlings there from Biofrost didn't pay off hardly at all. And now he has no really implied threat whatsoever. So this could let CLG push a little bit more heavily since he has no spells.
Nice little trade there from Bjergsen. Hits level 2 and instantly throws a minion towards Huhi. Huhi though, just going to eat a biscuit and try and play safe. This is a little tough for Ori.
Yeah.
It's pushed in pretty easily by Syndra, and there's so much threat in the early game.
Yeah, there definitely is, and there's always going to be, and especially once he hits the level 6, the threat of the all-in is very big. Biofrost not quite level 2 because he did come to lane a little bit late, you have to remember. So it doesn't actually get level 2 at that time.
Turtle though, again, getting the lane pushed in. That's exactly how TSM played the lane in game 1. 2v2 looking to go well once again, and we'll see if Turtle can build up another big lead. Stixay though certainly has shown up on Ezreal recently, and Stixay and Afro should show up in team fights if they can make it there without too much trouble.
That's the question, right? Ashe is going to have the push. Biofrost on the range support will be able to harass more heavily than Afro. but they're going to have great gank assist, and being able to set those ganks up can be pretty powerful if Smithy can make his way down here. And even when Smithy hits level 6, it's very hard to ward out those ganks because you can simply go for a lane gank and have Afro set that up for you.
That might be the real question. We always question Smithy's Rengar. Well, again, going to have a really big game here to kind of get CLG through. Looks to be a tough early game. Bjergsen level 4, good stun, procs the Thunderlords. Just hammering Hu here against his turret. Darshan, though, is off to a good start here, further of battle. Buff seems to be helping Renekton, who is rising in popularity, and this isn't the tank matchup we saw last time when Hauntzer was able to look pretty good once the lane developed. Darshan should have an edge for a number of minutes here in the 1v1.
Yeah, you would certainly expect so. Bjergsen still has a lot of his potions remaining, and Hui has worked through all of his, so if he can continue to land that poke, it could be some trouble, as Svenskeren is sneaking around behind here.
Just looking for a stun. Ooh, that misses. Hui probably has a very good idea of what was about to happen. Dodges it though, holds on to his summoners as well. And no jungle for Sven to take. He's going to go for a revisit here in mid lane and just immediately show Hui caught a little far forward, forced a flash.
Yeah, both summoners down. Ghost as well. So it's a Ghost out of Bjergsen, but that is it. They get the flash as the advantage. And that is nice. Again, the pressure coming to the mid lane here for Bjergsen.
Aggression again onto Aframu. Keeping him in his lane is also very important. You can see Bifrost and Turtle still harassing as much as they can, but Smithy and Sven going to have a battle here.
He didn't get over the wall. He lands the bola.
Bjergsen here to protect him. Good flash by Sven.
Yeah, that is key, but still, Smithy fighting back, forcing out that summoner is important. Played that very well. Knows he has the edge there, and Svenskeren did not quite get over the wall, so the Empowered Bola gonna force that flash.
Both supports also roaming up here. Bifrost gonna spot one, making sure nothing else happened. A pretty classic from TSM. Sven moves aggressively to the enemy jungle. Bjergsen pushed up, but that one doesn't quite work out. As Haunter fighting back nicely here. Well, the Renekton is awfully tough in the early game.
He is. And, you know, Afro and Stixay getting pushed in very heavily. So much damage being taken there, but Bjergsen in trouble.
Out of mana, flash forward from Xbithy, first blood to the Rengar.
Showing up big on the Rengar, forcing the jungle flash, coming to mid lane, getting that first blood. CLG needed this to have hope in this game, and they are looking good.
Chalk it up twice for Xmithy. That's his second first blood in as many games.
Yeah, and right out. No chance for Bjergsen to escape there. Smithy playing it properly. Bjergsen just walked too far up on the side that was not covered with any vision.
Yep. And being out of mana, not a whole lot he can do there. Stixay cancels the recall from Turtle and actually might get aggressive. Bifrost zones them away. And Turtle just takes the farm instead.
And Afro can't really do too much besides run away as soon as that Maleficence does come down on him, which is always going to be frustrating. Stixay down somewhat in farm, but it's not really that big of a deal for him at this point. He's certainly not in the kind of situation that he was in last game. He played very safe on the Ezreal and really kind of scale up.
Nice shockwave from Hui. He catches Bjergsen for some harass. Thunderlord's procs from that auto. Bjergsen has to drink the potion right quick.
And remember, both of these mid laners have no summoners right now. So this could be more attention coming this way from Sven or from Smithy. I mean, Smithy, when he hits 6, he is going to have a lot of threat. And Svenskeren maybe caught out in the river. He needs to come up. He's not making the move.
That's too much damage, but Bjergsen's here. Honeyfruit's going to keep Sven alive as he dodges around the ball.
They're going bot lane. They're looking for the kill bot lane.
Svenskeren also moving through the Scuttle Crab. They have the speed shrine there as well. And the bottom lane stays safe for TSM. Sven looks very aggressive there, but Hui has to walk so far around.
Yeah. Thankfully, Bjergsen wasn't able to push in the wave for him, so he's not going to lose much because of that. The big thing there, it seemed like CLG was on a different page. Hui wanted to clearly come down and collapse on Sven because Smithy was below it, but Smithy was actually looking to kill the bot lane who might come up to try to reinforce. So they were on a different page there. And as a result, they will just have to back off, but not a big deal on either side. No summoners blown. Not really an issue.
We can see Haunter teleports back to lane. He's about 10 CS behind right now. Darshan's going to walk his way back up, so we'll have teleport available for maybe a play in the bottom lane. CLG showed a lot of attention bot and mid in the last game, so maybe Darshan can use that to turn around to play.
And that would be Darshan's style, right? Always giving towards the team. Using that TP very rarely for lane. He almost always elects to save it. Even if he's losing waves, he almost always will look for the play. This is the kind of player he is.
Well, word from Haunter as he roams down after shoving the wave onto the blue buff of CLG. So with a pushing mid laner here, with the way Sven likes to play, maybe see TSM look for that blue buff, although it just spawns now, so timing's a bit off for that play. We can kind of see the remnants of that aggressive invade style that Sven had last year, backed by Bjergsen, backed by Hansa.
Definitely can. Smithy now is 6. They will have to keep that in mind as he can certainly look for ganks, especially in combination with Afro. If Afro and Smithy show up to a lane, it could be very difficult for anyone to get away. And he has some options here. I mean, he can go to a number of different places. And this was kind of what we were talking about in that earlier play. Smithy did want to go in. So he did actually force the flashes down there. I had not caught that, but yeah, forcing out those bot lane flashes. So he did get something for CLG. That was off camera.
Looking good. First blood there for Smithy, up it a little bit in CS, and still trying to apply pressure in these lanes. Darshan as well, playing so far up on Hansa. Hansa, ooh, tough to eat Renekton when he's empowered by Fury. Hansa doing a nice job absorbing right now, but does continue to get trickier, particularly once Renekton hits that Black Cleaver.
They may be looking for the dive here on top lane. Smithy and Hui are both making the roam up. They have been spotted by the ward. We'll see if Hanser backs off. If he does not, he may not be expecting this third member and could get corralled here. They're looking now.
Shockwave's there. Hansa needs to charge at the ulti. Doesn't get Darshan. Great flash. And now he's going to tie him under the turret. Hui's there, and Darshan gets the kill.
Really well executed, but TSM is going for the dragon. CLG will try to push for first turret here, and it will be a trade of gold for delayed power on that Infernal.
Oh, easy Drake over to TSM, but a great play from CLG in the top lane. They get the kill into Hansa. Hansa preserves his flash, but CLG will give Darshan all the extra gold from the first turret as well. Renekton maybe starting to get some things snowballing here.
Yeah, he certainly could. I mean, when you can get to that early armor pen with the Black Cleaver, you can start to become very powerful. I will have to be a bit careful for a while, though. He is flashless and could be ganked.
Turtle going to push this wave in, but TSM's bottom lane, despite the fact they were doing well, I think a little scared after the attempt from Smithy, so having to play back more. That has given 6A room to not fall too far behind in CS. He's kind of kept it 10 or better all laning phase long.
And I mean, he will do better than the 10 down right now. So honestly, this kind of a deficit is totally fine for CLG's bot lane. They're not in anywhere near the kind of situation that they were last game, where they had to be ahead, and they're scaling well. They have a diverse damage profile. They are looking pretty good here because Afromo has the potential to be massive in the team fights, and getting that Alistar through the laning phase relatively unscathed is a very big win for them.
Yep, I like the early itemization for both Manamune, done for Ezreal, so he's going to be scaling up well. And the mobility boots for Afromo, knowing that he doesn't want to be in this lane. He didn't like it at all when he was in it, so he's going to try and
I don't like it, and I'm leaving.
Exactly. As long as Stick stays safe, that's fine. I'm going to try and gank probably Bjergsen at this stage, as Hui does get himself the blue buff.
And one of the things that I think a lot of us tend to overlook, as solo queue players and as things like this who play the game, is mobility boots are often purchased just because they're so good for roaming, for the warding even. Not just for making plays and things like that and for engages, but it's about moving around the map, clearing out vision, placing boards, and getting back to bot lane by the time you need to be there. So, that is something that there's so much more of an emphasis on warding in pro play. Smithy looking like maybe caught out.
Oh, actually maybe catch on the other side. Bifrost getting a little low. Smithy still eating damage. Fitzgerald leaps in and gets it. Afro already pops his ultimate. Hansa slams him into a wall. Hui trying to line up a big shockwave, but Toto gets caught by Darshan and taken down. TSM in disarray as Hui is going to get snared up. The shockwave doesn't complete as Bjergsen takes down the Orianna. And now Darshan silenced Bjergsen. Just needs another stun. And Afromu, you could be walking into a kill. He does go down to the spear. There's the stun to Darshan, and TSM get everything there.
4 kills for TSM as Smithy, pulling off his classic Rengar play, gets caught out there and does go down. And he's wandering in, no vision, no read on where the bot lane is, and Smithy is already gone. I mean, the fight starts and he's already dead. Afro has already expended his ultimate. He has to get out, and the hope for CLG here was a big shockwave from Hui, but he's not able to get anything. He gets stunned up by Bjergsen. The flash shockwave is not even complete. Once he went down, it's a full bailout for CLG, but losing 4 there really stifles that momentum.
Tough for Afromu, just passed the wrong way. Walked into another free kill for Bjergsen. TSM did attempt to take the tower in the replay, but didn't get the mid-outer, so no extra conversion on the objective, but good chunk of gold, brings the game pretty much back to even. That's exactly where TSM want to be. CLG, every play it seemed like it was working, that one does backfire.
Yeah, I mean, he's just wandering into an unwarded jungle without support there. Afro was a bit behind him, but you need to be together as a team. The bot lane was missing. You don't know where the jungler is. It's not a safe play to make, even if you are in a pretty big position of power. and CLG are going to get punished for that. And we've been seeing it a lot, honestly, this weekend. You know, Dardoch notably kind of walking in over aggressively for these sorts of invades and getting caught out, and now Smithy.
Something that TSM are really good at not falling into is, you know, playing very safe. Sometimes too safe, you know. There's definitely something to be said about playing yourself, like playing not to lose, but TSM have been very clean. They really do take things clinically. And now another play getting started.
He's not even in that bush.
Oh, Smithy going to get taken down. And Garen going to try and go for the all-in himself. Almost gets him at 6-8 there to save him. Oh! Does manage to take him down. Can't quite kill the Rengar.
And Darshan is here. He has Shockwave. They can continue to chase if they want, but they will pull back.
Last comeback for Turtle. And Bjergsen dissuades any further aggression.
Smithy wasn't even standing in the bush. He was standing outside the bush there. Does get caught, but it was all along con. He had it calculated, of course. As
Six there to help
able to bail him out.
Works out well. Huhi, though, kind of getting zoned off here. And Bjergsen has a good track on this wave. Might be able to shove it down and take the turret there for TSM, but you can see Smithy, he's just hanging out.
He's outside of the bush. He realizes as that does come in. But the W from Rengar here, reducing a lot of the damage that was taken, actually gives you that. And Sven, I feel like maybe could have just gone for an extra auto there. It felt like the movement he was doing was a bit unnecessary. Not sure if the last auto would have gone off or not. At best, it would have been a trade kill, but still, it is one going CLG's way on a play that looks like it would have worked out for TSM.
Yep. Once you can see, kind of bullying back a little more. Darshan does have his Black Cleaver, but Senpai Cape for Haunter is the start of Poppy getting very frustrating to deal with.
Yeah, it certainly is. And Darshan is actually giving a lot of respect to the Poppy, the potential of the dive here. You know, he's down a level, actually. So even though he had that early advantage, got some help, he spends a lot of time roaming, and this is the downside of that, right? When you roam away, you miss out on experience, you miss out on minions, so even with 2 kills, he's down a couple CS, and thus is down some experience.
Macro actually towards the top side, I think, wanting to be there for the counter ganks onto Sven's Garen. But Sven, again, just now moving down towards mid lane. TSM.
Oh, they're looking for the dive on Huhi here.
Oh, they get it, but Shockwave's going to keep him out of the way. Silent Plans from Bio.
Rengar ult's on the side, he's looking.
No one to really go for. Bjergsen has everything available. And Malzahar ulti is not something you really want to leap into. So he plays it safe that time.
Yeah, both teams really were looking for a kill there because Infernal is spawning, right? The second Infernal is not something you want to give over easily to TSM. Darshan has his TP available, is pushing topside, but they would need to be ready for this play because TSM is already on it, and it looks like it might just be an easy second Infernal for TSM.
Aphromoo in the back, but he can't really steal it. Smithy on the left side of the map. So Infernal just over to TSM, despite the fact that CLG even knew about it with the Scuttle Crab vision.
Yeah, I mean, Huhi was in base, the team wasn't there was no Rengar ultimate. They didn't feel like they could make the play happen, and sometimes you just have to cut your losses. And this seemed like it was one of those cases.
Turtle continuing to push things out. Has a lot of components right now, but should be pretty quickly towards either Infinity Edge or Runa's Hurricane, whichever one he's deciding to go for first. Has a lot of early AD. We see this a decent amount, I guess, when Ashe was being played a lot more before. You want some sort of AD before your attack speed. Some people just want BF, so Turtle opting for an extra pickaxe as well.
Yeah, this is kind of the more like super old school build when AD items first got reworked. People used to go BF pickaxe into Hurricane, and then they started doing just the BF sword and stuff more recently. You got a little bit AD. The build is fine, obviously the laser item completion, but TSM is trying to force down this turret. They want to collect some of that standing gold.
Wave clear from Huhi, proving to be pretty good though. And he's got the Morello all finished up. Stalk shoes for both, and Bjergsen also has an accompanying Morello Nomicon to play with, so just a little wave clear back and forth. TSM not willing to take a risk just yet. Turtle is getting nice damage down to that turret there. Recall cancel for Sven by an Essence Flux for Ezreal. But he's just going to walk back to the safety of his team. And again, TSM are happy to play this slow. Feel like they're confident in their mid to late game. Nothing's really out of control just yet. Nice stun there as on to Huhi. Might be an all-in. That should be a kill. He flashes as well. Oh, Huhi doesn't look good.
No, that looks rough. I mean, the ultimate was already coming out. There was no reason for him to flash. I'm not really sure why Bjergsen flashed, to be honest. Bjergsen flashed backwards. I don't know if he saw a shockwave coming in and he was worried about it getting turned around on him or something. But he does use his own flash, so at least it is that trait for Huhi. But the clean solo kill for Bjergsen, and Huhi was just not ready for it. in these situations, you sometimes just have to be willing to flash that stun. And here it is. Let's see. No, it wasn't even a shotgun. There's just no reason for Viersen to actually flash there.
The fade away.
But style points, I guess. We'll give it to him.
I mean, he's got a lot of gold banked up as well. So, and he's 2 levels ahead of
He's
who
2
he
levels
is. So
up. He's 3 kills up. He's 40 CS up. Viersen is massively ahead of who he is.
There's a turret for TSM. In fact, they also got mid turret out of the deal. You can see almost 2,400 gold built up for Viersen. He's going to go back and spend it.
Yeah, and he is going to be very strong at that point. When he completes his Ludens, there's even more of that one-shot type potential onto Huhi. It's going to be really tough. His top lane is not really feeling like it's going their way anymore. And mid lane certainly isn't. Bot lane is kind of like doing their best. So a lot of it is going to be about the team fights for CLG. How much can they get out of the playmaking of Afromu and Huhi and Smithy, you know, on these high playmaking potential champions.
Yep, Luden's done now as well for Bjergsen, and Haunter 20 CS ahead of his lane as he just dipped out. Svenskeren continuing to apply pressure on the left-hand side of this jungle, get the wards done, make sure they have vision all covered. Baron will be spawning in a minute. I don't think Rift Herald is going to say hello to anyone today. Svenskeren will visit him, and that's all it is. It's just a visit. It's hard when the kids don't visit. Feels bad.
And the Scuttle was walking right by there. He just saw his child murdered in front of his eyes. Almost no one goes for Herald these days. It feels like it's pretty much just if you're winning so much, you're like, well, I guess there's nothing else for us to do. Time to go over to the Herald.
Well, Firefrost also joining the rest of his team. So looks like TSM again is going to play this methodically, take out the last outer turret, open up a big chunk of space for them to play with. There's no Drake for a few minutes, so don't have to really worry about that. Bjergsen just zipping over the speed shrine. Hotshot going to get dove here.
Yeah, they're looking for it, but CLG is coming up, and the Ranger ultimate is there. Afro is coming.
Stun, but Afro might be able to turn it around. Bjergsen low with a good ulti onto Smithy, who's going to prevent him from diving in. Now Afro still taking damage. Turtle needs a few more shots. Not quite enough as the barrage from Ezreal. Gonna get some stuff done. Great
big
shot onto
shockwave.
3, but now he gets stunned instead. He's gonna dive into him, and Svenskeren manages to pick it up. Haunter still going through as Afro's gonna get caught down as well. TSM just turn it all around. 3 clean kills and a turret.
Yeah, they don't even lose one there. They're getting so much. 6A is pushing in the bot lane, but this is not anywhere close to worth it. TSM knew they could commit to that fight, even with the great shockwave from Huhi. There's too many threats that are getting taken down too early in the fight. Darshan already out of there. Then the Ezreal is nowhere to be seen. Afro is forced out. They know that they can continue this dive. And despite nice play here from Huhi, it's just not enough follow-up, right? Smithy, what is he going to do? Afro, what is he going to do? And the Ezreal's not there, so there's nothing to follow up that damage.
Clean stuff from TSM once again. 6A did get the trade, so 2 turrets to 3 now. Still in favor of TSM. Probably not massive, only 2,500, about 3K there for TSM, but 2 Infernals is going to add to the pain. TSM has done a great job controlling the overall map, and that's been the story of this series so far.
And Inferno really is the best snowballing dragon, especially when you have a lot of damage dealers, and you know, Bjergsen already very fed. Hitting that kind of one combo potential, when you hit that certain threshold, it becomes very hard to deal with, and the extra 16% AP can help you get over that threshold to where instead of the Ezreal just barely living, he now just dies every time, especially with the level lead that he has accrued for himself. So that is really the big concern, I think, is how effective is Huhi going to be compared to Bjergsen.
Oh, there's another kill. Like Smithy gets blown up now. Hui's stunned up as well. Eframu in the mix, but Darshan going to go in and get himself ulti. Svenskeren on the flank, and Haunter now disrupting on the shockwave on the one as Firefrost takes that Afro. There's the kill for Poppy as it takes down the Orianna. Darshan looking to go down as Turtle with a flash volley. Going to collect 4 more kills for TSM.
TSM's going to grab Baron off that as well. This game has just been blown apart as CLG cannot seem to match the aggression from TSM. They're setting up vision, they're executing the plays, they're always there as a team faster than CLG, it feels like this game, and despite the playmaking ability of a champion like Alistar, it never matters if your team is not in position to make use of it.
Stixxay running very far away from Bjergsen as there's the Baron buff over to TSM. Gold lead blowed wide open at 6,000, and this Baron buff should do significant damage.
And here it is, TSM there as a squad. Smithy wants to go in for the pick, but he does not really have the support to do so. And then Huhi getting tagged by the arrow just means that, once again, they're losing their threats before they're proved up as a 5-man squad. CLG never has enough in the tank when the rest of the team arrives. Someone is already dead or completely pushed out of the fight, and TSM is just moving better and playing better as a team.
Get a break for themselves as well, continuing to stockpile these objectives. TSM getting almost everything. Don't quite steal the red buff, but Svenskeren just going to run down here. TSM going to start this push onto a tier 2 turret. They're going to start here in bottom lane. Shove down this tier. Shove down this turret.
They're looking to just continue to extend this gold lead, and with this advantage, how fed that Bjergsen is, if he hits a stun on anyone, they're going to die. There's pretty much no target except maybe Darshan that can't get like 100 to 0, I guess, Afro if he pops his ult. So it's a very dangerous situation for CLG, where this could turn very quickly from a turret or two into a game ending or losing inhibitors very easily.
Really nice assignments here from TSM as well, making sure they cover for Honsu, who's getting some push going there, but now they immediately rotate down, take this turret as well. They've even got pressure top lane, I think, based on the Meaning Wave size. Yep. So TSM have got it all going. 3 lanes pushing with a Baron buff. Good stuff.
Exactly. I mean, and the way that they have it set up, it's a slow push top, so we'll build up very heavily. They will pressure bot and mid, and then they will...
Oh, they hit Hui! Horns are going to go straight in there. Stun's going to land in for the AoE out of Bjergsen. He's unstoppable. Darshan falls as well because he gets him double. Smithy does assassinate poor Biofrost, but TSM will take the trade.
Yeah, and I mean, who cares? TSM can walk right in. They lose their support, but it's not important at this point. They can take down the inhibitor. They have a massive wave topside. They can rotate up there and get even more, and their gold lead has ballooned so much with the Baron buff. Wild Turtle nails the stun. Bjergsen there for the follow-up. Easy kill, easy inhibitor.
Yep, 700 gold away from 10k up for TSM. Let's watch this one again. Just tower diving at this stage.
Yeah,
TSM is so far ahead.
If you land the stun, this is a free setup for Bjergsen, and then the ultimate coming in is so much overkill. He's like already dead. He's able to ultimate onto the Renekton and kill him off very quickly too. So that was like the tankiest member going down almost instantly.
Yeah, this turret's going to melt as well. TSM will find themselves 10,000 plus gold in the lead, and maybe even cracking another inhibitor. Looks like they're backing off for now. 50 seconds left on the Baron buff. Honsu gets his recall cancelled. It's probably the safest member to be out alone, given how tanky he is right now. We'll just go back to base, and TSM will just charge down yet another lane.
Exactly, and the only point of kind of vulnerability you have is sometimes when you overstay with the bear and you collect all this gold, but you haven't actually spent it yet. So the Infernal is spawning next. 3 Infernals almost seals the deal. They want to get that, but Biofrost is very far up here.
The shield goes off. He's actually going to keep moving back towards his team. Finally looking to try and flash, but he doesn't have it. Smithy goes down instead as TSM turn it all around. They save Biofrost. And now Svenskeren looking for more. Darshan gets stunned. He's going down as he dives back into the team. Svenskeren able to pick him off as TSM just keeping the ball rolling. Tidal! Oh, 6-8 tries for the big play. But Sven shuts him down.
And forget the Infernal now. Haunter will just chase the Orianna. TSM will go for the end with 3 kills down. They will look to close out the series.
Hui ghosting away from the Poppy. But his Nexus turrets don't look so safe. Bjergsen flashes in, finds the stun, gets the W down, and they just pour it all into him. Afro move, trying to kite it out and save his base, but he died through Unbreakable Will. TSM collect the ace, Nexus turret to get a 4, and they complete a dominant sweep versus CLG.
Yeah, TSM makes it look easy. It was not the draft, it was the play, as TSM really outperformed their counterparts today, and will take down the Nexus here in Game 2.
So clean from TSM as they'll do their last bits of business. Haunter will hammer down the Nexus for the victory, and TSM looking revived after the break. On an upward trend, and that's going to keep continuing.
And Bjergsen, you give him the Syndra, 7, 1, and 11. He was dominant. Yes, he got some ganks. Yes, he got some help, but he was crushing that lane and really did take over.
I mean, the synergy continues. We talked about Bjergsen's consistently being one of the best players in the NA LCS for a long time. He's a world-class player. Also, talking about himself, he wants to build himself up and become a strong leader, one of the best top laners, period, not just here in NA. Probably a little disappointed with his international showings and really creating a foundation for himself, and a synergy we didn't expect with Doublelift being in the team last year. Haunter just needed to do his job, and that was enough. Although he did have some carry games, Haunter knows that he needs to be a bigger presence in this team, and it's not Sven Bjergsen I'm excited about now, it's Haunter Bjergsen.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, Sven, though, to be fair to him, had an incredible
again,
game.
Also good.
Yeah, I mean, he was smashing on the Kazakhs. At the end of the day, though, Bjergsen puts out almost 22,000 damage. Next closest is actually the Kazakhs at 11,600. So more than doubling anyone on CLG as far as damage. Did about 4 times as much damage as Hui did. Pretty rough. But once the Syndra gets going, Bjergsen, known for that champion, had been in the past perma banned against him when it was more of that Syndra meta, and he brings it back and is able to perform big time.
I mean, Bjergsen, I'm doing some very quick math on air, which you should never do, but I'm pretty sure he did more damage than the top 3 members of CLG combined in like the top half of the map. So more than top, more than jungle, more than mid.
Very easily. He did.
Yeah, so pretty insane stuff there from Bjergsen, who had an outstanding game on Syndra once again, but it just feels like it's all going right. Top half of the map looks incredible for TSM, and it's a time where if you have 3 good members in the top lane, you can win a lot of games, but also the bottom lane is looking good.
It really is. And CLG, they had a good start this game, but they could not convert. They could not keep the ball rolling. TSM felt unstoppable today.
Well, let's have a look at some highlights here from this game. We have one replay from this game to look over TSM. This was such a good dive.
Yeah, this was the dive, and this is just the story of the game. It's TSM to the play first, killing off Darshan while 6A is in the bot lane. Split pushing, Afro is already pushed out, Smithy is very low. There's not much chance of retaliation here, but CLG, desperate to hold on to this turret, do look for the turnaround, and great, that would have been a game-changing shockwave if your team is there, if your team can actually follow up. But no one who is still alive or on that side of the map was in a position to do so.
And it's just looking tough for CLG. I mean, they did play quite well today, but TSM straight up just played better. CLG received their first loss in 2 weeks.
Yeah, they had been on a roll, 4 wins in a row, 5 of their last 6. But TSM put a hard stop to that.
Yeah, and a team that's, looking at Cloud9, who played already today, they'll play FlyQuest later on, and just saying, hey, we beat you last time we played. We're starting to threaten that #1 spot. Cloud9, if you want to hold on to your spot, you better keep winning, because TSM, they're going to do plenty of that.
Yeah, they're coming for him. And, one bright thing for CLG today is at least Hotshot did not make another bet.
That's true.
You didn't have another bet, There's something going for him.
Kind of disappointed, actually. I mean, I actually honestly believe Reginald's saying, I have some pity here. I don't want, I don't want to inflict that upon you.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Hotshot's saying he wants the Reginald what's your Hotshot cosplay?
Hotshot in Italy, obviously.
Hotshot in Italy, yeah, okay, that's what I was going. That's what I was thinking.
Can you imagine that? That's what we could have gotten. That's what happened.
Gotten with the TSM tattoo on the forehead.
We could do a custom TSM jersey or costume for the cosplay. That would be great.
That would be fantastic.
Certainly would be well for a first-hand account on that win. Let's hand it over to Kobe and the TSM's bot laner.
Thank you, Pastry. Yes, this is Wild Turtle. Congratulations on your victory. Now, you guys, the first thing that jumps out in the mind is TSM as a team. You guys seem to be playing a lot better. Have you been focusing on communication a lot over the break? What was it like?
Yeah, I think we actually improved a lot over the break. We had a lot of problems going into the break too, and I think we just kind of fixed most of our communication problems, and we're trying to play a lot smarter on the game, and I think it's really working out for us.
It definitely looks to be so far. How do you feel about the AD carry set right now? Because a lot of people were complaining, I don't like lethality AD carries, I don't like utility AD carries. To me, you've always been this guy, especially in solo queue, not only AD carries, but you play different roles, you play pretty much all champions. What's your take on the AD carry champion set overall?
I do agree that AD carries in solo queue seem pretty subpar, but I also think that's because everyone in solo queue has a mentality that they want to carry, so no one really helps your AD carry get into a position to carry the game. So basically, AD carries is really good and competitive still, I believe, and they just kind of lackluster in solo queue.
Well, next, actually just tomorrow, you guys are going to play Dignitas, your next upcoming match. How are you feeling about that matchup, and what is your prediction?
I think Dignitas has been improving a lot recently, and I definitely don't think we're going to underestimate them, but I do think we're going to go 2-1.
All right, well, good luck there, Turtle. We are actually going to send you guys now over to the game that is in progress on LCS 2.
Well in the jungle, even though he got caught out that time, still looked like a pretty clean game from them.
I'd like to extend a very warm welcome to NA LCS 1 and all its viewers that are now going to be joining us for game number 2 in this match. Since I'm assuming a lot of you probably didn't have both streams open at once, even though I'm sure some of you do, some of you crazy NA LCS fans out there that just can't get enough competition. But for the ones who did miss game number 1, Phoenix 1 was able to find the win in that first one. It was a little shaky there in the mid game for a few moments, but they managed to come back, take a solid victory over Dignitas.
Kled was a big part of that too. Maybe we'll see it again, because right now Phoenix 1 are kind of developing a pocket pick for themselves in the Kled in top lane for Zig. Nobody else is playing it. It's very hard to get practice against when you're scrimming because they're the only ones that play it. And then also you have Meteos in the jungle on the Olaf. They're banning that away from him because it's definitely his, by far and away, most successful champion that he's had so far in this split. as a sub.
Yeah, those Olaf bans are doing a lot of work. We saw them work out yesterday for CLG. We're seeing them, they're effective, obviously, but they didn't shut down Meteos today.
Yeah, and he didn't get shut down, but on the other hand, Chaser looked a little bit hesitant to actually pull the trigger on a lot of different plays, whether it was a kickback or even the execution of the top lane play. Didn't actually blow his flash at all during that play. And I think that was something that I know I praised him a bit coming into this week because he was creative with his jungle routes, but then it just seemed like he disappeared. And Ades was talking about Dignitas being a reactive team. I think a lot of that needs to change from Chaser stepping up and being more proactive and causing the team to follow with him.
Especially on a champion, like Lee Sin, one that has got to go in there, make those mechanically precise plays, and be confident in his ability to do so. That's what you want to see from somebody, is being able to know exactly what your limits are and pushing those.
Yeah, in the mid game, late game, Lee Sin is kind of like what I would consider a pawn in chess. If you can get a really good piece for your pawn, you're golden. You're like, that was my job, right? You start off as being something that can cause a lot of pressure, but then you change it to the pawn.
Queen at the start. You do everything.
You're like, oh god, everybody has to worry about me. I could be anywhere. I have so much threat. And then he's a pawn, and it's like, got your rook. Yep. Kick back the mid lane.
Still a value trade.
Exactly.
Still a value trade. I jumped in the back and died, but so did your guy who's way more important than me.
Yeah.
That's kind of the job. But the bans this time around, Dignitas going to be removing that Olaf first and foremost yet again, with Varus and LeBlanc following that one up. Graves and Malzahar, again, the same first two bans from Phoenix 1. We'll have to see if they finish off with the last one in the same style as game number 1, or if they want to switch things up here a little bit in game number 2. Elise is going to be banned away. They picked it last time, but they don't want Dig taking it this time around.
Yeah, it's also a comfort champion for Chaser as well. And then, like you said, they first picked it both as denial pick and to have it for themselves and have comfort from Meteos, but now still on the table, the Rise up there, Jhin, Jace, Renekton.
Some days thinking about that Jace.
Camille.
I mean, Ryu did a lot of work on this last time around, so you might as well keep that out of his hands. Grab it for yourselves, too, as the Fizz Hover comes in from Zig. It's a bit of an unusual pick in its own, but we've already gone through a series today, Zyrene, where we saw Mordekaiser and Blitzcrank not just in the same series, but in the same game. So I'm just completely open to anything at this point in time.
Yeah, it's a great bottom lane. They both take Relic Shields, give each other CS back and forth, and you hook somebody, you have extra movement speed towards your guy. So it's honestly a great combination and makes it a kill lane early.
Do you remember the days when that item first came out and it was really busted and people just quit playing jungle and played double melee top laners with Relic Shields?
That was BS, dude.
That was a weird time in League of Legends history. I had no idea what was going on, but Phoenix 1 going to go ahead and start off this first phase of their own draft by locking in the Ashe and picking up the Rengar for Meteos.
Yeah, NA Rengar might strike again. Meteos, the two games that he ended up losing yesterday against CLG were his two Rengar games. Rengar, 0% win rate in that series, even when Xmithy played it. So, going back to that.
When stuff like that happens, I always love reading the commentary on Twitter and Reddit because you see the guys saying things like, hey guys, Rengar lost in the first two games. What's the game plan for number 3? How about Rengar?
Oh, sounds great.
Yeah, sounds like great.
Yeah,
Let's lock that Rengar right in there.
To be fair.
Hey, this is a different day.
Exactly.
This could be a whole new dawn for the NA Rengar, and maybe Meteos is the one to usher in that new dawn. We'll have to see. His target this game is going to be an Ezreal, picked up for Lod on the side of Dignitas, as now Dig has to think about what they want to run in the jungle, and the answer is going to be Lee again.
Yeah, when you see the Rengar, you're basically like, I don't want to play Jhin in any world against this guy. I love my team, but you guys cannot peel worth a damn to stop this Rengar from getting on me. So he's going to play the Ezreal, which is so much harder to get onto. He can leap away from the jump with his E, and also that's what ended up winning the match from Counter Logic Gaming against Phoenix 1 yesterday as well. Stixxay on the Ezreal, standout performance.
Such a clean game.
Such a good game from him too. And that was up against that Rengar, so it was so hard to close that gap.
Yeah, what's a better target for a Rengar than an AD carry who roots himself? Jhin is just such a lovely matchup for Rengar to go into there, but Phoenix 1 going to go ahead and grab their top laner as the final pick in the first part of the picking phase. So now we're on to ban phase number 2. They're going to go ahead and take the Rumble off the board, make sure Someday's not getting his hands on that one.
Yep, take the Rumble away from Someday, which would be the good matchup into the Shen early. Interesting from Phoenix 1, they have a lot of engage. They seem to be a team that drafts heavy engage. They don't seem to be so much about that poke life unless it's like a really quick one with a Jace. but they're more about hard engage with Arrow, jump in with Meteos, try to get a Cocoon or some type of CC. I'll be interested to see if the Orianna ban comes out here from Dignitas or if it's something like a Rise, because Orianna would go really well with the composition from Phoenix One so far.
Double top lane focus coming out from Phoenix One. Rumble and Nautilus removed. Syndra, the first option, taken off the board by Dignitas. We'll have to see if that Orianna mid lane focus comes out or if they have another type of a plan. Only a couple seconds left to go before they do have to lock that decision in, and it's going to be Ahri.
We've seen some strange stuff. We've seen an Ahri be played. We've seen a Talon get played. We've seen a Talon ban yesterday as well. So mid laners are kind of just playing a whole wide variety of things that banning mid lane in your second phase just kind of becomes, we don't want to deal with this in any world. It's not, hey, we're not banning Rise. We're banning this really OP thing.
It's just we don't want to deal with this specific champion.
Yeah, the only one that people think needs to be removed is the LeBlanc in pick ban, and that's it.
LeBlanc, very, very dangerous still, but Nami is locked in for Phoenix One as the first pick of the second part of the draft. They're going to be having that same Nami Ashe lane that they did in game number 1. We saw how effective the Nami was both during the laning phase and when the mid-game fights broke out. There was one fight where his heal was specifically what kept Ryu alive. So not surprised to see this pick coming out again, and the response is a regular old unbenching. Dignitas going to be releasing that into the wilds, seeing what they can do when they unload the Toad, unclog the Frog, do whatever else they want to do with Tahm Kench, because he is on the team this time around, going to be looking to keep that Ezreal, that Jace, and anybody else safe when the Rengar and the Shen invisible two-man torpedo comes in, looking to lock them down.
Yep, and so that's going to be a big thing that Meteos has to take into consideration, as well as Zig in the top lane on that Shen. Somebody gets Ashe arrowed, the Tahm Kench can just eat them up and run them to safety, or he might build a QSS for himself at some point later on in the game and just soak all the arrows as much as possible.
One more pick for Phoenix One. They're hovering that Orianna that you were talking about might be a ban for Dignitas, and it is going to be locked in. The final pick on the side of Dignitas with the Gragas in the top lane. We've seen this a little bit so far. Going to be played by Someday this time around, means Jace will again be mid like we usually expect to see him these days. So tanks in the top lane, high damage potential there in the mid lane, high damage potential in the jungle. Of course, more of that for Rengar than Lee Sin.
Yeah. This is actually exactly the same composition that P1 ran in Game 3 yesterday, but instead of a Rumble, they have a Shen. They have the Rengar, they have the Orianna, the ball combination, and then they have the Ashe and the Nami bottom lane, which just seems to be such a high priority lane for Phoenix One. They have first picked Ashe in that previous series against Counterlogic Gaming when Jhin was still on the table, and they didn't really care.
And you know that combination that you just rattled off, the Rengar, the Shen, and the Orianna, that is incredibly deadly. Rengar goes invisible, Stand United is placed onto him, that's the two-man torpedo that I was talking about, and then you've got the ball on top of it. If they can land that onto a valuable target, it is just going to eviscerate Dignitas lines.
Yep. Ryu, though, in that Game 3, his shockwave's not really on point, and that was the big decider there, was his shockwaves combined with the Rumble ultis, but we won't be seeing that this game. We'll be seeing Zig on Shen. And so now they have a composition that really relies on Meteos getting in onto the backline. And so someday it'll be his job and Chaser's job to keep them away.
Yeah, and Dignitas honestly has quite a few tools to keep people away and keep people safe. You have a Gragas barrel that knocks people away. You have a Lee Sin kick that knocks people away. You have a Jace hammer that knocks people away. And if they're still trucking after all that, you gobble them up with the Kinch. Everybody's spawning into Summoner's Rift onto that summoning platform already, just chomping at the bit, waiting at the gate to run off. You're seeing a couple pings there in the top part of the river coming out from Phoenix One. More now into the mid lane too, as they're heading out slightly more clumped up than last time. Everybody heading towards that northern part of the map, so maybe going to see some more early vision attempts from these guys trying to get a couple wards down at the enemy buffs.
Yeah, just make sure Chaser doesn't do anything cute early on. We'll see. And they're waiting here. I wonder if they think that someday we'll go for the invade because he did last time as a counter. And they're trying to read him. Yeah,
gonna walk in
he's
for
gonna
it.
pretend there's nobody there. Hello!
Big arrow
Double.
Meteos looking to make the play. The bubble comes out. Someday gonna be jumping away. Very nice moves. Flashes himself forward towards the enemy and then body slams over the wall.
Whew. Both top laners actually in a strange position now. Like, Someday doesn't have flash, Chaser doesn't have flash, so that's really good for Phoenix One. But Zig had to take taunt, and Someday took body slam. And Someday has a little bit more wave clear, a little bit more ability to actually trade heavily. Zig doesn't have that Q, so he's kind of weak in the lane right now. He'll probably get shoved in.
Yeah, both of them didn't want to take that ability at the start. They would both have preferred something else, but the attempt from Phoenix 1 was there. It is just going to be that flash for the flash in the top lane. Well, not in the top lane, excuse me. The flash of the jungler and the top laner on the side of Dignitas.
And right here, Phoenix 1 giving a hard leash to Meteos. They're going to give him everything. They're going to give him damage from Shen. They're going to give him an Orianna ball. They're going to try to get him up there as soon as possible. And we'll see what happens here, because this could be Meteos going for a gank to the top that's flashless, and will probably shove in because it's Gragas has more AoE available to him than the Shen. This may be Chaser's 2-minute and 30-second gank that we see coming.
And one thing I want to go ahead and point out real quick as well, talking about these top laners, you can see due to our lovely UI edition of the keystones on the side of the screen there, it is Grasp of the Undying for Zig versus the Courage of the Colossus for Someday. So Someday is going to have the big shields in the team fights, but the laning power is going to be more there and more evident for Zig.
Yeah, Shen's pretty much always take that because of the trading power and the percent HP. And it looks like Meteos is not going to go for the Krug Star. He's not going to go for the third camp as that, which is a little odd because, I mean, you could definitely cheese Someday here if you wanted to.
He's just not a fan of it, man.
Nope.
Doesn't want to go for those cheese plays. Keen going to hit level 2 and immediately jump in onto Ryu. Grab some damage on him there. Now walking off to the side just to make sure that nothing's going on too crazy just yet. Throws down a ward to make sure of that, but Meteos is actually going to be on the other side of the map. Now moving into Chaser's territory. These two are surely going to find each other here. Meteos looking to make the one-on-one happen, finding a lot of burst with that Rengar. Even more coming through. Chaser almost able to do it, and he does! Chaser wins the 1v1. Now Adrian forced to flash over the wall. Arrow's going to be grabbing the blast plant out as well. A mistake for Meteos.
Yeah, Meteos got there just a second and a half too late, where Chaser had the setup. Chaser saw Meteos approaching. Now it puts the bottom lane in a compromising position where Specialist gets to walk forward and zone them off of the wave.
And you saw how close that 1v1 was. That was literally a one auto-attack 1v1, and the difference, like you said, is that Chaser was in the brush and got the drop on him.
Yep, he got there just a little bit sooner, and that's all that matters there. He had the blue buff as well for a little bit more CDR and a little bit more energy regen. Don't know if that would have made the difference there. It didn't look as closely in that moment. But also, Meteos, he still had his flash. If he had been prepared to flash Q or anything like that, it would have been a very different fight.
Someday going to be bopped around a little bit by Zig there in the top side, utilizing the power of that Grasp of the Undying, as well as just his kit in general to shield himself up and take control in those trades. But here's this 1v1.
Yep, gets the E, gets the opener there.
Ooh, so incredibly close.
Literally an auto. Literally one auto attack.
You can't even fault the guy for making a play or a decision like that just because it was so close.
Yeah, and he knew that Chaser didn't have flash, but that's the difference there.
A lot of Dignitas fans in the audience today. 63% think that they're going to be walking away with the win, but Meteos wants to make sure they don't. He has to redeem himself for the last play, find an opportunity to get himself
walked
involved.
up. Why'd he do that?
Keen is up here. The Bola doesn't connect, though, so gets himself away from that unpunished.
Yeah, that was strange. Meteos trying to help out Ryu. He knew that he chunked out Chaser, so trying to give Ryu a better back. Zig sees that Chaser is on the top side.
Someday's got quite a lot of a wave to deal with here, so don't expect to see him leaving this anytime soon. He's going to be hanging out, clearing these out. Zig moving himself right back into the lane. Does not want to allow this to freeze in place. Allow Someday to have everything where he wants it, so he's going to keep shoving these up.
But Someday has so much CS to pick up here, so he has just access to this. This will be really easy. He's going to be about, let's say, 6 or 7 up, depending on if he CS's that perfectly.
Meanwhile, Lod left here in the bottom lane with a very, very slight CS edge over his opponent. And with this being an Ezreal versus Ashe lane, that means neither one of these two is going to be going for lethality.
Yes. And I've actually been noticing for Arrow, he starts boots on Ashe, which is something that I've talked about before, where Jins usually do it, but he's actually changed it over to this champion as well. But he takes Fervor, too. Since the nerfs to Warlord's Bloodlust, it seems like he doesn't want to take it, and also he has Adrian who will play Soraka or Nami and give him sustain, so the Ashe's trades are actually quite good, and he rushes the Berserker's Grief. So he has pretty much free agency to decide when to trade and when he doesn't want to trade.
Falling a little bit behind in terms of farm, but there's a lot of standing CS here for him as well. So just kind of going to be firing out those volleys, waiting for Dig to push this lane in towards him so we can farm that up in relative safety. Jungler's not really around the area bottom side right now. Meteo's clearing out his wolf camp. Chaser's going to be doing the same to his. Both of these guys not level 6 yet. Of course, Ryu and Keen just now ticking that as Someday and Zig find theirs too. And now that Zig is level 6, Irene, you've always got to be careful if you're Dignitas, because you've got to be expecting that Stand United on any play you try to make.
Denied control ward. Actually got replaced. Yes, you do have to worry about Zig in the top lane. That's the power of the Shen. You bring it because you can get around and be mobile. And here, look, 4 people to the top side. They're actually bringing Tom Kench here, bringing Lot here as well.
But that's the response, right? If Stand United is going to save 4 out of 5 people on the team, you go for that last man. You go for the guy who can't save himself.
How does Zig play this?
Well, he plays it by taunting his way out of the Sonic Wave and just walks away from all of it.
Yep. A lot of times the Lee Sin will put down the ward and jump to it and close the distance and then get the slow, but because they didn't really have Laud on the right side of the turret and it was special instead, they're just going to take that one right quick. They have momentum as well. They can push for another wave. They'll get the top side jungle. Red buff is up. They know it's up, and so Chaser will probably take that too and try to maximize their time.
Yeah, Dignitas has so many bodies up there that there's just no way to stop that momentum right now. Phoenix One's going to respond by taking the turret in the bottom side, but it's very similar to what we saw in game number 1. It's a trade, but that always favors the faster team.
Yeah, but right here, there's an Infernal Drake that's up, and this might be the Infernal Drake going over to Phoenix One.
Same as yesterday. P1 series, first 2 games, Infernal Drake both times, first Drake. This team just has a natural ability to force these things to spawn. Lodnik special over the wall, shouldn't be able to do anything with this. Meteos' smite, have no problem beating out a Mystic shot over the wall, and that's Drake number 1 for Phoenix One. Some extra damage for them, and considering they're only 500 gold behind, this game couldn't be more close. First Drake 77% of the time for Phoenix One in Spring Split.
Number 1 in the league. It's a highly prioritized objective for them, and I actually think one of the things you can take from that is they like playing around bottom. They have a very strong bottom side of the map with Arrow, and then Ryu also backs that up. The imports that they brought in, I've talked to some of the members of Phoenix One, and they really do say that the bottom side of the map is super strong. That, playing to it seems to be pretty easy to do. And Scar even mentioned as well, the top side of the map with Zig, he doesn't really need much. He's low economy. He's able to dodge ganks up top. He's not going to die to it.
Yeah, you just saw him. The 4-man collapse attempt, he just gets himself out of it, doesn't really have any issue.
Yeah, but he is somebody that the option is always there, and he can actually use the gold that you give him. But he's usually left on an island because why wouldn't you give gold to the most gold-efficient AD carry in the entire league with Arrow?
Yeah, you have one of the best AD carries around as your carry, and you've got a low econ top laner. It just writes itself. Here's what you guys are supposed to be doing. Drake control is going to be yours.
Yeah.
Arrow and Adrian now, though. Without an enemy turret here in the bottom lane, their opponents have kind of left, decided instead to head elsewhere, hanging around here in the mid lane, going to be clearing out one of those control wards. Keen with his blue buff should feel pretty comfortable spamming these shockwaves and acceleration gates towards Ryu, but they got to connect if you want the damage first and foremost. Ryu clears out some of those minion waves on his own and interrupts the back. Feels bad.
Good ward placement as well. Around the wall. Make sure that... I actually really like this. Up against Jace, Jace is like to put wards in the middle of the lane up, and you need to do it against him because he's going to stand back like he is now and try to shock blast you with an acceleration gate. So you want to see that coming, have as much time to respond as possible. And so that's why that ward is there, because it's going to see that fog of war. It's not there just to see the back that just happened. It was there to make sure that he's not shooting out these acceleration gate shock blasts from fog.
Because after you take 2 or 3 of those, you're feeling in a really bad spot usually, if you're not already dead. So very, very important. Make sure you keep a mind on exactly where those projectiles are going to be coming from and how frequently they're barreling down the lane.
I actually find this amazing how the priority on boots seems to be so high for Phoenix One members. Ryu, they got the Lost Chapter, and then he full builds his Sork shoes immediately after. It's actually very efficient. I really like it. But then the fact that Arrow first bought Berserker's Greaves just right out of the gate, no other AD to back it up. It just seems like they value mobility, they value getting to the fights, they value dodging skill shots like the Arcane, sorry, not the Arcane Shift, the Mystic Shot, and also the Acceleration Gate Shock Blast from Keen.
P1's big on the footwear, man. Gotta make sure they got those ready to go.
P1 lifestyle. The P1 lifestyle. They got those expensive shoes.
Dignitas, though. Ninja Tabby's done on the Gragas. Mobility boots on the Lee Sin so we can get around the map a little bit faster. I guess Meteos is the one guy because he's new to P1, so he's not used to that lifestyle. See, he doesn't have any boots yet. So he's the one who's kind of got to get himself acclimated to that. brown boots still on 3 different members of Dignitas, so they will be a little bit slower compared to their counterparts.
Yeah, Someday got boots really early on. Gives him mobility to start engages, which is, he's honestly a big engage tool here for Dignitas. I would say he's primary engage, with Chaser being up there as well. But then the Moby boots from Chaser were the first purchase that he made after the first blood on the back. So he could get around the map and try to affect it, but he just hasn't found any openings. He hasn't found anything he really wants to force. He got chunked out by Meteos mid lane earlier, and it seems like investing in those boots didn't really help him fight at all.
Shockwave finds his way onto Keen. Good damage coming through. Meteos coming in. Still looking to make some kind of a play. Forces out the flash from the enemy mid laner. TP channeled but canceled. Someday not going to be joining this fight.
That's big, though, because now it's double global for Zig as an advantage over his opponent here. He doesn't have a top lane turret. Zig can kind of leave this lane whenever he wants. He won't lose his top tier 2. So now they're going to have to make some type of play here on Dignitas' side to prevent Zig from just running all over the map. And I think this is right. Someday's going to go towards mid. Someday's going to maybe start a fight, try to get at least a global out.
Arrow misses, and then Arrow gets kicked.
Get away from my turret, I guess.
They're going to save the turret for now. A nice shockwave onto, shock blast, excuse me, through the acceleration gate onto Meteos. Going to be scaring him off a little bit. Chaser looking to make some kind of a move here, but without his kick, it's not going to be anything real. Gobbled up by eXpecial and carried to safety. And that's one thing I'm going to be keeping an eye on as this game goes on and as we get into these bigger fights is can eXpecial make the clutch saves that Tahm Kench is drafted for?
The arrow landing on somebody, he has to be there. And it's interesting because Tahm Kench plays like a middle liner, where we have your front liners who are going to be up in the face of the enemy, and then you have your back liners who want to be really far back. He has to stand in that middle area and actually position correctly. Support positioning becomes so important on Tahm Kench because you need to get the tongue lashes out on the right people. You need to be able to hit them, and get those autos on the people threatening your back line.
Yeah, you got to peel away the divers while at the same time being ready to save your own guys. A little bit tricky sometimes. Yeah, the problem is one mistake usually means your poor little carries are done.
Yeah, and also he has a global that allows you to rotate and have pressure in certain areas. Kind of like a one-person realm warp, right? And that brings him along.
Or if done incorrectly, suicide yourself and a friend.
My favorite.
The solo queue special.
Yeah, but Tahm Kench is kind of like juggling for supports. You have to think of so many things simultaneously. If you drop the ball on one, then your team could obviously die.
Infernal Drake number 2 about to spawn. Someday going to be chain CC'd here. Gobbled up to safety. eXpecial keeping him nice and alive. Arrow comes out, finds its way onto the Kent.
Meteos
That's not really going to be a super valuable target. Meteos going to be exhausted. Zig now back into the fight himself. Someday going to be smited by Meteos. Meteos forced to flash back. The heal going to be coming out from Arrow to keep him alive. Meteos taking the most damage in that fight, but he does have heals coming out from Adrian to keep him alive. Someday low as well.
That ward is out of the bush, I think, right?
Yeah, that ward is not in the bush, but Keen's going to be caught out. The shockwave comes through. eXpecial with another nice save. I said I was going to be watching.
Yeah.
And he's doing the job.
But that's exactly what they needed. The shockwave's now down. The Shen ultimate's down. The Rengar ultimate's down. Ash Arrow is down as well. This might be an Infernal Drake going over to Dignitas because they just have better positioning mid, and they have the cooldowns, whereas Phoenix 1, they have to wait.
Yep, Phoenix 1's looking a little exasperated for resources right now. They have no mana left on the Ashe, very little mana left on the Nami. Meteo's still recovering his health from what he experienced earlier. Drake going to be started up by Dignitas and burned down rather quickly. They're going to equalize that count overall. Meteos walking a little bit too close, eats a shock blast. I don't see Phoenix 1 finding any real way to punish this.
Meteos, I'm trying to look for something. Now they want inside track on mid, and this is the punish, is Zig gets to clear out bot. He has another global with the teleport. Adrian
having to drop the exhaust onto Chaser there to keep himself safe. Meteos trying to disengage this one as well, but he's going to be jumped on. Meteos too far forward. A little bit more damage is going to do it. eXpecial still looking to find him if he can. Meteos getting away, and Lod has got the damage. Dignitas find the pick.
There's a big auto attack there too with a Sheen behind it. It looks like it did honestly like 200 damage to him. It did a whole lot, but that's going to be Dignitas going towards this turret. No Stand United from Zig. It was just the teleport, and he was never going to use it there as well. And Phoenix 1, it felt like they were trying to get greedy and trying to actually go for mid when they don't have position on it.
Now they're losing their jungle as well. Someday and Lod and Keen all stealing away this blue buff. They lost their red buff earlier when we saw Dignitas take the top lane tier 1 for the turret First Blood, so the jungle from Phoenix 1, not exactly their own this game. look back at what happened to Meteos here.
And exhaust blown onto Chaser, and Meteos slowed down, trying to get some distance with the Q. The Q dash distance was actually nerfed in the Rengar nerf. All right, there, yeah, that's like a health bar and a half, so a lot of damage there coming through from Lod.
You don't expect to see that normally because the Sheens are almost always with the Mystic shots on Ezreal, so you just expect to see big Mystic shots and really underwhelming auto attacks. But when you Arcane shift forward and then the Sheen is on that, it catches you by surprise sometimes. Keen now might be caught out on his own. The bubbles come through. There's so much CC, and Ryu's going to be the one who grabs the kill. Now Phoenix 1 with the enemy mid laner down are looking for the top lane tier 1.
Yeah, that was also the teleport from both Zig and Someday, and they both canceled. So cooldown, of course, going to be lower, but that's still that global down from Someday. Keen has teleport as well, so Dignitas were looking for a 1-3-1, but they don't really have the advantages to do so. You can even see in mid lane, it's about 30 CS difference between these two mid laners. So Keen not really just powered up at all. He was trying to split there, and he got caught out.
Adrian taken low. Stand United used onto Meteos by Zig so that Zig can join this fight. Volley trying to be used for disengage. Zig taunting himself over the wall, going to be dragging Chaser with him. Chaser wanted to find a kick there, but good timing from Zig prevented it from happening. Phoenix 1 get away from that fight, that attempt from Dignitas.
Yeah, and this is becoming a game of baiting cooldowns, whether it's the teleport from Someday or Keen, or it's Dignitas baiting Stand United's teleports, or even shockwaves and arrows, because we're seeing this vacuum of power that as soon as Phoenix 1 start using those ultimates and they miss or they only hit one person, Dignitas are ready to take a fight then because the threat is now gone.
That is the name of the game for these guys. Trinity Force almost completed onto the Ezreal. Mana Moon still stacking up to around 520-ish stacks at this point in time. So getting close to the point we're going to see that evolution into the Muramana. Still going to be a few more minutes. But the Essence Reaver done on the Ashe means the crits are starting to come online. And like I mentioned earlier when I said neither one of these 80 carries is going to be going lethality, that means the spikes come later in something like a Varus or a Jhin. But once they happen, it's going to be a real threat.
Oh, yeah. But also Dignitas, they do have mostly AD composition. They're only going to be building physical damage here in terms of their items. No AP would be in sight. Someday does do % HP magic damage, but this allows Zig to build for lane a little bit with just picking up the...
Just the cowl.
Spectre's cowl, and then the rest of his build will most likely be armor here. I don't even know if he'll go for a Titanic Hydra, because all you really need to do is just soak.
Yeah, just not die. Just get in there and be this massive annoyance that the enemy team has no way to get through. His appearance will probably be pretty similar to Poppy from the last game, what Someday was looking to do, just stacking all those armor items over and over and over. And if Zig can manage to get tanky enough to deal with that, it's going to be very effective. I mean, look at even Meteos' build. Rengars, sometimes you see them go more damage heavy, sometimes you see more tank heavy. In this game, you are seeing the Ninja Tabby into what I'm assuming is going to be Dead Man's Plate.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. Dead Man's Plate, where sometimes you'll see them go for the Edge of Night, or even, I've seen some stuff too, like Hysterics, but I think this is definitely optimal.
Oh yeah, up against a Lee Sin, Jace, Ezreal composition, that armor is going to go a very long way in keeping him alive when he jumps in. We've also seen Dignitas isn't afraid to target him when he does jump in. He was the one who almost died in those fights previously. He was the one who died both times so far.
He's the two deaths, right? So, NA Rengar is starting to strike again.
Oh no. We had high hopes for you, Meteos.
I know.
We're still hoping.
Looking for some Blast Cone kills again.
Redeem the NA Rengar. Oh, the Blast Cone. I almost forgot about that. I was trying to...
I brought you back.
Had multiple people message me about that last night. What'd you think of the Blast Cone? I was like, I don't know about that one.
I mean, it was so great. The video that was done for the preseason that I voiced over, and apparently it lined up when I said new mechanics to master. It's somebody hitting a blast cone, and like people gave me crap for it because they're like, new mechanics, they're the blast cone.
Like, hit the blast cone, go over the wall.
They're at random spots, ladies and gentlemen. You have to learn a little bit more about them.
Meteos trying to get himself away. Sonic Wave going to find the mark. Meteos forced to flash over the wall to keep himself alive. Chaser with a good pop on the summoner spell. But now Lod has found Meteos, but he's going to be soaking some damage of his own. Arrow comes over the wall, connects onto Lod right as he's eaten. Frame perfect. And Xpecial is doing all kinds of work on this Kench. Look at how much damage that Shock Blast did.
Yeah, that was a lot of damage there coming through, and it's only going to end up being worse. As time goes on, as he gets more items, Dignitas will pick up this Mountain Drake. gives him threat with the Baron on the table, and a Jace and an Ezreal. This is actually a ton of damage that you could deal to that Baron.
Oh, a lot. They've got themselves the Mountain, the Infernal, everything.
Oh, they want to
pretty
fight.
solid for themselves. Adrian going to be stand united on. Can the Shen even get into the fight? No, he can't. Zig is not going to be allowed to join this one. Shockwave comes out, not going to be finding Someday. Ryu trying to keep himself alive. Exhaust going to be used. Shock Blast not finding the mark. Someday still looking to catch up. The barrel is down. Take a swig, Ryu. Someday's grabbing the kill. 1-0 and 2 on the big man. As Phoenix One has lost themselves 2 guys so far.
They're trying to hide. They're trying to hide. It's not
going
going to work.
This is a bad game of hide and seek. Meteos and Zig have got to find some kind of a way out of here. But 4 versus 2 is not the kind of fight anybody wants to be taking. Lod hanging around in the back, making sure he doesn't walk too close.
Yeah, they're trying to buy time so that Arrow can shove mid. It's like,
at least get something, but it's not going to be done. He kicks one into the other, and they are toast, at least Meteos. Zig going to be chased down now as well. Keen popping the flash to go after him. There is no blast cone today. Don't even bother looking. Zig's going to be run down, and Dignitas goes up 6-1.
But they bought time for Arrow to come back, get pressure mid, pick up the mid turret. Ryu is also back running down, and Adrian is here as well.
The Baron attempt coming out, though. You talked about how they were going to do it fast, and yes, they are.
Still 22 minutes.
Down to about 1/3 HP. Chaser and Someday tanky enough to soak for it. The arrow comes out, only hits Xpecial, and Dignitas has found some awesome success.
That was super close of being picked up there. And Phoenix One, honestly, in an awful position there, but Someday, the punish, he actually flanks from the top side when the fight begins. His cast was beautiful because it made Arrow have to flash over and go to the other side of the wall, and he was completely cut off from the fight and sectioned off. And this is a composition that is super mobile with the Ezreal, with the fact that they have the acceleration gate, and they have this Gragas that can get over walls as well, up against an Orianna, a Nami, and they also have an Ashe. So it's honestly quite easy to get really good ultimates off from Someday, and he seemed like he was on point for that one.
Dignitas now has a 4,000 gold lead. They've got Baron buff up and running on everybody. They're pushing 5 men strong down the mid lane. Edge of Night active on the Jace to make sure that they can't do anything on him. And this tier 2 is going to be destroyed very, very rapidly. That one is just done before I can even finish the sentence. Now they've got 2 more in the side lanes they should be able to pick up with relative ease.
And now they're going to the bottom side, pick up that one. Zig still top. Stand United coming off cooldown in about 2 seconds here. But we haven't seen a combination. We haven't seen a Shockwave actually land true. And you can see Ryu building magic penetration immediately after. He's going for the Haunting guys and has it in inventory here.
And when we started this game, when we started this series, I should say, we saw the words from Lod saying, you know, this team, they don't really know what to expect from us going into this because they've got Kopp as this new coach now, and they're doing some amazing stuff in this game. Xpecial with another clutch save onto Lod, keeping him alive from any sort of a threat Phoenix One has. And Phoenix One has just been denied throughout this game. Multiple attempts, multiple points by this Kinch.
Yeah, this is honestly an engage from Phoenix One that was more for just getting them off of the turret and wasting time. You can see Jace is actually TPing back into this. Keen wants to take this turret, and that's, I don't think actually Phoenix One thought that would happen because Zig is continuing to push. Zig has been pushing this whole time. This is the right thing to do for Zig, to be honest, because what is the Shen going to contribute when there's a Baron buffed up minion wave coming in? The guy's got no wave clear. He even struggles to kill this turret when he's alone.
Yeah, he's going to have to ding that thing a few more times with that scalpel to actually manage to take it down. But
it's so easy in solo queue to rage at the split pusher, but if the fight's already lost, you lost somebody, or the position is already bad, and he doesn't contribute to the defense at all, then just let him take a turret.
In the meantime, though, Dignitas is able to find one inhibitor in the bottom side. The inhibitor turret now in the mid lane. Inhibitor under pressure itself. Lod firing the damage into that one.
Yeah, Shockwave is back up for Ryu. It just came off of cooldown.
Adrian going to be kicked back right into the fight. Stand United going to be used. Shockwave finding no one. Ryu juggling around. Beat down. Keen grabbing the kill on that one. Adrian still low, but still alive. Sonic Wave's going to change that one real fast. Mystic Shot grabbing the kill. Zig now the target of all 5 Dignitas members. They've got themselves a 5v3 for the next few seconds. Xpecial showing that he can eat people in a very painful way to unbench that Kinch as Dignitas is heading for the Nexus. First turret now under pressure. The minion wave is coming up. They've got it enchanted with the Baron buff. Meteo's coming around from behind. What is he going to do as a lone Rengar? Looking to make the move onto Chaser. Already saved by Xpecial, though. Spit right back out into the maw of the enemy Nexus turrets. They are done. Arrow can't do anything, and we are going to game number 3.
26-minute game there from Dignitas. Deja vu. Really well played as well. That was 9 kills to 1. They only gave up 1 kill early on. And that was one that actually had a lot of people involved in that pick. It was the early one that Ryu had picked up. And this, I gotta say, Ryu has not been looking good on that Orianna. Meteos has not been looking good on that Rengar. I think the composition has that ball delivery in mind, but it's not happening. It's never happening, and teams are actually drafting for it. And that's what I love, is they're actually drafting to shut down the strength of the compositions that P1 are drafting. P1 seem to just draft a whole bunch of engage. So if you get Jace, if you get Elise to kick back, if you get a Gragas to throw down a barrel, if you have a way to actually save your AD carry, who is a mobile AD carry, they are actually drafting to counter P1's tendencies.
And it worked out. Special saves, I lost count of them that game. So many times people looked like they were going to be in trouble from a shockwave, from an arrow, from a tidal wave. And every single time he's picking those guys up, taking them to safety, and making it so they're able to properly reset the fight and do it on their terms.
Yep. And it's once again another game that, like you said, deja vu. It's pretty much just like the game that we had seen yesterday, game 2, where Phoenix won. Meteos died early off of an invade, and then he ended up having a really bad game. He ends up 0-3-1 on Rengar, and it ended up being just an awful showing for him. And I think that that's like, we're seeing when he gets behind, the other team is snowballing so hard, he loses a lot of agency, and especially on the Rengar, it feels like he doesn't know how to get back into the game on that champion.
Yeah, it's just not working out too well for him. Hopefully he and the rest of Phoenix 1 are able to sort of brainstorm up a solution to that real quick now. They have a little bit of time before the next game starts to think about how they want to fix that, how they want to change things up for game number 3. But for now, we're going to go ahead and send things over to the analysts to break down how Team Dignitas tied things up.
Thank you very much, Captain Flowers. And for this one, we can start where we usually do. The team comps, looking at where we had P1 coming out, the Shen, the Rengar, end game score 9-1. How do you get 1 kill with Shen Rengar not being aggressive? This isn't the P1 we've really seen in the past.
I feel like I've seen this comp a lot recently, and no teams are playing it that well. Like the Shen Rengar combination at the start of the split was like, oh my god, this thing's crazy, you can't give it up. And now it's almost like, yeah, give it to them. They'll probably not use it right.
It's so funny because this is the same team comp that P1 invented last split, because before other teams used it, they were the first. And they worked with Inori because Inori was like a godlike Rengar player. But Meteos isn't necessarily well known for his Rengar. He's best on Elise and Zac, Elise, and Olaf. And so it just feels like right now Rengar is a really good champion, but also a really hard champion to play. And a lot of players aren't playing them very well.
Right, and at least the Olaf was banned here, so we see another pickup of the Rengar. We hear the guys say in the cast, there's always a joke of NA Rengar, but it does seem like there's just no follow-up. There isn't the exact composition that these teams need to be putting around the aggressiveness of Rengar.
Right, and I think a couple things happened also in the early game that made it a little hard to get the Rengar rolling. First off was like that kind of face check where Meteos and Chaser bumped into each other, and Chaser won that 1v1. Obviously, that sets Meteos back. We were talking about the fact that like usually Rengars win that, but when we rewatched it, we weren't sure exactly what Meteos should have done different. It just like the whole fight didn't quite work out right.
I think it's only like losable if you take a melee range Q, and then he gets to do more damage before a second Q, where in any other situation the Rengar wins that.
Yeah, and then after that happened, Dignitas actually had a really smart swap to their bot lane to the top side right as everyone was hitting 6. So usually the Rengar hit 6, the Shen hit 6, the Ashe hit 6, you set up this massive dive bot lane. It was a good job by Dignitas swapping out of that potential situation and just getting the first turret gold in their favor. They had to give up an Infernal Drake to do so, but I think that's a fine trade-off.
And I think the Kench pick really locked out a lot of the P1's abilities to pick the game. So they have huge pick comp with Ashe, Shen, Rengar, and Kench just denied just so many picks, or potential picks. And so I think that pick was really smart by Dignitas as well.
As being able to deny those picks, we also saw, we'll see here at 22 minutes in, that Someday coming in with his pick of the Gragas this game was actually just able to cause so much disruption in the P1 competition.
Right, this was basically the game-winning fight in a sense. Like it was pretty close.
Pretty much.
For a lot of this game, Dig did have the advantage for a lot of it, but then this flank really opened up P1 to give up a lot of kills and the Baron buff. And I mean, we were talking a little bit about, oh, maybe Rumble could have worked in this comp as a counter, but I actually think it was really nice to see Dignitas go with the Gragas instead. Someday showing he's very confident on it, and it's able to set up his team for more kills than a Rumble would, where usually Rumble's bringing the damage. This time it was a lot of Someday bringing the setup for his team.
Yeah, it just seemed like a very slow game, and P1 tried to make stuff happen, couldn't make stuff happen up until the mid game, and then eventually Dig just ran with the game.
Yeah, I mean, that's such like a low damage numbers totally on the side of of P1. It felt like it was almost impossible for them to do anything. And the fact that Ryu really didn't play Orianna that well, and the fact that he's the highest damage member on the team is very surprising.
Right, a few of the shockwaves being off. We also know that from social media of P1 that Inori is in the house. We do know Inori could bring the aggression that I think we're looking for P1 to have here within these games, with the Rengar, with the Shen, to be a little more proactive in their composition.
Yeah, it definitely seems like a little lackadaisical almost in a sense where they tried to make plays, but none of them were that well thought out. There was always the Tom Kench there to counter them, and I think I maybe saw them target the Tom Kench once with the Ashe arrow. That's one of the things you see a lot of teams do is stop trying to pick people near the Tom Kench, start picking the Tom Kench. And I think there's like maybe one attempt that they tried to do it and just barely hit Ezreal instead of the Tom Kench. But overall, it just seems like P1 could use like a jolt of energy, and maybe that's something that Inori can bring. I don't know.
Right.
And the thing that I have to realize is that P1 initiates, like, they just hard initiate every single team comp they have. And so Dignitas is really good at, again, reacting to dives and reacting to that type of initiation. Their style is that they don't need to make plays if the other team makes them for them. And then they just turn the plays that get made. I think that they need to be very, very careful about playing into stuff like Zyra, stuff like Kench with their initiations, because if they mess up, it can be a big turn into Dig's favor.
Absolutely, and I did just get confirmation that it is going to be Meteos coming in for Game 3 once again, so they're going to stick with that composition, and all 5. Player of the game this time going over to Xpecial, all the saves, the Tom Kench pickup. We kind of wondered when we would see more of it, with Varus being banned out, Jin Ash all over the board.
Yeah, and I think Tom Kench is one of the things that we were talking about as being something that we might want to start seeing more in North America. I think in general, it's a decent pick as long as you're not picking into something that's going to get bullied super hard, and then I think it's particularly effective against a lot of the NA teams who don't have the cleanest engages.
Right. It punishes teams without good synergy very, very difficult, because are very, very harshly. So what ends up happening is Kench denies are staggers in initiations so that they can't get a very, very clean initiation. And a lot of the teams right now aren't getting like 3-man initiations. Like, you're not getting Shen Rengar plus the Oriole, right? You're getting Shen Rengar and the Oriole comes in like 1 to 2 to 3 seconds after. And because of that, like, Kench really disrupts the combo of the initiation.
Well, they seem to use it quite well. It did throw P1 off for the second game, and the teams are all tied up, but only one can claim the win. Go figure. Meet us back here for Game 3 of Phoenix 1 and Dignitas. We'll be right back.
That's what I'm saying. Yo, guys, let's play like we're like from the future, dude. Let's play like we're from season 9, dude. Yeah. Imagine like what knowledge we would have if we were from season 9. Nami. Nice. We can end, yo.
And we are going to game number 3.
Oh, you make me wanna talk back to you. Say it like that. If I hate you, then find someone new. Baby, but you know I never will. No, so I choke you down just like a pill. Say sorry. Oh, maybe I'll leave, baby, but you know I never will. No, so I choke you down just like a pill. There was a time when you had me falling to the ground, like a king without a crown. Whoa. Why you make it hard? Don't let me down. You might as well be lost, but I'm found. I'm waiting for your love. You just keep me hanging on, and I deserve to stay, and I'll find my way. Just know you're not alone, 'cause I'm your home. I wanna be with you always. Know you're not alone, 'cause I'm your home.
Xpecial he's like super seasoned, you know, he's been playing a really, really long time, and it feels really comfortable playing with him because nothing seems to faze him. He follows through on his plan, like anything he says, I feel like I can just trust it and believe in him, and I hope he feels the same way for me, so.
Lod with some kind words to say about Xpecial there, and hey, he deserves them
Get
at the end of the last game.
Get someone who looks at you the way that Lod looks at Xpecial. That was...
Yeah, there's your goals right there, ladies and gentlemen. But Xpecial with a hell of a performance in the last game earns himself player of the game.
Yeah, and honorable mention as well to Chaser, who 1v1'd Meteos when he didn't have Flash, and that started getting the snowball rolling, where they were able to take over the bottom side of the map and actually stop the whole Arrow Adrian synergy and the Ash arrows coming through as well, which then was Xpecial's job to stop the engages.
Honestly, all of Dignitas worked together well to make that game a decisive game number 2. Like we talked about, sort of a deja vu feeling for Phoenix 1, a decisive game 1 win that then turns into a 26-minute game 2 loss. And now they're staring down the barrel of a potential 0-2 week if they drop this next game.
Yep, and Phoenix 1, they were tied for 3rd place. They've fallen to 4th now due to tiebreakers and stuff like that with Counter Logic Gaming, and they could fall even further. And we were talking about how the standings are so volatile right now. Every match win really does matter because there isn't a freeload team right now in the NA LCS you can get free wins off of and farm them. So everyone does count, and everybody's beating each other too. This would put Dignitas at 5 and 6 with one more to play this week, and that would, if Phoenix 1 lose, that puts them at 6 and 6. Just one game, one match away from Phoenix 1 being caught by Team Dignitas.
Not only would this put Dignitas at 5 and 6 overall, this would put Dignitas with 4 out of those 5 being their last 4 matches. They would have actually been, they will be on a 4-match winning streak if they win this one today.
Yes, that would be great momentum as well for Team Dignitas. And also, it'd be really bad for Phoenix 1 because Dignitas have the tiebreaker over them currently. They are 1-0 up over Phoenix 1 in terms of the tiebreaker, and this would put them 2-0 up, which means if they tie, that put Phoenix 1 even further down the standings.
Right, they automatically drop the spot instead of going to the game-by-game comparison or something along those lines, which it will if Phoenix 1 wins today versus Dignitas in this 3rd and final match. So the momentum of Dignitas having the 4 in a row, the ability of Phoenix 1 to potentially have the tiebreaker later if they need it. Both of these teams have quite a lot on the line here for winning this last game.
And Dignitas, they were at the bottom of the standings. They had won against Phoenix 1, their very first match, and then they lost 6 in a row. And now they're looking for that 4-game win streak.
Very rough start of the season for Team Dignitas to grab that first win, to have that first one be a solid note and come off thinking, yeah, this is going to be a good season, here we go. And then so many losses.
Yeah, and then there was a whole bunch of criticism of what's wrong. Oh, Lod, is he still a bad player? Especially can't mess with the team. Keen's not talking. It's like, oh, someday he shouldn't have come over. He's just looking like all the other guys. Who's Chaser, right? And so there's all these criticisms, and then Dignitas organization goes, all right, coaches, let's replace both of them, and let's bring in Cop. Let's bring in the guy who now they're calling the process himself.
And it's working.
And it is working so far. They actually are turning games around. That's one where you suffer a loss like that, and then you're like, okay, don't worry, guys. I've got a read on this team. Now this is what we're going to play. We're going to actually play disengaged. We're going to play our style of reacting, but it's going to be good because it's against Phoenix One, who are an aggressive team who are going to make the plays for you.
And honestly, that kind of environment, that ability to just sort of relax, let all that pressure off and just regroup and get yourself back to a good spot to reset for the second game and continue to play the series, that's so big.
And they talk about environment all the time. It's like, oh, the air is so much better. The atmosphere is so much better with Cop around because he just seems to loosen everybody up. Everybody seems to be more relaxed and they're communicating more. And it's so funny because like these concepts of like, oh yeah, you should talk during a League of Legends game to your team.
Yeah,
Sometimes,
it's almost like communication helps.
But those simple concepts are sometimes lost when some people are like, I just need to do my job as a player, sit down, play the game, play it well, and just actually deliver. But that's not in the professional scene how you actually get to the top of the standings. It's communication, it's delegating jobs, making sure that you actually know who is in charge of what and who isn't in charge of certain things, but also being able to go back and forth and give your piece.
And I feel like that's kind of one thing that separates a lot of the players who become top talent just on like the challenger ladder from being successful in a competitive fives environment is that communication aspect. You can have a couple of bad games in solo queue, just say, look, I'm going no cam, no mic, no music, no anything, and I'm just focusing and we're going to win 20 games in a row.
Yep.
But in the competitive scene, you can't do that. You've still got to be open with your teammates. You've still got to have a coherent 5-man strategy.
And I think a big thing to just think about is if you're not communicating and the other team is, they are seconds ahead of you. They are spending that time in the future talking about what they want to do instead of having you to read what your opponent or what your allies are trying to do, trying to accomplish.
Taking a look at the bans this time around, it's going to be Olaf, Varus, and Elise banned away by Dignitas. Some heavy focus onto Meteos, while the bans from Phoenix One are going to be Malzahar, Graves, and Ezreal, which means the LeBlanc banned away in the past 2 games is going to be picked up immediately by P1 this time around.
Yeah, this is actually pretty crazy because Dignitas had banned LeBlanc both games, even when they were on blue side, because they didn't want to first pick it and they were trying to keep it away from Ryu no matter what and had other priorities in mind. But Dignitas ditched the LeBlanc. They pick up 2 jungle bans with the Olaf and Elise and the Varus ban and Arrow, but that leaves the LeBlanc up. So what Team Dignitas did is said, these 3 champions are good for Meteos and Arrow, but they're worth taking away, even if we give an OP over.
It'll be interesting to see what Phoenix One wants to run in the jungle this time around. Shen has been the first response to that LeBlanc, so they're going to be running that one for someday. And they're going to lock in the Rengar for themselves this time around. The NA Rengar going over to the other side.
Well, I mean, he's still KR Rengar in my mind.
Okay, I guess he is, but he's playing in NA. We're in the NA LCS, Irene. That makes you NA Rengar.
All of our Rengar one-tricks, Acadian, Nori, Dardoch, like it was looking up for us for a while, but it's coming back. The NA Rengar is striking again.
It's like a virus. Back around.
But Team Dignitas now have the go buttons. They have the Shen, they have the Rengar, they have the ways to get in. And the Ezreal was banned by Phoenix One, so they don't have the mobile AD carry to actually draft here, and they go with Jhin over Ashe for the first time in the series.
And what we talked about last game with Jhin being this AD carry who's got no sort of escapes, no sort of self-peel, he roots himself for 2 out of 4 of his abilities. It's a big-time Rengar target, so they've got to have some kind of a plan to keep this guy alive.
Ooh, yeah, I think they do this. I think they actually draft Gangplank here because it's a good counter to the Shen. Zig, back in the promotion tournament, I heard a lot of people were talking about how Zig is actually one of the best Gangplanks in North America. It didn't really seem like he was really on point a whole bunch, but it was enough to actually get Phoenix One back into the LCS when they were in relegation.
Hopefully we get to see some big-time barrels this game. It's always a treat to watch people's health bars just turn solid red after they all walk into a well-placed triple barrel combination.
Yeah, it's interesting because just kind of combining Zig and the way he talks about his style and the way that he actually plays the game. He's a team-oriented, low-economy carry top laner.
Those words just don't seem to work
They don't seem
together.
like they go together, right? Normally it's like, oh, help him out, give him some resources. He's like, nah, I'm going to play the stuff that scales and helps the team. You don't need to help me. And that's how he plays the game because he's so team-oriented and he's actually made a very conscious decision to last year to actually become a better teammate. But he was still, you know, I can carry the game. I can actually be contributing a whole bunch. And he's carrying as well by not getting attention. Even in tank meta, it's interesting. But he still does play those meta things and the tanks. But this is one of those situations that does call for something like a Gangplank. The Gangplank Jhin combination, disgusting. You throw down the ultimate and the Jhin shots are pretty much going to hit.
And the response from Dignitas is going to be Zed for Keen, a flashy mid lane assassin to go up against a flashy mid lane assassin. And we saw Keen Zed absolutely dispatch Hyze Jarvan when they played FlyQuest a few weeks ago.
Yeah, it was disgusting. He got 2 player of the games in that 2-0, I believe. And the thing to note here is they don't have a tank on Phoenix One's side. They've already drafted their mid laner and their top laner, so an all physical damage composition for Team Dignitas when they draft their AD carry shouldn't be a problem. And that's why Phoenix One banned the Ziggs away, because that would give a mixed damage palette to Team Dignitas, and it would give them wave clear. So I actually think that's a clever ban for Phoenix One, because it actually stops a whole lot of what you would want. Because you want wave clear from your AD carry, and you want some magic damage. Ziggs is actually the perfect pick for the Team Dignitas comp.
Tom Kench being hovered. They're going to lock that one in again for Dig. It worked so well last time. They're going to be running it a second time now. Granted, there's not the Rengar on the enemy team to save people from. Instead, you're going to be saving your own guys from the damage from that LeBlanc. Oh, from the Gangplank and whatnot. And there it is. We're going to see the Lulu locked in, as well as the Zac for Phoenix One. You guys didn't get to watch it because you don't hear us during the break, but I was talking to Zyrene and I was like, I want to see the Meteos Zac. Yeah, I want to see this pick locked in. And sure enough, Phoenix One heard my prayers, and they're going to be locking that one in for Meteos. This champion can be a lot of fun to see because of the different and unique gank angles he can take, because of what the passive can enable you to do. I always enjoy watching someone who's familiar with Zac play Zac, and that's what we're going to be getting this game. The final pick for Dignitas will be Caitlyn.
All right, let's see how this one goes, because Phoenix One, they draft the Lulu for protection to stop the Rengar from jumping in and actually just blowing somebody up. Being able to knock him up is so crucial, and to be able to react to that ability, the ultimate leaping in. And now the Zac, so they take a tank in the jungle, so he can actually build. I said it was going to be a tankless lineup. It actually has the tank in the jungle, can build some armor, can become rather close to unkillable here.
They've also got the Lulu to kind of shut down the Rengar and Zed assassination potential. Obviously, if one of them gets just completely steamrolling, Lulu's not going to save them. But Wild Growth and the shields from help picks, both very effective, as well as polymorphing the guy when somebody tries to assassinate your Jhin or your Gangplank.
This game's going to be really interesting because this is 2 mid lane assassins, 2 protection supports, and a lot of engage from both sides, to be honest. The Zac Elastic Slingshot in, the Rengar ultiing in. This could be an explosive game with the assassins in the engage from both teams to try to decide the series.
And it's such a stylish mid lane matchup, too. This isn't a mid lane matchup where you're like, oh, it just goes this one way, don't worry about it, this is how it happens. There's so much outplay potential for both of these champions and for both of these players to make things happen. And I want to see which one of them actually steps up and says, okay, I'm going to win this matchup because I'm the better player, not because of the champion I'm playing or the champion you're playing.
And we'll see what happens there, because Ryu up against Keen. Both these guys, you know, they've been favoring those assassins a bit. Ryu going away from the Orianna, which he wasn't actually performing too well on. We'll see what he does on an assassin as opposed to the control mages.
Right, I'm really glad to see Phoenix One deciding to switch things up going into this last game. They're not just kind of going to be trying to do the same thing they did in game number 2, even though it didn't work. They're shifting gears and going back towards something that might be able to give them that win that they need to avoid the 0-2 week.
And once again, the fire magic has spawned an Infernal Drake. Phoenix One.
Phoenix One, do it.
Again.
They've got the magic touch. Keen's going to be using, I think it was actually you that I had this discussion with the other day where we were watching a game and this Zed skin was in it, this chroma. And it took us forever to figure out if it was actually base Zed or Shockblade.
Oh, no, that wasn't me.
That wasn't you?
No.
Damn, I had that conversation with someone.
It's Shockblade that has it.
Yeah, it's Shockblade that has it. I was trying to remember which one it was because I couldn't tell for some reason.
No. I know my skins, man.
Okay,
so
you
I
know
it
your
wasn't
skin.
me.
I'm not familiar with my Zed skin. See, that's not a Skarner skin, so it's a mystery to me.
Yes. The Shockblade one, the way you can tell is the mask more than anything else.
Oh, yeah?
Yep.
I always thought it was...
It's a cloth completely all the way through in the Shockblade, whereas he has a helmet in the base skin.
The thing that gave it away for me was he had the lightning things in his shadow, like the little lightning crackles when he did his shadow thing. That's what gave it away, but... Now I'm really trying to remember who I was having that conversation with. I don't even remember. But either way, that is Shockblade Zed, and he is as pink as he could be going up against the LeBlanc.
Fabulous.
Absolutely. Throws the shuriken over the wall towards those Raptors, help giving a leash to his jungler so that Chaser can start that off as effectively as possible. Mistletoe LeBlanc's a really cool skin too, honestly. I like all the Christmas-themed skins, man. They're just so cheery. And I learned yesterday that Christmas Braum actually makes a Valley of Christmas trees when he ults?
It's not Christmas. It's Snowdown.
Okay. My bad.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays. My bad. But either way, he makes the Valley of Holiday trees when he ults. Dignitas.
Yes, it's great.
They're probably the Caitlyn eating a lot of damage early on, going to be being tapped by the very last part of that Glitter Lance too. So Adrian and Arrow doing a good job taking over this lane nice and early. Tom Kench kind of not going to have the funnest time up against a Lulu that can constantly harass.
Not at all. And you can see Adrian, they knew that the Raptors was the start, so now they're going to invade. They're going to go towards where Chaser is. Chaser will hit level 3 off of this, which is his Wolves. And the blue buff going to get warded here. There's Zig. You know what? This matchup's not supposed to favor... the thing is, it's supposed to favor the Gangplank, but that only happens when he starts getting barrel combos down and the barrels get low enough and they actually just tick faster, and that's based off of level. So it doesn't actually turn around to be Gangplank favored, but you usually don't have kill pressure because the only way to get to the Gangplank is to taunt him, and then he just eats some oranges, but that requires level 3 for Zig.
Sunday is really flexing muscle in this
He's
matchup.
actually just kind of messed up because Zig is level 3 and Someday was not.
Zig got to blow up the barrel and then immediately proc the Trial by Fire onto Someday there as well, so the most effective way to possibly trade for the Gangplank he got.
Yeah, auto barrel auto.
Yep.
Reset it.
Really tricky stuff. Keen getting himself away from those chains with the Shadow. The chain range is honestly, I believe, one of the most deceptive things in this game.
Oh, man.
Because they go so much further than you expect.
It used to be worse.
It used to be so much worse.
It used to be so bad.
Used to be, LeBlanc would attach the chain to you, and if you somehow got 9 miles away from her, it would still proc the stun, and you'd be waiting and wondering what happened. Adrian, 1 proc away from being munchable.
Yeah, looked like Arrow was running mid to try and get a W onto Keen and set up Ryu. This is actually I like how Ryu is just covering the Shadow. He's actually, I think he might be dead.
Oh, this is the outplay we're looking for. Yes, it is. First blood over to Ryu in the 1v1. The last caster minion auto attack not going to be doing anything. Phoenix One's mid laner. I told you, Zyrene, I wanted to see somebody step up in this matchup.
And Ryu's just been so inconsistent, especially on the control mages. He's not finding those Orianna shockwaves. Switching to an assassin after he had seen what they were just banning out Meteos, which actually ended up being a good thing. They had to double ban Meteos, push him onto Zac, but this seems like the LeBlanc already is paying off. 15 CS up, absolute bully in the mid lane. Keen couldn't get anything for it.
800 gold lead for Phoenix One now, thanks to that kill and thanks to the advantages of the CS there as well. 28-13.
Yeah, that lead is pretty much all Ryu. He's 600 gold up right now. And Chaser actually gonna get punished.
Meteos in enemy territory, catapults himself in there. He's a level down. He's a half level down on Chaser, but he does manage to steal away 3 of those baby chickens, so grabs himself at least a little bit of EXP and gold for his troubles. And here's the 1v1.
Yeah, it's interesting because Ryu covers the Shadow there because he went in, and now he's like, well, yeah, okay. It's not like he can actually go back to that Shadow, though, but I don't know what Keen is doing. He's like fishing for CS. He's already getting dominated in the matchup. That's weird. Yeah, it's not like he can go back to the Shadow. He actually just traded places and didn't go back. So Ryu didn't decide to, snap back or anything like that. Just a big outplay.
Yeah, that was honestly just Ryu playing the matchup better than Keen was able to play the matchup, and now he's in such a good spot from it. He's got the armband completed as well, going to make him that much more effective in these fights. And look, Ryu loses 1 notch of health, Keen loses half his bar.
Yeah, and this is actually going to get pretty disgusting pretty quickly because Ryu level up, has that level 6. And one of the big things about Zac is you can dive efficiently, and your engage range with maxing the elastic slingshot first, is which is what Meteos is doing. You have very unique ways into mid lane. You can go from Raptor Pit pretty much to the center of mid. It gets pretty ridiculous, the range.
And he can also not be afraid of going in what's essentially a suicidal dive, because you don't actually have to let yourself completely die when you have the passive up and available. It's like a free Guardian Angel.
Yeah.
So if you got to go under the turret and tank enough shots where you're like, I know I'm going to be dead here, it still works.
If you're under turret, though, it will go after your bloblings a little bit more than it used to. Or
that's a good point.
Back
That's
in
a
the
good point.
day, it used to just be like, oh, well, whatever, ignore them. Now it's like, oh, blobs, kill them all.
Kill the blob.
Same priority as champions, I believe.
You're still not dead as soon as your champion health bar depletes, which is better than most other champions can say. Ryu just non-stop pushed up here in this mid lane. He's not going to be stepping back anytime soon away from this controlling spot that he's found himself in. Stays in range just long enough to get the second chain proc and the Thunderlords with it. And with this armband first item, like I mentioned earlier, you can see the pieces of what I'm going to assume is a Hex Drinker for Keen coming out. Those two items make such a difference in this matchup.
Yeah, and the fact that Ryu got to his arm guard so quickly means he gets to stack it up. He gets more stats from it than you normally would when you just buy it and then soon after buy your Zhonya's. But these are very efficient buys here. But also I want to mention like the wave clear from the Dignitas composition, incredibly low. If they end up in a siege situation, they have to put up some traps and then they have to look for engages with Someday, Chaser, and even Keen. Whereas the LeBlanc does actually offer a decent amount of wave clear with her Shatter.
You know what's scarier than a massively ahead LeBlanc? A massively ahead LeBlanc? A massively ahead LeBlanc with a blue buff. Now that he's got that, the harass is just going to be never ending. Especially trying to get on top of these guys if he can, but not really going to have the chance to do so. Got a little bit more health now that he's got the Sightstone, but that last jump of the Dancing Grenade, that was well timed.
The way that it works is the Dancing Grenade does more damage if it kills a unit. So it went 1-2, he hits the third, I think it kills that one in time, so the fourth bounce hits Laud for the extra increased damage after killing 3 things previous.
Very well set up by Arrow, making sure he gets the maximum value out of that spell. And going back to what we're talking about last game with the power spikes and the 80 carries, lethality does get built by Jhin. So with that serrated Dirk already up and running, working towards the Ghost Blade, he's going to be strong fast.
Yeah, and he is going for that build. There was a game yesterday where he actually went for an Essence Rebirth as opposed to the lethality on the Jhin, which was quite awkward.
You don't exactly hit the spikes in the same time frame that lethality Jhin does. Chaser moving towards his own blue. Rengar, not a champion that benefits the most from blue in the world. Zed doesn't benefit the most either, but he will get some extra cooldown, energy regeneration from it, so he'll pass this one off. And anyway,
we find ourselves at the point I was talking about earlier where if a jungler screws up one game real hard, and then the other one screws up the other game real hard, game 3, usually the laner's just doing everything for the first few minutes.
Right, the junglers are cautious. They don't want to be the one to make the mistake. They don't want to be the guy that everybody that's watching the game looks at it afterwards and says it was his fault.
Yeah, that's already happened already to Phoenix One yesterday up against CLG, where won a game fast, lost a game fast, off the back of Meteos.
Just ruined the entire context of those records they were setting. And you lose the match afterwards. Still over a 1,000 gold lead for Phoenix One right now, working hard to make sure it's not that 0-2 week, to make sure that they can keep themselves in a good spot in the standings coming out of this one. Remember, this is their last game this week. They don't have any playing tomorrow.
Oh, right here, though, Chaser, I think he might have a way into top lane. He is a bit low, though, so I don't know if he'll take it, but he was not lane ganking in the previous game, where you can just Rengar ulti, lane gank, and run straight down, but as soon as you hit it, you will show that you are very close to that person.
Yeah. The person's obviously going to have the Rengar eyes above their head. They're the closest one. They're the only guy hanging out in the top lane, unless the enemy jungler happens to be very close nearby.
Yeah, I think what the process of this game for Phoenix One is going to be is they're going to snowball from mid, get bottom side priority, which they're doing now, and then Meteos and Ryu will probably both roam down there. And you can see actually Ryu's giving up CS to play towards the bottom side. And Phoenix One again have control of that bottom side of the river.
And this is what I was talking about with Zach's gank angles. Elastic Slingshot can fire him so far that he doesn't actually have to walk into the Tri-Brush. He can hang out behind the wall, and it just gives the champion so many unique opportunities that aren't available on other picks.
And you see Meteos, it definitely looks like he still plays this champion, doesn't seem rusty on it so far. Right? He's actually just clearing efficiently, knows how to play it in the new jungle, so it's not something he's just like, oh, you know, dabbling around with.
Yeah, he's got his Chilling Smite completed. He's got his Cinder Hulk fully completed, so he's going to be that much more effective with every single health item that comes out afterwards. That Cinder Hulk stacking multiplicatively with other health to make sure that it gives the maximum bang for the buck. Yep. Drake is up still, 11 minutes into the game, still no turret first blood yet. Previous games have had it go down a lot faster. Keen taking some damage from those. They're going to go. The Deadly Flourish comes in. Going to be juggled around. A nice save from eXpecial. Stand United going to be used there too. Chaser goes ahead, pops the ultimate, makes his way towards the fight, but will not jump in.
It's very hard to assassinate somebody on the Dignitas team because Someday had the Stand United, and you also have eXpecial, who actually flashed there to get the Nom Nom.
It did the job.
did it.
It did the job. The man was knowing exactly what he had to do. He got there in time. But now the tier 1 turret's going to be the target. Meteo's charging up that elastic slingshot, just threatening to say, don't you walk near this. They grab the turret, they walk themselves away.
Here's the combo.
Gangplank ultimate's going to be fired. Deadly Flourish comes in. The shots are slowing down Xpecial. Remember, he's still got Lod in his belly. Fourth shot makes contact. Xpecial still in great shape. Zig now going to be chased by Chaser and Someday. Gets himself over the wall with the flash. But that allows Phoenix 1 to head towards Infernal Drake, knowing Chase is top side of the map.
Exactly, top side of the map for the Rengar, and his red buff is about to come up, so he'll pick that one up. But that is going to be that Infernal Drake taken by Phoenix 1 here. Maybe a slight contest? No, not going to happen.
Not at all. Meteos can just jump himself out of the pit as well very easily, so no punish there. Cloud Drake's going to be number 2. But just as we were saying, the objective game was slower this time. Phoenix 1 grabbed both turret first blood and that first Drake and give themselves a very miserable lead.
Yep, and now Ryu is about 800 gold up. Actually, about almost 900 at this point, so looking like a dominant performance from him in this mid lane. Zhonya's rush first item doesn't really care about cooldown reduction, except for there's 10% on it, not the Morello Nomicon, with the 20, and also the mono regen. So he's getting the blue buffs. Doesn't seem to be an issue.
Tricky LeBlanc clone there, not going to really be doing a whole lot of anything. As Ryu's still hanging around mid lane. He's got his Zhonya's Hourglass done. Very threatening with that item. Lethality being constructed now by Keen to make sure that when he jumps in, he can get those assassinations because he's going to need to. When he goes into these fights, when the Rengar goes into these fights, they've got to pop the target.
This is so interesting because this is actually, they got spotted. So Lod and Xpecial were actually roaming to the top. They're going to do exactly what they did in game 2 with the 4 people showing up top and trying to get that turret down with what they did to get first turret last game. But it was spotted by the scrying plant. And also, Ryu and Adrian were already roaming to the top side of the map anyway. Arrow's up here too, so it's actually just kind of awkward where Dignitas like, we got you! And Phoenix 1's like, no?
Not really. Gonna go ahead and tap the brakes on that one a little bit. But the gas pedal is down on Zig's inventory at least. Trinity Force done now, 14 minutes into the game. A big power spike for the Gangplank. Those barrels have some real kick behind them now.
Yep. Had purchased a few pieces, 2 pieces, and then had a dagger, and then was able to back. So yeah, he's got bank. Even though he's down CS, he's actually up in gold off of the global turret gold, but also just being Gangplank.
Just by being Gangplank, you get more money per creep. It's a lot easier to find those economy advantages. As Keen has just ever since that first death, always been on his back foot, never really been able to find his own place in this game.
Yeah, even before that, it was just he was playing underneath his turret, and he was kind of testing LeBlanc, but it just seems like the matchup doesn't seem to be too favored for the Zed because he doesn't have as much wave clear. But he will have assassination potential later, but the Zhonya's will shut that down.
Someday charging in onto Zig, and just as you mentioned earlier, Zyrene, as soon as the taunt connects, you eat the orange, everything's K, and you go right back to power farming.
Yep, Meteos though, he'll look at top instead of power farming. He gets the scuttle, has full control here. They're just kind of actually, what they're trying to do is just draw attention away from the mid lane so Ryu can just keep going after Keen. Keen hasn't really had an ultimate this game.
Someday did a good job sidestepping the barrels there as well. Now with Meteos, Adrian, and Arrow here in the top side. Chaser hanging around too. We might see some 3v3 craziness. Remember, both teleports also up and available. Both global ultimates of the top laners can also be used here. Meteos thinking about maybe going in. There is a line of
he's thinking about it
to go through.
If they get the combo with the GP and the Jhin, that's an engage. They're going for it.
There it goes. Meteos looking to make the dive. Stand united onto the Tom Kench because they've got that save mechanism out. Everybody's backing away right now. Lod's going to be taken very low. Keen jumping into the fight. Meteos going to be forced to retreat. Arrow under pressure. Someday looking to get onto the back line as effectively as possible, but Phoenix 1 have backed away.
Yep, Lod chunked out, so he'll have to back here. Ryu looking at the back line and then gets out. But they do have pressure bot. That's what they get out of this is now Phoenix will have numbers advantage top because Lod is going to be forced back, so it's 4-4, but also they're distracted him so much, but they also have Zig on the bottom side.
He's role-playing that champion so hard right now, just tricking and deceiving people every 3 seconds. Like, the mind games from this guy are real. As Zig grabs himself the second turret of the game for his team. Going to take that gold lead up to about 3,500. And that's really cool that he was able to do that because he fires the ultimate up in there, contributes a lot to the fight, but he's still allowed to keep his actual self in farming mode while Someday has to completely disengage from the split push to join the effort.
It's one of the reasons that it's one of the compounding factors, I guess, that Gangplank is considered a Shen counter because he does a lot of damage to Shen. Shen can only gank assist with a taunt, and then you just cleanse out of it. But also the fact that you have a global to match his global. And if you teleport after you use your ultimate, then you actually give Shen the advantage because then he has only used one global to your 2, right?
Right.
So it's kind of just like basic stuff like that where if he used Stand United, I use my ultimate, or if I use my ultimate, he used Stand United, I stay here because he goes away. If he wants to get this turret, he has to TP back, and then I have Summoner advantage as a Gangplank. So you have an answer for the Shen, which is typically unanswerable when you use your teleport because of his double globals.
Definitely a good response coming out from Phoenix One. Now working on some lethality, most likely with that Caulfield's Warhammer and Longsword, probably going to be building that one into a Ghost Blade.
Yep.
Usually those are the kinds of things you like to see. Shen, on the other hand, building that Sunfire Cape to be tanky against the AD threats on the enemy team. But you cannot just go for that armor stacking we've seen in games 1 and 2 this game, because that LeBlanc is going to punish you heavily.
Yeah, the Gangplank build definitely changed after the Trinity Force had critical strike chance removed from it and the Stinger was put in the build instead of the Seal. It used to be Trinity Force and you use the critical strike chance you get from it to go into an Infinity Edge afterwards. But Infinity Edge needs more crit behind it to be gold efficient because you're paying a lot for the combined cost, but not any more crit, any more damage. It's just the amplification of your crit damage. So you need more crit.
Chaser and Sunday looking to make the play onto Zig underneath the turret, who flashes himself out, looking to keep himself alive if he can. Zig looking to make the play, but he can't quite do it. Sunday grabbing the kill, but just ever so barely.
Whoop.
Now popping the TP to get back to base, fearing the collapse, getting himself out in time. That was so close from Dignitas.
Yeah, so close. He gets out, it goes back to the base, but that's both globals down from Someday. And Chaser is going to back as well. That's the combo that we're seeing now. Is Chaser Someday is looking better and better over time. They're synergizing really well, but the next step is getting them to work with the whole team, right? It's that communication between the top half of the map, the Korean speakers, and also the bottom half, the English speakers.
2,500 gold lead for Phoenix One. Still holding on to that lead, but not really building it up. It was greater previously, up to about 3,000 something at its peak, but shrunk back down a little bit now. The Dig have been able to answer, grab a kill of their own, get themselves on the board. They got the assist money for it as well. Drake is live for the second time this match. You are seeing a lot of wards being placed down by Phoenix One in the southern part of the map, especially in enemy territory. With that tier 1 turret down, they're free to move up there and get a lot of vision on where Dig's going to be moving.
Yep, Phoenix One, they seem to take control of both this right side bush of mid and the pixel brush, and they do this all the time to play between bot and mid. And whether it's Arrow in the bottom side and Ryu mid or vice versa, they will typically do that. Even though that top turret is still up for Dignitas right now, but because the Drake is on the table and Ryu's winning the split push against Keen, they're just going to keep it like this. Normally you swap it to get that outer turret top, because they can get a tier 2 here. Phoenix One are actually in a really good spot, and the lane assignments are right on point.
Chaser top side, Zig sitting around here too. Still just very comfortable with that. Phoenix One with a lead at 20, have a 75% win rate. You're seeing it on your screen right there so far in this spring split. That's a very convincing number.
Yeah, it means that they know how to close out, they know how to snowball.
But 75% means there's still 25% of the time that it doesn't work.
Yeah.
And Dignitas is hoping that this is one of those 25% of games. They got a lot of work to do if they want to make it happen, though. Still down in gold, even in kills, down 0 to 3 in turrets, which is where a lot of that gold is coming from. Dignitas, with 2 turrets down in the bottom lane, 1 turret down in the mid lane, means they're very comfortable taking control in the bottom part of the map. Lodge going to be jumped on. Meteor's making the move, making it happen if he can. Stand United and Tom Kench again, X-Special, just providing the escape. As Phoenix One, getting the enemy AD carry that low, have now bought themselves a ticket for Dragon number 2.
Yeah, they saved Lod's summoner spells by actually using the ultimate and the Devour. So he doesn't have to blow the heal, doesn't have to blow the flash, but that will be the Drake going over to Phoenix One. That'll be their second of the game. It will be a Cloud, so it's not going to be that Infernal that they desperately want. It's another, and then Ocean is the third one that's going to be on the table.
1,080 damage from that Jhin crit.
Oh, Chaser. Looking for Zig again. Zig, now he has a cannon upgrade of Rate of Fire. Let's see what happens.
He's dropping very, very quickly. Someday the one taking the damage underneath the enemy turret. Can't quite do it. Doesn't even fire his ultimate. Instead, just falls.
Yeah, he's not even going to try right there to actually stop that. Hold on, Jhin going down for Chaser. Arrow?
Might be able to make this happen. Arrow got him. Chaser's gonna fall on that one. Someday barely getting himself away. Ryu not jumping into that brush.
And now, because Drake is down, which was the next objective on the table, P1, put your wards between mid and top, and get your top turret.
And this is the last standing tier 1. This is going to allow them more control into the top part of the enemy jungle as well. So now they're not just going to be limited to moving up in the bottom part of the enemy jungle. They've got the whole option available for enemy territory.
That's a good knockdown.
Backline goes Meteos. Lod has already been devoured, so it's on cooldown for the time being. Ryu looking to make the assassination happen. Exhaust is used. Ryu has been able to find the kill. Keen's gonna be dropping next. eXpecial now the target. Can they get him? Yes, they can. Damage coming through. eXpecial gonna be melted down. Adrian grabbing the kill on that one. Someday is hanging around, but what is a tank without a team? Can't get himself into the fight. Gonna be forced to just back away.
It's a sad tank, I'll tell you that.
That's a very sad tank, my friend, as Phoenix One is looking at Baron.
Question is, do they do it? I don't think they do, because they've actually looked at the Baron before up against CLG, 2-on-5, and they decided to go for kills instead, and they're doing it again.
Now they're going for Someday. This is a guy that is very hard to bring down, but they're gonna go ahead and go for it anyway. When you got that kind of damage, you can do those kinds of plays. Phoenix One finding the pick onto the enemy top laner, now backing themselves away. They've still got that tier 1 turret on the top side to try to take down Arrow and Adrian, the guys who are tasked with it.
Yeah, that's what they're gonna look for there. They're gonna look for that top turret, pick it up, and Baron control. Baron will come with time. The kill for Someday seemed like what they wanted then.
Dignitas not going to be losing their red buff today at least, but they lost a lot.
This was a really good engage from Meteos. Lod still in the belly of eXpecial. Comes out. And Meteos doesn't even go for like the greedy play there where he flashes. He actually had 2 seconds on his R. So it could have been an R knockback, but he didn't have it up for a few seconds. So not able to do so. And then the pickup there. Arrow gets ultied, and it's just the blocker there from Adrian. It's the Lulu that you hate to see if you're a Zed player. But a great counter.
Absolutely. 2-0-2 now on the LeBlanc, 3-0-2 on the Jhin, 0-2-2 on the Gangplank. Actually opting into a Sterix Gauge before anything else now. It is going to make the barrels and the Trinity Force procs that much stronger, and at the same time, it's going to protect him from this burst potential that they're taking advantage.
Yeah, that's what you look for now as the Gangplank early, is the consistent damage. Like I said before, it was the critical strike chance on Trinity Force multiplied by the Infinity Edge. Now you go for what is guaranteed, and the Trinity Force proc is guaranteed. Then you put the Sterix behind it, which will give you more base damage, and it actually applies towards the Trinity Force. So normally, your Trinity Force is 200% of your bonus physical damage, from your base attack. It doesn't actually have it on the client. Unlucky. It's
200% of your base attack value.
Exactly. And so what Sterix does is it multiplies your base attack value, and that actually is a good combination there by 25%. And then when it triggers, it's another 25.
Right. Either way, Dignitas now in a 2-6 game where they're down almost 7,000 gold. A little bit over 7,000 gold, actually. 4 turrets to 0 still, not finding any way to get themselves onto the board in terms of objectives as Phoenix One continues to push. This time onto the mid lane tier 2. Keen going to be jumped on. Meteos not afraid of anything. Gangplank ultimate going to be used for zoning potential. Lod and eXpecial looking to chase these guys down if they can. Arrow going to be forced to flash back. Redemption used. Adrian going to be jumped on. Wild Growth onto
the Blasco!
Trying to stay alive. Blasco is going to be tossing Adrian right back in the sacrificial Lulu. But they're still able to find the kills. 2 dead on Dig. Can they make it any more? The damage comes through, and Dig's able to grab number 3 in the dirt. As Phoenix One find themselves 3 different kills. They continue the push. All they lose is Adrian, who Arrow sealed his fate, hopping that plan, sending himself to safety and sending Adrian right back into the fight.
Sometimes you don't want to go in and be the bait, but it was the right choice apparently. The rest of the team was engaging on the backside. Ryu had taken out Lod, and then eXpecial followed shortly after, wasn't able to save as well.
Phoenix One having a great game 3 so far, 26 minutes in, not even. And they take down the mid lane inhibitor.
And this is good from Phoenix One because how many times have games been rubber banded back on them because of a bad engage? They engage, Meteos immediately says, all right, that wasn't the perfect engage, of backing up. Arrow, he gets caught a little bit, flashes out, and starts making a run for it. And then, it actually looks like Adrian hit it. Adrian's like,
the sacrifice.
I'll do it!
All the way to the end.
He pushed Arrow over the wall to safety. And so
he knew what he was doing. He knew what he did as soon as he attacked that meme plant. He knew he wasn't coming back.
That's where Adrian looks into Arrow's eyes. Oh, hold on, Lod though.
Lod's not looking into anybody's eyes. He's done for. Rampage on the side of Phoenix 1. Meteo's jumping right back into the fight again. This time Chaser getting himself away. That's the same plant that Meteo yesterday, by the way, used his ultimate on. Yep. This time it's used for the proper purpose. Rengar getting himself away alive. Meteo's not really concerned about it. As a 1-0-7 Zach, he's having a wonderful game.
Yeah, he's having a great game. And it's comfort. Again, the Olaf was banned against him. The Elise was banned against him. Guys pulling bans because people think his champion pool is shallow. It has been. He's not playing those meta things, but he's playing what's working for him. And there's no contest here for Phoenix 1 to take this Baron.
That's what it's all about. You play what wins, and right now what's winning is this Zach. 10-3, the Baron has been secured. 11,000 gold lead. And Ryu says, you know what, I'm just gonna grab the Kinch too. Why not put a kill in there? Oh, now he's looking to make the moves onto Keen as well. Ace in the hole gonna be coming through. Keen has to get himself away. Zonya's Hourglass gonna be used.
Oh,
Ryu comes back over the wall, now looking to take down Lod if he can. I don't know about this one, but Ryu does, dominating, baby.
You don't get to buy any magic resistance until way later if you're not building lethality and Edge of Night. And Lot, oh man, the trap doesn't even go off. Unlucky too. That's a lot of damage. That's where you go. Man,
That's
who fed LeBlanc?
Yeah, who fed LeBlanc?
As your 0-4.
Ryu and Arrow now with Baron up minions sieging towards the top side. Someday gonna be jumped on. He's got Guardian Angel, but how long is it gonna be keeping him? Oh my goodness, Special with the tongue to shut down Ryu. Can he get himself away from him? Meteo's jumping around in the back lines. A rampage for Arrow, grabbing the kill onto the Kinch, avenging his own mid laner. Chaser and Keen trying to run. Curtain Call gonna be opened up. Lod doesn't want to block the shots. He's not gonna be dying for his teammates' sins today. Keen with some fancy feet, getting himself out anyway. Someday gonna be locked down. Guardian Angel has already been procced, so he is dead for real. Lod falls to Zig.
Looking for the game.
Nexus at number 1 is gone. Phoenix 1, ladies and gentlemen. 3 games, 29 minutes later, they are gonna take this series against Dignitas and go 1-1 on the week.
And they're gonna stop the slump that could have actually fallen into there. The standings are so close. And now Phoenix 1 will end the week 7-5. And a much-needed victory for them.
Really great stuff out of them. Awesome performances just across the board. We talked about the Zac, the LeBlanc, the Jhin, the hero Lulu that'll never be forgotten, and the Gangplank bringing so much attention towards himself and still contributing towards everything with those ultimates. And the whole team just got it together in game number 3. From the start of the game to even before it was happening, in Champion Select, they knew what they were doing. They put together a coherent composition, and they made the magic happen.
Yeah, the Zac coming out. That's the big one. The flubber for Meteos. Wasn't a flub at all, and he ended up playing it beautifully.
Boom.
But I gotta say, Ryu, kind of the man of the hour.
Ryu did so much work that game, from the 1v1 solo kill for First Blood, to the constant pressure he was able to exert, to the pick power he had, to just completely killing Lod in about half a second from 3/4 health in that last engage.
This is one of those games that if you really hate playing against Zed, and you're just like, I hate this champion,
this is gonna be
the one you link.
Like Christmas for you. You're just gonna, any Zed haters out there, just watch this game on repeat. Put yourself to sleep with this at night. Just listen to the sound effects of Zed's death animation.
It's kind of bittersweet because it's against the LeBlanc, who, you know, if you hate LeBlanc, you're SOL. She'll end up in the ban.
Yeah, don't like LeBlanc, you're a little bit out of luck. But hey, beggars can't be choosers, man. You want to see Zed die, this is the kind of game to watch. But that's going to now take Phoenix 1 to a 7-5 overall standing. Dignitas going to drop to 4-7.
Yeah, but that will put Phoenix 1 back up a little bit in the standings. Believe 3rd place. I don't know. Right. No spoilers at the TSM CLG.
We believe.
I didn't watch.
We believe 3rd place. Maybe.
I can't when I'm here.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
A little bit hard. But that also takes Dig down to 4-7, which puts them at a spot. Remember, we were talking about how they had a really rough start to the split. Now they were on this 3-match streak, and it's over.
Yeah. And the question is, does the process continue? You know, process, it's not. Process is going to be rugged. It's going to be rocky. You're not going to be able to just have smooth sailing. That's why it's called the process. Mistakes are a part of process. Losses are a part of process, part of growth. And if Dignitas are really invested in the team and they're for the long haul and they keep talking about that with the 76ers and all that, then boom, you know, they take the loss, they learn from it, and they move forward.
And with their long-term goals of communication, with the recent improvements, thanks to replacing the coaching staff and getting Kopp in there, That's what we hope to see from these guys. Exactly. This is a learning experience. They did have a very convincing game number 2. If they can figure out how to dial that in more frequently and make that more of a consistent reality, the team will find success.
Yeah, and their draft this game was a little bit all over the place. It felt like they were kind of going to comfort or what had worked previously, right? They had actually been like, all right, you know what? We don't want to give them Shen again. That's kind of annoying. It kind of stops us from making plays. All right, but we're going to play Zed because Keen got 2 player of the games on Zed. He's a monster on this champion, and he can play it into LeBlanc. That's fine. Didn't work out. Then they also picked the Tom Kench, which was a little bit head-tilting for me because the Tom Kench against a LeBlanc, a GP, a Zach, a Jin, and a Lulu, it doesn't really feel like you're saving them from anything but the LeBlanc. So I would rather you have something that can like shut down the LeBlanc or really do well from the jungle even to get in there and be consistent and try to force her off, or even a LeBlanc ban, to be honest, because it ended up being just completely Ryu, start to finish there, and the team following up. And I think the draft from Dignitas really didn't have much to say about it.
Yeah, the Ryu LeBlanc performance really showcased why the champion has been banned so frequently ever since this split started. He showed you exactly why you don't want to let that into your opponent's hands because they really can run away with the game with it. But for a little bit more player perspective on that series, let's go ahead and check in with Freak, who's stage side with P1's top laner.
Hey, thanks very much. I am here with Zig, the victorious Zig. Brought out a gangplank. It was great. So talk to me about your thoughts coming into this match. Team Dignitas they had won 3 matches in a row coming into this. Was there any fear that Dignitas was like going to start really taking you guys out?
Yeah, like the first time we played them in the season, we actually lost to them. So we came into this match like cautiously and preparing as much as we can, like thinking over draft, every situation. And yeah, I was definitely nervous coming into today. Game 1, I also had like some mouse issues too. So I was like, yeah, I was definitely shaky. But yeah, I'm glad we pulled out the win today. And everything started going up as the series went on, so it's good.
Yeah, of course, you guys won. I thought you looked pretty good as well. I want to sort of talk about you as a player because coming into the split, everyone's like, ooh, P1 looks pretty good, and then Zig's here, right? And it's like, oh, he's a role player or something about that. And you've got people like Someday coming in, like maybe he's the best top player in the world. And I want to sort of ask you and have you talk about what your experience has been playing top lane in the LCS. You're up against, again, maybe the best top player in the world, and you clearly held your own.
Yeah, this year, last year there was a lot of imports too, but this year especially, there was a lot more talk and a lot more hype like in the offseason about all the imports coming in. And yeah, I felt like early in the season, I had to play a lot of catch up because last season I could just scrape by like playing blind pick, pull my lane type things. And now that there's like no lane swaps too, you pretty much are on your own and you have to like actually fight 1v1s and stuff. So yeah, I've just been trying to improve every day, and yeah, playing against the increased competition has helped out a lot too. So I'm just happy to be competing and improving every day.
And you're winning on carries. You had a gangplank game there. How's that feel to like get to unleash the damage top laners?
Yeah, when Worlds was happening and Smed was in NA actually, I pulled out my clever sim before, so I'm like used to playing carries and like weird stuff versus people, and I think it gives me an advantage too if people don't know how to play against it. So yeah, Gangplank, Kled, Rumble, I'm very comfortable on all those champions, and they're looking better and better in the meta as time goes on.
I want to know about Kled specifically. I believe you're still the only NA Kled right now. Why is this your champion?
I actually, when Kled got released, I thought he was going to be super broken because that was like one of the patches where Sivir and Karma were like permabanned, and it's just like people running all these movement speed comps, right? And Kled R button is literally that, and you don't have to, like, you aim it, but it's like you don't steer it, right? Like Silent Ult. So I just thought he was going to be broken, and so I practiced a lot of it, and the meta's finally in a spot where he's actually kind of useful versus some champions. So yeah, whenever I can, I try to pull him out.
Well, thanks very much. I want to shift gears a bit. I want to talk about your jungler because Meteos has played several matches in a row now. I've actually seen Inori physically in the studio this week, so I want to ask you, what's this choice now going with Meteos, even though Inori clearly is here and seemingly available?
Yeah, so Inori had to take a break for personal reasons the week before IEM, and we just ended up finding Meteos last minute, and he agreed to sub and just play scrims with us. So Inori came back into the week coming out of IEM break, and we already were using Meteos in scrim, so we just decided as a team to stick with Meteos, but it's still up in the air who we're going to be using going forward. So it's just, I think they're both like good junglers, and our team will succeed with either of them anyway, so it's not a big issue in my mind.
Fair enough. Final question for you. You're gearing up towards the end of the season now. You've got 6 matches left, then playoffs are seemingly secured for you guys. So tell me about sort of your aspirations. How far are you going in the playoffs? Are you going all the way to Vancouver? What's going on here?
Yeah, I want to make finals, obviously, like go to Vancouver. I'm from Toronto, actually, and I went to the event at ACC. And yeah, the summer finals, and it was crazy. Like, just to play on stage there, the energy, like all the vibrations and stuff, I'd imagine it would be insane. So yeah, that's my goal, just play Vancouver, and hopefully not third, fourth place match, but yeah, I mean, playing there would be sick, just, yeah, by itself. So.
Fair enough. Thank you very much, Zig. Congrats on the win. We'll see you next week with some more games, and now let's send it back over to the analyst desk.
Next week's competition.
Thank you very much, Freak. And Zig being just a variety of champion player for P1 coming in, able to throw out the Kled, able to bring in the GP now, and he's just really been in a versatile position for the team to really look to if they need a carry, if it's not Ryu, as they said, doing it this game.
Right, I mean, he's definitely someone who feels like it might be a little hard to prepare for him. He plays Kled the first 2 games. As soon as the Kled maybe not working out, he switches up over to the GP. You know, you see Dignitas taking Shen because I think it's one of their best champions. They've had a lot of success on the Shen, and then, you know, Zig's basically able to punish that pick.
Yeah, I think he's the player that like you never want to spend bans for, but he's always going to be able to play well. Which is that's why he's like a really, really good player to have on the team, because you don't have to invest a lot and you always know what you're going to get.
Yeah, and I mean, when you look at the rest of the draft, though, it's definitely a little surprising. When we were talking about the P1 draft, it was like, this doesn't make a ton of sense in how the team comp works. Like, you have a lot of like pokey, engagey, or burst kind of things like with GP and LeBlanc and Jhin, and then you just throw in like a tank.
Yeah.
With not much follow-up.
It's like, what's going to defend the Jhin? Oh, it's going to be Lulu ulti, so I guess this comp only makes sense if the mid lane pops off, and the mid lane popped off really hard.
So we see comps like this work. Here's kind of a weird question. What just stops people from doing that comp then? If a lot of people would say, hey, that doesn't work, because they made it work, obviously with the scenario that
it's because any comp works toward the mid late game if you snowball the early game. And what happened this game? Ryu just went off. Like, he got the solo kill on mid lane. He is literally just like doing everything possible to like pressure. He split pushes. Dignitas doesn't have a good answer.
Solo kill up on your screen if we can.
Yeah, and then he's just doing it all for the team. He played so well.
Yeah,
absolutely amazing.
Definitely what really got them their start in the early game. So this was just a really well-played solo kill where he takes a position that's really hard for Keen to walk back. He's trying to mess around the minions to dodge and bait out the LeBlanc chain, but Ryu just sits there and waits and autos him, and then once Keen finally steps out from the creeps, he hits the E and flashes early to make sure that he gets that kill.
And Ryu, I don't even think he needed a flash to make sure that chain landed, but he did anyways because he knows this is the kill moment. So he knows exactly the look that he wants to go for. This matchup sucks for Zed before he gets like a couple levels or before he gets stabilized, like kind of near level 6. And so he just took an early advantage and just ran with it.
Right, and off the back of that early advantage, we saw P1's bot lane rotate mid. They pressured really hard around 11 minutes into the game. And even though Dignitas' comp has a lot of tools, you have Rengar, Shen, Tom Kenshall, you have like a lot of ways of making plays. The thing that kept happening was P1 would group up and pressure, and Dignitas would blow all those cooldowns defensively, so they could never get their own plays going until later in the game. And then all of them were just focused on diving a GP, which doesn't really do much.
Yeah, they over-focus on somebody's lane, which is something that Dignitas tends to do. It's like, okay, if they're in a pressure situation, what do? Oh, let's depend on our top laner. Superstar top laner, he's really, really good, but in a lot of situations, that's not the best play to do. Like, they could either look to force on the mid lane, and really only Lulu's the only way they have to peel Jhin, or they could look to even maybe force on LeBlanc with Zed, because she's really far pushed up. Maybe you could chase her down the lane. It just seems like constantly diving gameplay was not working out for them.
But we did see them go up top around 18:30 to try and focus for Someday, but just 4 minutes later, 22 minutes in, we have the next replay. P1 goes to top lane, and they say, this is how it's done, gentlemen. This is how you go.
Right, I mean, this was right after they forced another time onto Zig, and he was able to get Chaser really low, or even trade, I think, because Arrow walked up and finished him off, and then they just chased down the rest of Dignitas, who were in the top lane as well. They get this really nice dive off, and you see just how kind of behind Keen was this game. Didn't really do anything in this fight, and then it's pretty easy to clean up for the rest of the
And this is the best situation for Meteos to be in. He's in a situation where like he's taking a jungle matchup where he's going to fall behind early. But if he gets to the mid game, all he has to do is stack a lot of armor, which Zach is really good at doing. He buys like 2 armor items and he's unkillable because they're all AD and no one can touch him.
Really interesting to see in this game. Obviously, going towards P1's way, we saw the 75% lead at 20 minutes, but we see at 20 minutes past those, there's 28-54 in this one, but the 8 minutes in there, say 9 minutes, it seems like a lot of the top tier teams in the league are going to tear that apart. Even if they did have a lead, they take a lot of time to initiate, they take a lot of time to get their groove there.
Right, I think it basically came down to the fact that P1 also had a lot of tools for making stuff happen. The Lulu Jhin LeBlanc can move around the map extremely well. They have a lot of long-range engage tools. If someone's extending the lane just too far, just start it out with a Jhin ult. Start it out with a GP ultimate, and then you have your LeBlanc and your Zac who can come flying in from far away to start stuff off. And so once the map started opening up a little bit more, it was easier for them to get some kills.
I think like they kind of hesitated in the mid game, but once they had the right lane assignments, which was LeBlanc just split pushes bottom, she can 1v1 and she almost can't even die 1v2. As soon as they put pressure there and they force Dig to make the proactive play, that's when Dig tends to falter because, like we said before, they're very good at reactive play, but proactive play is hard for Dig sometimes.
The only thing that Dignitas like ever does is dive for someday. Like it's been since like week 2 to now, like the one play that we see.
Full resource.
Yeah, the one play we consistently see is like, let's dive for someday. And it works to a degree, but they're not getting objectives off of it. They're not.
Right. You kind of saw that in effect in game 2 when he was on the Gragas and it was working.
Right, and that was something where they gave him a chance to set them up, and the big play for them that game was actually him ulting people into the team fight.
Absolutely, and the big player of Game 3 is going to be Ryu. Comes away with the honors of player of the game on the LeBlanc. Obviously, solo killing Zed. We saw that play on Keen, and just that controlling the map as well. They both had Ignite. They were both playing the kill lane, and Ryu just came out on top to control the rest of the map too.
Sometimes Ryu doesn't have like the greatest of games, especially early, but this is a game where like from the very beginning, you know, he's up 8 CS by level 3, level 4, he solo kills mid lane, and he split pushes, applies pressure for his team, and in team fights he can isolate and kill the AD by himself. So I just think he did almost everything for his team this game, and he was able to follow through.
Absolutely great stuff. So looking at how things are panning out, we did see obviously, oh actually no, I'm not going to say it. I don't want to spoil. Everybody said they would spoil the TSM CLG game. I'll let you watch it yourselves. But looking how this week panned out, we did see, I'm a nice guy. Dash will spoil, I won't. How things went for some teams, very good. We obviously see the lower teams not being able to climb up in the standings. We'll check that out right now at how they are ranking after this weekend, with each of the top 4 teams netting themselves a win. Our standings remain unchanged. The teams at the lower half of the standings, like Echo Fox, Team Envy, or Dignitas, must look to make climb another day. Maybe they can do it tomorrow when we return for another day of matches. We begin with Team Dignitas looking to topple TSM on NA LCS 1. Then we get a rematch of former sister teams as Cloud9 go against FlyQuest. On NA LCS 2, check it out. We have Froggen and Echo Fox looking to defeat Piglet and Team Liquid, with Immortals versus Team Envy shortly after. So you guys kind of pointing on that. What?
Oh, I was just saying, you know, don't look at the standings too closely, else you might spoil the CLG TSM match yourself.
Yeah,
so, you know,
like, the standings come up.
Don't look at the standings quite yet, you know.
I was going with Zyrene, because Zyrene said it earlier. Now Zyrene is spoiled as well. We're all just going downhill from here, but at least it's the end of the day. And we got some good
I just think this week had a variety of really good matches. Like whether you're in there looking for like very top tier matches, or you're in there for like good storylines. You have like Piglet coming back mid lane, winning the first series. We have everything from TSM versus CLG playing against each other. The C9 teams playing against each other. I think this week was a lot better than I expected in terms of like quality like storied matches and quality matches in general.
Awesome. So that'll do it for us today. Day 3 is coming up for myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, especially the observation team. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more North American LCS.
Here we go into the game. Hey, they locked it in! Whoa, they're playing Mordekaiser! This is awesome! Naltec can't tank all these shots, he'll die! He flashes and gets the double kill!
We're not gonna win this. Mauser, let's go Baron. Come to us Baron.
And he catches one, they're gonna catch another. Look at that, 3 for 0 right away. Seraphie just walks in, look at that hook though, Shockwave is in! Lemonation sets it up 5-0. 2-1, FlyQuest take the win over Envy. Mordekaiser undefeated.
Looking for it again, Jensen. Oh, that's so much damage. Chop lands are Froggen.
Kill Lenga. Nice. I'm looking. Adi, no ulti, Yeah, I'm coming. Adi press. No flash.
They can start to get more aggressive.
Froggen, what a beast! Contract flashes in for the vision. First blood goes to Contract, and now he's on the Drake. And now Jensen just straight in for the play on a rampage, takes down Key.
Yo, guys, let's play like we're like from the future, dude. Let's play like we're from season 9, dude.
Yeah.
Imagine like what knowledge we would have if we were from season 9.
Fish out of water, slammed up into the wall, brought down, but Chaser goes with a something, but it's not gonna be done. He kicks one into the other, and they are toast.
Oh, yeah, no flash, no. Okay, can you better?
Yeah. Hell yeah, we can.
Lot falls to Zig. Looking for the game. At number 1 is gone. Phoenix 1, ladies and gentlemen.
3 games, 29 minutes later, they are going to take this series against Dignitas.
I am joined on stage by Hotshot, GG, and Reginald. Gentlemen, thank you for taking some time.
Let's go, let's go, let's go. We got it. Finish, and we're gonna turn down, okay? Kill Ringer, put him up. We're gonna turn.
Grab us that. Chin. They flash down, Okay, kill Poppy, go mid.
Big play there from TSM. Afro is going to go down as well. TSM gets it all.
I'm jumping. Careful where you ball.
I can stun her. Can we kill her?
Yeah.
She's stunned. Kill her.
I can silence. I flash that. Nice.
And they complete a dominant sweep versus CLG.
Wherever love goes, there is also misery. It's no mystery. And you and I, we got history. Yeah. Wherever love flows, there is also tragedy. When we're in too deep. And you and I, we got history. Yeah.